racing through the night on the high banks. This is the iRacing Daytona 24 for 2022 as we approach the halfway point of this incredibly challenging race, steeped in history, steeped in challenge, and more participators, more drivers, more teams than ever before. The top split here on RaceSpotTV. Thank you for joining us on our almost uninterrupted start to finish 24 hours of coverage. I'm David Haynes, joined by Ewan O'Leary and Andrew Kinsella for this segment of the broadcast, and we are produced by Hugo Lewis. Well, what a sight, what a spectacle this place is throughout the night, and the drivers will be racing through the evening, looking towards the sunrise in a couple hours' time that will signal that this race is drawing towards a close. It's a challenge for all involved, and a strategy challenge, not just a driving challenge. Look at these track conditions, 19 degrees Celsius on the surface, 18 in the air, and a little bit of a breeze blowing. We've had track temperatures changing from starting in the daytime, racing through the night, and then back towards the day. We've seen that really drive a lot of the strategy amongst our competitors. LMP2 and GTD cars in effect, prototypes and GTs, leading the way in LMP2. VRS Coanda Simsport at the moment. There's a bit of a pit stop phase going on there, and leading GTD, R8G Esports closely followed by PGZ Motorsports at the moment. Ewan, you've been following along a little bit at the start. You're with us here now. What are your thoughts on this race for 2022? I think it hangs very finely in the balance. We've seen it doesn't take much to end your race, and there are still very, very small fractions of time in these intervals after almost 12 hours of racing.
Yeah, exactly. So far, running to form, it's looking like one of the best Daytona 24s we've ever seen, and this is the 8th edition now, so that is no mean feat at all. You know, we've got three cars definitely with a very good chance of winning in LMP2. It could go any of those three ways, and we've got a number of cars in GT as well that could very much win this race. It's a story of R8G versus PGZ up the front of the field at the moment. They've basically been inseparable for the last 12 hours or so. Kind of surprised to see them at the front too, I must be honest, but they've done a very good job to get to this point, and they're going to be credited for that for sure. Got 14 seconds over third place as well, so they're looking in a good way, but you know, 14 seconds is not a big margin at all. Even those guys like Biela Racing Euronics, 40 seconds back from the car in front of them, about a minute down on the leaders, but they are not out of it whatsoever either. We've got a long way to go. We're going to repeat that phrase quite a lot throughout this stint of the broadcast, and probably until the very final hour. There's still a long way to go, and you've got to remember that, despite the fact we're going to very soon be closer to the finish than we are to the start.
Yeah, still 4 or 5 hours before sunrise here at Daytona, and silly things can start to happen, particularly as the American and European drivers who make up the bulk of this field begin to fatigue a little bit. You never know just what could happen. Andrew Kinsella, we're right on board with this pack for first and second, not teammates, but both driving the Lamborghini, and it seems like R8G Esports and PGZ Motorsport have been inseparable, no matter who's driving either of those two Huracans.
Yeah, they've really been together for most of this race so far, and as you said, this is the time period where things start to get a little bit crazy. You see, like, they're bump drafting in GTE as we've seen all race long. It's just one of those times of the night where, as you mentioned, because of the fatigue starting to set in for a number of these drivers, also varying stint lengths really come into effect here, where you get some drivers coming in from different parts of the world that are fresh versus drivers that aren't. It really creates this mix where this is the time where action starts to sort of happen on the track a little bit.
Yeah, no shortage of action on the track, despite, as we say, approaching 12 hours of green flag racing. To see VRS Coanda Simsport, the number 2, pit from the lead and continues the prototype pit cycle. It will eventually see the number 99 Apex Racing head back to the front of the field. I say 12 hours of green flag non-stop racing, and we still have several cars within this slipstream pack of each other within a second, notably for the leader GTD, but also down in 7th and 8th and 9th and 10th. Tyre change going on here for the number 2. Ewan, the tyre strategy for these prototypes has been very, very interesting, and it's driven a lot of the intrigue and a lot of the racing. Short stints from a small fuel tank means there seems to be a lot of flexibility about when and how many tyres they change.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been a lot of different things going on in all of the different teams. In the very first hours of the race, it was an absolute nightmare, to be quite honest, to work out who was quite doing what. As we're getting down towards this stage of the race where we're kind of filtering out those who probably won't win this race and those who will, we are still getting those differences. You know, Apex Racing Team and VRS Kind of Simple are no longer doing the same thing as they did do for the first, 6, 8, 10 hours. They're no longer quite on the same tyre strategy. However, it is a little bit easier to work out. As you've just seen there, Coanda Simsport taking on all 4 tyres there because they're putting Joshua Rogers back into that car for what is his second stint in that car, question mark, somewhere along those lines. Whereas Johan Hart, who's been in that car for a little while now, a couple of hours, he did 2 tyres on that occasion instead. So there's a disparity between the two now, and there's a disparity between their own stints earlier on. Let's not forget, because the night time has fallen, these guys are able to go a little bit longer now with the cooler temperatures. Although it's more difficult to save fuel because they are going a little bit faster around the circuit. You can pick up the throttle that little bit earlier, so it is a bit difficult to get to 25 laps, and that's why we haven't seen Apex Racing Team doing a 25 lap stint since about 3-4 hours into this race.
Cooler air also sees the engines compensate and run richer. This is another one of those groups of cars that are tightly packed together despite the length of the race. BS, Turner and Core Sim Racing, both in this, I call it a new BMW M4 GT3, making its real world launch this year, and participating in its first real world Daytona 24 in not too long. Feels like we've had it on iRacing for a little minute, which is great to have that, but bump drafting each other again, and that's something we've seen, I think, more this year than any other year, Andrew.
Yeah, we've really been noticing it as we've been watching in the coverages, particularly in the GTD category, but also in the LMP2s as well. We've seen a little bit of bump drafting, so it's definitely been a bigger factor, and I do think that these BMWs especially are probably the easiest to do it in, just because they do have that large surface area on both the front and rear that really allows the bumpers to match up well, and it serves as a good sort of pushing surface that allows them to do it, and there is a significant speed advantage as well to do that. So definitely an interesting dynamic that has come into this race, and I think that's one of the reasons you're seeing the likes of the battles that we have, where 2 cars will get nose to tail in the GT category, and they almost become inseparable in that draft because they spend so much time on these long straightaways here at Daytona that advantage from that draft really allows them to sort of break off into these tandems that we're seeing.
So 2 tyre stop there from what was briefly a lap leading prototype in the VRS Coanda 18. And again, we assume those 2 tyres are the rear tyres, and that's what they were doing last year that we had confirmed to us. A little bit of a guess for this year. Puts Apex Racing Team 99 back to the lead. Thank you to them for that great weather report they gave us not long ago that says a beautiful clear night in Daytona Beach. Here they are running on the high banking, lights ablaze as they pass our GTD leaders. And what about a little bit of own class traffic on the pit straight for Johan Hart? Probably not going to bear down on that one quite as quickly as the closing speeds between LMP2 and GTD. Ewan, sometimes we see that traffic in your own class is a lot more difficult to get around than, the quote-unquote slower classes.
Yeah, it certainly is. There's no question about that, I don't think, because there's more of a defined... Everybody knows what to do with multi-class traffic. GT cars, especially at this kind of level, I can't remember quite what the strength of field is today, but it's outrageous, and it is the biggest is the best we've ever seen. They know what to do. Stick to your line as a GT. The prototypes will find a way around you. and the very few times we have seen mistakes made, it's normally, recognise the prototype's fault and they hold their hands up and so on. But when you're in a lapped traffic environment with your own class, like you say here, it's very much different. The blue flag rules don't really apply like they do in Formula One. It's very much somewhat a grey area, really. And sometimes these leaders don't actually want to go through because they'd rather sit behind and save fuel if you're fast enough. Sometimes they really want you to get out of the way immediately, Formula One style, and sometimes the cars from behind want to unlap themselves, of course, because they're on new tyres, the leaders may not be, and that creates its own kind of problems as well. So it really is a somewhat grey area, and it can cause a bit of a problem, and it's causing a bit of a problem for the 99 of Johan Hart at the moment, as you can see. But you can see, case in point right here, one car goes one way, the other goes the other way, and finally he's made his way through, but he has lost himself a second or two.
Yeah, one of them, Pure Sims there that he had to dive down the inside of and try to outbrake turn number 1. Again, back at the GTD lead. Black car for a race that is contested for the most part under the cover of darkness, but my goodness, they've got some shiny reflective bits on there as well with the R8G Esports livery.
Yeah, a little bit of chrome action going on there on a few of the parts. The paint store, of course, and paint shop has gotten a little bit of an overhaul lately that's made editing your paints just a little bit easier, and we're seeing some very creative paints out there today. Just going back to what you were saying about the own class lap traffic, one of the things to keep in mind is those two cars that Johan Hart was overhauling there, they are in a battle for 10th and 11th position. So even though they might not be in a factor for the lead of the race, it's still very much up in the air in terms of their own battles. So having to let the leader go and find a way to let them go without necessarily sacrificing your own battle on track is a big task for many of these drivers in the same class. David?
Yeah, right you are. Pure Sims and Yaz Heat, 10th and 11th in the overall standings at the minute. Sims are 11 laps into a brand new set of tyres. A brand new full set? No, 2 new tyres. Yaz Heat running on some slightly older rubber there. So for Yaz Heat, I think their objective, stay with Pure Sims, and then at some point, in 40 minutes time, in an hour 20 time, in 2 hours time, it'll be Yaz Heat that find themselves on the newer tyres later on, as Pure Sims find themselves looking one way, looking the other through the infield here, trying to get around that, is it a purple red line?
Yes, the only one that hasn't had problems today, which is kind of remarkable to say about Team Redline, a team that's so successful in all of the special events we have here on iRacing. It seems to me, apart from this one, they always seem to have a little bit of bad luck, at least in one area of this race. I know they won in 2020 in the GTE category, but considering the pace at which they win other things like World Championships and other special events, you'd expect them to be running at a bit of a higher rate around here either, but it doesn't look like it's going to be their year this year either.
Well, as you say, they've brought lots of cars. They're always so prepared with some incredibly well-rated drivers with good pedigree in these sort of endurance events. And I don't want to quite ascribe to Daytona what gets given to the Nürburgring or Mount Panorama Bathurst, but sometimes the track doesn't choose you, no matter how prepared you were. There we go, I've been through the paint shop in the last 12 hours as well. Reminder to everyone watching around the world, you can go to RaceSpot.tv/timing if you want to see all of the timing screen. Lots of great information on there, including pit stops and who's in the car and yada yada yada. If there's a particular team you're following, a particular driver you're trying to follow. I don't know if there are any popular ones in this race, he says very, very sarcastically. That's the place to go, racespot.tv/timing. I actually got sent a little special request. I don't know if Hugo Lewis has always got his ears open. Some of my fellow countrymen want to see how Shane van Gisbergen is going in the Team Redline Blue 13th in GTD. Have a look on board with Josh Ladden again, like I said. Andrew, he just wants to stay in the slipstream with Pure Sims at the moment, I think.
Yeah, I think he's really saving tires and saving fuel and looking for maybe a little bit of an advantage later on. But just there's another aspect to following in a race like this, and that's when you get out on your own, it's so much easier to make small mistakes. When you have someone right in front of you that you can sort of key off of a little bit, you're much less likely to make a mistake. So when you find someone that you're basically the same pace with at this point in the night, it's actually a really smart strategy to just stay with them, and you're both sort of keeping yourselves honest and keeping yourselves awake throughout these stints. So it's a good strategy from both of these drivers, I think.
Well, with Josh Ladd, he's getting a good drive off the corners, particularly the bus stop, it seems. And Ewan, that was almost looking like he was holding 70% throttle down the straight there. He'll be saving a lot of fuel doing that. Obviously not keen to bump the driver in front.
Yeah, it can be a bit unnerving, really, the bump drafting. As you said earlier, I'm kind of surprised to see it so much, especially in LMP2. I think it's going to be one of those things that kind of becomes the norm until we see a very high-profile incident at the front of one of these races with two, big-name teams, big-name drivers, and then it might not be the norm anymore. But these guys, fortunately, I think for everybody, decided not to do it on this occasion. And I can't say I'm surprised that the Yas Heat car is keeping pace so well at the moment on the back of that Pure Sims Esports car, because Yas Heat were running just outside the top 5 for the first 3 or 4 hours in this race. However, they had a bit of an incident on lap 127. I know that was a long time ago now. It was over 300 laps ago now. But it meant they had to make an extra pit stop. It set them back a little bit. I think they may have had another small problem along the way as well. But this car's capable, I think, of running inside the top 5. So I'm not surprised at all to be seeing this at the moment.
Yas Heat, very familiar with this LMP2 prototype, the Dallara P217 Gibson. Running with these drivers, with this car in Sports Car Open, a very competitive iRacing league. But of course, I think there's more eyeballs on these special events, so they'd like to do well here as well. And again, we have the most stacked, most competitive field we've ever had for this event across both categories. There can only be one winner in each class, so for the about 24 other teams in each class that aren't winners, a lot of them, I think, should feel disappointment to come this far, and not everyone can win. That's racing.
Yeah, it's definitely the case where a number of these drivers will be probably disappointed with how this race has gone, but then a number of these drivers and teams as well, they'll be just very happy to have been here and gotten some more experience. Yas Heat is obviously one of the newer teams to iRacing. They don't have the same pedigree as a Coanda, but they're definitely a team that's on the rise. So it's one of those things where it might not have gone their way. They might have had a small error earlier on that's put them back, but they've got a lot to learn here in this race, competing at this highest level, and they're a team that is looking strong for years to come.
Very strongly at the back of Pure Sims, all the way down the pit straight, past the giant stands and all the fans and the start-finish line. We are now 2 minutes 40 seconds, about a lap and a half away from the halfway point in this race, and then does that almost feel like a real turning point for a lot of the drivers and the teams? Like they spend 12 hours climbing uphill to that peak, and then it's downhill. It's the back half, the back 9 from here onwards.
I mean, personally, speaking from personal experience, I feel like it's not quite as much of a turning point as it is. Very kind of it's very romanticised by us commentators, and it's very kind of built up a little bit. But for me, it's when the sun really comes up where you can really see the finish line in sight, because let's not forget, for us Europeans at the moment, we're about to hit the halfway stage, but in the UK it's 1 a.m. in the rest of Europe, or the mainland Europe, it's 2 a.m. at the moment. So, that's not exactly, in my opinion, most of the people haven't been to sleep yet or anything. People are going to get tired soon. They're not quite seeing the front straight yet. in my opinion. But when the sun comes up, you said about 4 or 5 hours time, 6 hours time, however long, it's going to be a long night because we're still in winter. But when the sun comes up, I feel like that's when people really start to see the home straight, and that's when you start to feel a bit more positive about yourself, at least me personally.
Yeah, I think the halfway mark is almost more of a trap than anything. I don't think that any of these drivers can afford to let themselves get comfortable at this point. I don't think they can afford to feel any of that relief. They have to make sure that they get through this night and get through it in a good position. So I think for most of these drivers, at least the more experienced ones, they'll still be bearing down just as much, if not even maybe a little bit more, just to try and do whatever they can to use the grip and the low temperatures of the night to their best advantage possible.
Just seen there, all of the little drafting packs, little, not trains, it's just the two of them, maybe a multiple unit, out there, including with Team Redline Purple and IRS Infinite Racing Service 6th and 7th in GTD. Speaking of all those time zones and everything, this is, I think, the only driver on track right now sharing my time zone. Shane van Gisbergen, reigning Supercars champion in the Team Redline Blue, down in 12th place.
Yeah, I was about to say Josh Rogers is as well, but he's not even living in Australia anymore, is he? So he's in Germany at the moment.
Not even on the same continent.
No, he's on the other side of the world with everybody else in that Co-Anda Simsport team. So he's not the only Australian out there, but he is probably the only one on your... well, I say Australian. Shane van Gisbergen's not Australian either, is he? But that's a... Anyway.
No, that's the irony of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
That the only person currently in the same time zone as me that I'm aware of is Queensland-based New Zealander Shane van Gisbergen.
Yes.
Where are they? Last lap on 44.9 on relatively recent tyres. I don't know if they caught a whole lot of traffic there, but just looking at almost everyone ahead of them in class is doing 143s, 142s, and this car's into 144s. They did pick up a bit of damage earlier in the race, as you see that the mighty BMW does get to use its 6th gear on the banking at Daytona. Quite long gears, it seems like, for this car that almost never uses 6th. They're always racing 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, but it gets into 6th gear up here. Yeah, I wonder if they're still nursing a little bit of straight line speed damage that would be, of course, hurting their fuel economy and hurting their ability to catch too many of those cars in front.
Yeah, it's very possible, especially with the incidents that happened earlier, that they just don't quite have the car under them. But that's part of it in these 24-hour races, is very few cars actually make it to the finish of these races totally unscathed. Even the leaders of some of these classes right now, looking at, like, for instance, the number 18 and the number 2, they've had a little bit of adventures themselves today. So it's one of those things where the ability to manage that damage is really, really important for many of these drivers.
3 cars racing together here: Delta Sport, VRS, Co-Anda Simsport, and Drive Dead Racing LMP2 for 15th, 16th and 17th, all up in class. I have a feeling like Delta Sport, at the lead of this pack, are going to owe us a pit stop in a lap or two. And of course, almost every team has, maybe they've got a few less hands on deck during the night hours, but a lot of spotters, a lot of strategists, people just keeping an eye on what everyone else is doing. I feel like Co-Anda and Drive Dead will know that Delta Sport's not far from a pit stop. Does that factor into they don't want to be held up, or they want to maximise the fuel saving here?
Yeah, and let's not forget this Co-Anda car sandwiched in the middle of these guys that have had a bit of a difficult race so far. After, well, only the 3rd corner of the race at the International Horseshoe, they were spun around, involved in a bit of a mess with 3 or 4 other cars there in that one. They've been recovering ever since, and David Williams currently in the car at the moment. I spoke to David a little bit earlier on about how he expects the nighttime to affect this race here today, and he told me what I've referenced already earlier on in this one, the lack of ability to save fuel, or the more added difficulty that the nighttime comes with. And he said a very interesting thing to me that I've been trying to keep an eye on for the front 2 Co-Anda Simsport cars. He said you've got 2 choices really. It's either use the darkness to go a little bit faster, use the cooler temperatures to go that little bit faster, or use them to save that little bit more tyre and go a little bit further on these tyres. And I guess over the next 6 hours when we're here, going to try and figure out which one they've decided to go for.
Yeah, I can definitely tell you from our own team Power Slide's experience down in Split 4 that the nighttime temperatures really do make a big difference on the ability to save those tires. So it's definitely not a bad strategy from those Coanda boys if they are going for that more saving, maybe slightly slower speed, but save your equipment, save your tires. That's not a bad strategy to take at this point.
I am seeing across Prototype and GTD that, some teams that were doing the double stint on tyres in the daytime in Prototype are now onto the triple and triple. And in GTD, RHG and PGZ had a really great undercut on everyone by doing triple stinted tyres during the daytime as Delta Sport do peel off very early. Coanda and Drive Dead carry on. By doing a triple stint right off the first part of the race and then having a little bit of a tyre undercut on everyone who tried to quad stint from the start. But both of those cars, your leaders in GTD, have gone to quad stinting their tyres during the night. So everyone at the pointy end of their fields respectively changed from short stinting the tyres a little bit to now really, really maximising them under the cover of night, and might bust out the calculator later on and try to work out exactly how many sets some of these teams have used. The real world IMSA teams have an allocated number of sets. I don't think these sim racing teams are getting even close to that because of the savings they're getting from really maximising the rubber and saving time on pit lane when the tyres just are hardly dropping away at all under these very cool nighttime conditions.
Yeah, it's just not needed at all really to use the amount that they would in real life. It's just different, and this is the second year that we've used this the Lara LMP2 in the Daytona 24 hours. It's become available for the last 2 years after the many years of the Daytona prototype being used at the front of these races, and yeah, it's great to have it here. But it's the great thing about iRacing, new cars getting brought out all the time, and it changes the faces of these races all the time. We've seen, you mentioned the BMW M4, the new GT3 over the last year or two, last year I would say, in iRacing. It's kind of changed how people approach these races, and a new thing to get used to, and it keeps happening all the time, and I'm sure it will continue to do so in the future with new cars being brought out for these races. So yeah, it's all very interesting. I would definitely watch out though for that number 9 car in the Fira car, because they, as we've established, the triple stint during the daytime, probably the best idea. The number 9 did a quadruple stint first off in this race, maybe decided that it wasn't the greatest choice, which maybe it contributed to the 15-second deficit they have at the moment, but they're slowly edging it back, and I think that car is very, very strong indeed, and one to watch throughout the rest of the race.
That first and second on pit lane together, same strategy for RHG Esports and PGZ Motorsports. I think Valentin Mandanach has just gotten in the car there. No change for PGZ Motorsports, still Pelo Arroyo. And what we've seen from this number 114 Lamborghini is that they are super gluing those drivers into the seat. They're doing some long driver stints in that machine.
Yeah, that's been part of the strategy, I think, for PGZ, is that they've really been minimizing the driver change times, because obviously that is one thing that is also simulated here, is not just changing drivers physically, but there is a time penalty for changing drivers. So eliminating that has allowed the PGZ Motorsports car to really stay at the sharp end of this field, and they've been doing a great job so far.
Almost a race off the pit lane there, but of course the way the pit exit's configured now, someone's got to yield before they go through that corner and then get to the exit of pit lane, where they can release the pit lane speed limiter, get going. And I feel like PGZ, they both on the outside to yield, but also have been very, very happy riding along with R8G, the way it rolls here. Bring up a good point about the simulated driver change times as well. It's simulated at about 30 seconds, which means for the longer fueling times of the GTD cars, the larger tank, typically about 120 litres compared to 70, 75, I think 70 for the LMP2 cars. You can change drivers just under a fuel no tyres stop for GTD, no problems, but that's not something you can do in LMP2, so maybe less flexibility to the driver schedule for LMP2, although again, with that smaller fuel tank, they are stopping more often.
I feel like they're tending to change driver when they make their 4 tyre stop, which is, we believe, every 6 stints. So that's quite a long time, nearly 4 hours in the car for everybody, but these guys are capable of it. Yeah, we saw a driver change just a moment ago for Josh Rogers getting in that car. Expect to see him in for the next at least 3 hours. You know, it's going to be a good while until he gets out.
Yeah, second and third place LMP2 Coanda mobiles reunited there as well. Martin Cronke and Joshua Rogers after they cycle their way through their pit stop phase there, and Martin, Josh is faster than you, I think was on the radio there. Very, very orchestrated change between NASCAR 1 and 2 and the bus stop chicane for the Coanda prototypes.
Yeah, and that's definitely an advantage of having your teammates on the track, and it could just well be not necessarily even speed, but also sometimes it can be, does the sister car need a little bit of help making the fuel number? Do they need it to have the ability to save some tires and just sit in behind someone? So there's a lot of benefit that can happen with teamwork, and Coanda is probably the best at teamwork in the business.
Yeah, the two of them do still seem together. Don't know what that little weave there means from Pablo Arroyo. I think it meant Pure Sims, don't you dare try to dive bomb the two of us into the bus stop here, trying to stay together, and made it very clear his intentions. Want the prototype car coming from too far back, trying to shoot down the inside of him. I think it's obvious that PGZ would really, really like to stay within that 1 second, and some prototypes getting in between in the bus stop or some other place. If it separated them by a second, is there any advantage to R8G of slowing down to bring PGZ back into the slipstream? I'm asking, is PGZ a parasite, or are the two of them happy to work together?
I think personally the R8G car is happy with this situation at the moment, but I don't think if the PGZ car got 1 or 2 seconds removed from the back of that Lamborghini, I don't think they'd be too disappointed. I don't think they'd wait up for them either. Yeah, we're getting to that stage of the race where it's not quite the first few hours anymore. You know, after about 3 hours, we saw 7 cars in a train, and really you wouldn't want to be running on your own in quite that situation. But you know, we're so far into this race now, you've got to kind of push on by yourself at this point. You know, you can't stick around with everybody else all the way there. You know, it's very hard to believe that in 11 hours' time these two are still going to be like this for the lead of this race. If it is, then count me in, because that's going to be great. But I can't see it happening personally. At some point you're going to have to go on your own to try and win this race. And if something happened to PGZ, you know, an LMP2 dive bombing and Arujo loses a couple of seconds somewhere, I don't think they will be waiting around.
And to go to your point about what both of these drivers want, I do think that a lot of that comes down to personality of the driver as well. Some people are just far more comfortable following along behind someone else, and some drivers are just far more comfortable leading. So I don't necessarily think it's necessarily a parasite situation, but it just could be the situation that the R8G car is comfortable out in front, and the PGZ driver has decided, hey, I'm just comfortable following along here.
Interesting, and you see two battling Lamborghinis, or are they cooperative Lamborghinis in the big picture? Fire Sim Sport and their Porsche in the bottom right corner there. currently P1, but not far from a pit stop. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if this is an in-lap for Fire Sim Sport Green. So how that shakes out towards the end of the race will be very interesting with regards to exactly where the two respective groups are in their fuel cycle at that point in time. 11 hours 46 minutes 30 seconds from here when the checkered flag drops, and of course that's when it would start displaying the checkered flag for your prototype leaders as far as Sport are going to come in. This isn't quite the same length of lap as Le Mans or the Nordschleife, but again, the GTD class kind of at the mercy of where they are relative to the LMP2 leader as for how long this race actually ends up for them. That looks like it's going to be a driver change there for Fire Sim Sport Green. So it's going to be Mikkel Garda who gets in. And they are at 3 stints on those tyres. So is the driver change now potentially going to lead us into a tyre change after 3 stints? Last stint for Fire was 4. They might be looking at 3 here, guys.
Interesting call, deciding that, as we said earlier on, you know, they want to go for the pacier option. They want to run flat out for the entirety of this race rather than waiting around on quadruple stints. You know, we never know what's going on behind the scenes with Lasso back. You know, is he been on over the radio saying, you know, I'm absolutely done at the moment. I'm nearly falling asleep here.
Because I'm done, and so are these tyres. Good night.
Yeah, I'm going to bed. See you later. Or, you know, is there something else going on? Is this part of their strategy? You know, we're not, and they're not going to tell us that, obviously, especially if something's going wrong. But, you know, you just never know really what's happening behind the scenes here. So it could be a strategical call. It could be born out of necessity for some reason or another. We just got to wait till the end to find out, really, and wait until the end to see if this really pays off.
Yeah, sometimes the, you know, tyre life drives the fuel strategy. Sometimes the fuel strategy drives the tyre life, and sometimes the driver availability determines the tyre strategy there. So what we did see was after 3 stints, Fire Sim Sport have put 4 brand new tyres on their Porsche 911 GT3R, and you had picture versus picture sort of side by side there to show how much gap there now is between Fire and these two that are now back through into the leader class. RAG, Valentin Mandanach leading PGZ Motorsport, Paulo Arroyo, and even if no, not ever so briefly, BMW Team BS competition, Ryan Barneveld have come back through into 3rd place. So always interesting in GTD. And your prototype leader in now as well.
Yeah, and I did want to talk about that. You meant we were talking earlier about Josh maybe potentially getting let by Martin Kroenke. One thing that I want to bring to your attention here is that with Johan Harth pitting now, Martin Kroenke is 19 laps into his stint. Josh Rogers was 21 laps into his stint. And Johan Harth was, I believe, at 24, 25 laps when he's coming in here. So there's actually quite a bit of a cycle difference now between Coanda and Apex going on, and it seems to be getting bigger and bigger. So I really do think that Josh Rogers might be pulling Martin Kroenke along here, or at least trying to before Martin sort of gotten swallowed up into some traffic here. But I think there might have been a little bit of strategy going on there.
See it in the top left of screen. You can see it at RaceSpotTV/timing. Now 2.5 seconds between Josh Rogers and Martin Kroenke with the Grand Sim Sport 2 and 18. You would have thought maybe they worked together, but it does almost seem like they've realised for the number 2 in their battle against Apex Racing Team, 2 is kind of going it alone, pushing on, and this is looking pretty aggressive overall from Josh Rogers. Last lap of 132.1.
Yeah. Martin lost a whole second last lap just from traffic alone, and he lost another probably about a second through that horseshoe 1, horseshoe 2. So I think that a lot of the gap that you're seeing right now just happened in these last couple of laps with these two drivers.
Yeah, so last lap for Rogers only half a tenth away from the car's personal best across the whole race, and he's gone again within 2/10 of it. So absolutely best pace of the race that they've ever done there for the number 2, right up against their their maximum, presumably trying to cover off Apex. They did catch, as you said, a fair chunk of traffic there. Deeper down that LMP2 field, we're right on board with Pure Sims Esports' Caden Bin, who's been reunited with Yaz Heat. They're in a different order now, though, so Yaz going to be able to hold on to that position. 10th and 11th here, still Josh Ladd for Yaz Heat.
Yeah, they swapped around. I don't think it was a swap on the circuit, otherwise we would have seen it. And these two are pretty fresh out the pit lane at the moment, so I think that did indeed come in the pit stop cycle. But neither of them took tyres last time, so they're both carrying on again. And you can expect to see a very similar thing from what we saw in the last half an hour or so. We were watching them for a little while. We're on board with Yaz Heat. And we saw this kind of situation, and I expect to see a little bit more of this over the next 40 minutes or so. But yeah, it's very interesting up the front of the field at the moment. Coanda versus Apex Racing Team, certainly the most challenged Coanda SimSport team that I can remember in the Daytona 24 Hours. Don't forget, the only time they haven't won in 2018, they didn't actually have a car in the top split in LMP2. They had one in GTE, but it didn't go great for them. I don't think they were even top 5 in the end. They went back to the LMP2 and gave it a full run for 2019, 20 and 21, where they won all 3 times. And they're trying to do it again, but to my memory, which is not great, but to my memory, this is the most they've ever been challenged in a Daytona 24.
Guys, what are our thoughts on this going from a 3-class event to a 2-class event? It means with the total car count, we get more cars in LMP2, more cars in GTD. Each class just gets a little more car count when we're dividing the total between 2 classes instead of 3, as the LMP2 battle is going to catch the GTD battle through the infield here, and the difference in horsepower and power to weight should just get the prototypes clear. The flash of the headlights from Pure Sim says I'm sending this around the outside, and they do. No contact made. A little easier to do in the dark here with a bit more grip through that kink. But 2 classes instead of 3.
I quite like the 2 class over the 3 class. I just think that one of the things that, full confession, I've been a P2 driver throughout. I've never run in the GT classes here, but one of the things as the prototype driver in this field in the past, it's always been a little like you've had to not only be cognizant of the fact that you're catching GT traffic, but what type of GT traffic you're catching, because the cars would react very differently over the course of that, of how you were needed to overtake it. So really, I think that by simplifying it down to these 2 classes, you get more competitive within, because you have more drivers, so you have drivers who might not necessarily have made it before, but you also just have that greater predictability with, if you're passing a GT car, you know exactly how they're going to react. You don't have to take that second to realize what type of car it is, basically.
Yeah, I agree, but in one sense, I kind of, I don't know if I'm a big fan of the 2 class thing rather than 3. I totally understand why, because first of all, that IMSA doesn't have GTEs in it anymore, and so we've got to keep it as real as possible here on iRacing. Oh, as we're seeing something going on in the bottom right, Marla
for LMP2 there.
Obsidian going off.
Yeah, Marla and Obsidian got a little close, a little too close, and well, Marla are going to end up in 5th. But not ideal, absolutely, at this point in the race. You want to be avoiding contact. At most points in the race, you want to be avoiding contact, but there's no reason for it. Smack dab in the middle of a 24-hour race here. Let's take a look again. Defending the inside into the West Horseshoe. There's just a little bit of contact between Marla and Obsidian, and from that angle, you really can't tell a whole lot. Looked like 2 cars side by side in the braking zone, and a bit of sort of nose to rear, side to side, sort of front quarter panel, rear quarter panel contact there. One come across on the other, or the other way around, but I think Obsidian were lucky to not end up in the tyres. It happened so easily there. They're really close on the outside of the corner. It's kind of downhill from the track surface to those tyres as well, and the grass is extra slippery at this time of day.
Yeah, it's not great. So Obsidian had sort of got away with one there, but I do kind of feel like the number 10 of Arthur LeHook did a bit of a misjudgment there, really, for Marla Racing Team, and yeah, that was. If you could pin the blame anywhere, you might go for him, but I don't like to do that because
I think what happened, Ewan, was that down in Obsidian had a little bit of a dive down on the Mala Esports car in the Horseshoe 1 that we didn't see, and so I think Mala got a really good run off the corner to try and do a repass, and Pablo was trying to keep the Mala car behind, and they came through the little kink there really, really close together. I would say Mala is more to blame for that one, but it was one of those things where I think there might have been a little bit of a red mist situation for the Mala driver there, just because he got past probably in a spot he wasn't necessarily expecting it, just a little bit earlier, just a few corners earlier.
Totally boil down a 24-hour race into a 10-second little replay snippet and tell the whole story. No. So, interesting analysis. Thanks, Andrew. We look at GTD little battle here at the moment. Redline and IRS. This is 7th and 8th in class. Redline with the fresher tyres, so again, in a situation like this, with IRS into the fourth stint of their tyres, they'll be very happy if they can ride along with Redline, and like we've said, at some point it flips back the other way, probably after this next pit stop for these two cars, and it'll be IRS with fresher tyres, and then they'll want to exert their gap and make hay while the sun's shining on them. Pit stops again for VRS Coanda Simsport. 18 goes through. Was in the pit lane 2 laps ago. Racing Team 99.
Back to the lead that we saw just before the pit stop cycle, really, because I think nobody's taken tyres on this occasion. What I'm really interested to see, though, is the pace between Johan Hart and Joshua Rogers over the next few laps. Really, is that Apex Racing Team not only strategically more sound in this race so far, but is it also a little bit pacier than that Coanda car? Because I feel like ever since they had that small problem coming out of the pit lane at the International Horseshoe, there was a GT car spun around just in front. I think it was the RSO car. No, it might have been Peter Berriman himself actually tipping round the 69 Redline GT, and they lost a couple of seconds. Ever since then, they've just been on the full pace kind of mode, doing 24 lap stints the entire time, just fully pushing. They managed to catch up to Coanda, pass them, and then pulled away, and they're continuing to pull away as things stand with 11.5 hours to go. Interesting to see if that continues to be the case, or if Coanda now start to just pull them back ever so slightly with 3-time winner of this race, Josh Rogers.
Rogers has been mighty quick these last 2 stints. He's had relatively fresh tyres, but I think he's absolutely in his zone, trying to match and catch Apex Racing Team. Trying to match, doesn't need to catch IRS right with Team Redline Purple here. 4th stint on those tyres for the BMW. These must be some really friendly conditions if he's still keeping up, and everyone has decided on that being the most competitive strategy. Prototypes diving one way, diving the other. Got to be careful here. At the outside he goes, and Redline will have to hold that inside, but it took a couple corners longer than it should have, and I think that's what that sharp swerve and that flash of the headlight means.
Yeah, that was if you're gonna go by me, just go by me and let me race again, because that definitely took longer than it needed to, probably on both their parts if we're gonna be fair about it. But the P2 really didn't do a very good job of clearing the Redline car nicely there, and it just created a lot of chaos, and it probably helped both of them up far more than it needed to.
These two are stuck together in GTD, but the leaders aren't. There's been a little bit of a gap emerge between RHE Esports, PGZ Motorsports. Is that going to close up, Or is that a gulf that could continue to grow? This is sort of making true the speculation we had a little while ago. If RAG had the opportunity here, is it to their advantage to try to drop the 114? Or do they still want to have that buddy, that partner, deeper into this race and try to settle it for the win in the final couple hours rather than early here? The answer is I don't see any hint of RAG trying to help PGZ catch. There's 1.5 seconds between. Traffic gonna traffic for both of these teams, and that could slow up RAG here as the two prototypes trying to get past through the infield.
Yeah, this is going to slow up RAG without question. Whether it brings the 114 into slipstream range is another problem. But very good driving there from the 88 of Mandanak there to let those two cars through. There is an art to being a GT car. It's not all about the prototypes making their way through, and it's not all luck when you're in GT car in terms of losing time. There is a good way to do it and a bad way, and that was a very good example of a good way to do it from Valentin Mandanak by the looks of things. His first stint in the car, and I just wonder if he's got a tiny bit of a pace advantage over Pablo Arujo at this stage, or indeed if it is purely down to the traffic. I think this is coming up to the end of the second stint now for Arujo, so he's still got 4 to go. He's got to pace himself here, or 3 to go after this one. Either way, he's doing 6 stints, and then Govankini's getting into the end. Not the most ideal way to do this race, in my opinion. It's working out all right for them at the moment.
Came back down to 1.1 seconds on the banking. The speeds, slipstream really should go back a little bit further than a second. At the kind of speeds they're doing, the length of the straightaways that happen to have banking in them, but it's not quite happening. Prototype in between, bridge the gap a little bit, but again, that's out to 1.4 seconds, and I think without any slipstream, RAG and Mandanak seem to be a little quicker through the infield, a little quicker through the bus stop, and this is definitely one to keep our eye on, because you would have put equal odds on the 88 versus the 114 for the win in class here. The way that they'd been stuck together for hours and hours and hours, and now more bad traffic for PGZ is going to expand that out. Urano come out of the pit lane side by side with them, and Arroyo always taps them along through the corner. Arroyo is going to be maybe a little frustrated with this. It's on the third stint of the tyres right now for PGZ, and that Urano car that's come out of the pit lane, Sebastian Smalenbach, is on brand new tyres, and that's why he's always pushing him along.
Yeah, first of all, there was a big mistake from that P2 car that through the first corner there that really set the PGZ driver back probably 3 or 4 tenths alone. And then, yeah, when you get these cars on vastly different tire strategies like we have now, this is really the point in time where wires can get crossed, and it's so easy for a driver to just simply underestimate what kind of tire life the other driver has. So this is really a danger zone for the PGZ team here, I think.
Moment, I think that Mercedes-AMG Urano car is 2 laps down to their class leader. That you're hoping they could execute good pace on those new tyres to get back to only a lap down. What kind of aggression are we going to see trying to get their lap back from Schmalenbach?
This is what you mentioned earlier about...
So just cut you off there, but if he's got pace, then it's in PGZ's benefit to let him go and maybe follow him to catch up. If Schmalenbach's got the pace, if that's a clean Mercedes and the new tyres are going to work performance-wise. So both of them got to see exactly what kind of speed the other one's got based on, do Urano want to try to get that lap back? Do PGZ want to roll over and let them take it and see if that'll tow them up to the lead again? It's not quite looking like it's going to happen like that way.
No, yeah, you're absolutely right, and it goes back to what we were talking about earlier about people in your own class in terms of lap traffic being more difficult than those in other classes, because you've got those coming through maybe to unlap themselves, although that was quite a dive bomb on the Mercedes there, which they're not going to be best pleased about. But those trying to unlap themselves is always very much a grey area. You know, can you be quite quick enough to get away and not be in the way of the leaders when you're on new tyres like this. That really is the big question, especially when you're a couple of laps down like this. But in the same way, getting through on this second place car might be of benefit to Ruho, because as you say, you can work with him to get up to the leader. So you never really know quite what to do, and it is a massive grey area. But for the moment, the 90 is not able to get through, and will remain a couple of laps down, and looks like almost lost the slipstream with a bad run through traffic.
I don't know about you, Ewan, but whenever I encounter a situation like that where I'm maybe closer to the front than the car that's coming out around me, but he has fresh tires, I'm always so hesitant to let him by, simply because you don't know exactly what his pace is going to be. You don't know why he's 2 laps down in a race like this. It could have been for something minor, or it could be that his pace just isn't there. So it's a big risk to let him by and try to get you back up towards the leader. But at the same time, how else are you going to get back up towards that R8G eSport car in front of you?
I've got to say, people aren't often unlapping me. That's the thing with that. But no, I think you're absolutely right. It is a risk at the same time. It's a very difficult situation.
Interesting strategy and such playing out for the GTD lead, tantalisingly in the balance for 1.5 seconds. Here's an interesting looking machine. Left side inertia, right side Vendaval. Is it an inertia Val or a Vendnertia? They're working together for this number 24 entry. They're being hotly pursued by the number 64 Sim Inc. Satellite Racing. These are two of the cars that kind of did get in the way between the GTD machines there and cost a little bit of time to the Urano Mercedes. And obviously, because they didn't want to wait, they're in a battle here, and that's always dangerous when a couple of cars that are close together for position, you're catching them or they come up in your mirror. And they're almost trying to stay on the slipstream of your overall leader, the 99. There is a lap between the race leader. There's 2 laps between the race leader and this battling duo, but provides a little bit of excitement in the middle of a long race.
Yeah, and battles like this can really sort of wake you up just a little bit, especially if it's been a while since you've been battling someone for sort of meaningful track and meaningful position. It really sort of re-energizes you when you're in the middle of the night, in the middle of your stint, and then suddenly you're in this really close battle. You're weaving in and out of GTD cars, and it really does just give you that little bit of jolt that sometimes you need.
I love looking at the age of the tyres anytime you have a battle like this on track, just to try to get a gauge of, is this a real and true battle? Who do I think is going to have the upper hand as it plays out? Tyres 13 laps old for Inertia Vendaval Sim Racing, and 60-something for Satellite Racing, and a GTD car Inertia Vendaval managed to put between them is pretty important, because now no slipstream for Satellite Racing. 24 has a slipstream off the race leader, one of the most competitive cars in this division. I asked them on Facebook what's the proper portmanteau for the team, and apparently Vendnertia is difficult to pronounce with a Finnish accent, but Inertiaval, very easy. So it's an Inertiaval.
I like it.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not quite as obvious as the BS Turner car, I think it is, which is a full-on kind of split down the middle, especially livery-wise. It's almost, there it is, almost a love it or hate it kind of job. I quite like it, actually. But
I will say they did a much better job on the split livery than the BAR did in 2000.
You mean you can't just take 2 entirely unmatching schemes and by painting a zipper down the middle, join them?
I think the zipper made it worse. Let's be honest here.
You're right. I think you're right.
It was so cartoony, and that little thing on the nose with the silver was just so dumb looking.
I don't remember this at all.
We got lazy and stacked on a couple of kilos across the winter and can't fully zip up the livery. There's a little bit that hangs out. This stripe is a lot better for BS Turner. Turner on the left, BS on the right. I think there's no scene for Inertia Val. They've literally just smacked the left-hand side livery and the right-hand side livery and split it kind of down the middle.
BS Turner, by the way, since we're looking at them, kind of in this everlasting battle with Core Sim Racing, which doesn't seem to want to end at the moment, really. And another one of those pairs of teams that are very happy to just ride with each other at the moment, really. They're not that interested in overtaking one another. And why would you be? As we get all a bit wrong through the bus stop, and this is going to be a big problem for the 96 now.
Could be a slowdown for the BS car as well. They're a bit ugly through the bus stop, kicking up the dust. Everyone lucky, I think, to stay off that nasty curb at the third apex. You're going to see BS drop back. Core definitely gotten ahead here. No hint of a slowdown from having cut the course for BS there, but definitely wasn't the line they would have wanted to have taken.
And of course, Coanda had a face full of it during that little excursion there. The number 2 car probably had a little bit more happening in front of him than he really wanted through there.
Always got to be prepared for that. A bit of tension. The commentary booth right now. Dissenting opinion.
Yeah, that is a very controversial opinion that you need to put on air, Ewan.
Okay, well, I'll just like to...
Sorry, just replay up top right now where we're looking. So, whoa, there is the...
Bit of tunnel vision, maybe.
How is that not a slowdown for BS Turner?
They got away with
it. Core were very nice to them, but they might have been distracted by one of the prototypes barreling down the inside, and then there was some prototypes behind all that, thinking, oh, which way am I going to go when these BMWs are off the track and trying to rejoin?
Yeah, absolutely. When these prototypes, you think it's easy to kind of just focus on your own car and whatever, but when you've got prototypes flying down the inside, it's surprisingly easy to get drawn in to their levels of grip. And obviously, when you're in a GTD, you don't have that, so that kind of thing can happen. But BS Turner certainly got away with one.
You were talking about your wrong opinion.
Yes. Sorry. I did have to. I did have to Google it because I'm not sure what year that BIR was in. It was running, but I'm pretty sure that might well have been running before I was alive. So I haven't seen it before, but I don't think it's that bad. I've seen worse.
I didn't see it in period on account of being 4 years old and unable to program a VCR to record for 11 p.m. when F1 was on, but.
So I was 9 or 10 years old, and I'm Canadian, so I was a big fan of Jacques Villeneuve in Formula One because he was the Canadian world champion. And I remember watching the unveiling. I'm just appalled seeing it live, like going, that has got to be the ugliest car. Because the thing is, the other, like the 2 liveries that make it up look so good. Like, because at the launch, it was like they had this white with red, like Thunderbird almost feathers on the side pod, and then the blue 555 looked like the Subaru rally cars, and then they both looked so good. And then they got to the first race, and there's both liveries on the car with the stupid zipper with by the way, there's like a point where there's like a radio antenna going up on the nose, and instead of just going over the radio antenna, it goes around the radio antenna, so it makes it look like they couldn't even afford a decent zipper on it. It just looks so dumb.
Oh, I'm with you. Both of the individual liveries looked pretty good because they were so simple and clean. One of them was just a gorgeous blue with those yellow gold highlights that were so famous in Subaru World Rally and to great success. And the other one, pretty cool, red and white. Red race cars always look good, and you're right, had this sort of wings motif on it as well. Individually, simple, beautiful liveries. Put together, they made a pretty incoherent, too many colours, too many shapes mess. And all of that cigarette sponsorship money, and it just goes to show money can't buy taste.
No. Well, I will concede that the zip thing is that, well, the zip's not terrible, but the fact that it doesn't go all the way to the bottom is strange. I don't know what that's all about, but no, I've seen worse. I don't think it's that bad. Lewis McGlade also, who's supposed to be sleeping probably since he's on in 5 hours' time, is also giving me some grief about this now. So I'm going to keep my unpopular opinions to myself, I think, for the next 5 hours.
You learnt the lesson. Don't share your opinions. No.
That's what I'm here for.
This is a space where we can. There's no wrong answers. Only learning experiences.
Apart from then there is. But no.
So 11 hours, 16 minutes to go in this one. Still watching Core Sim Racing and BS Turner as they navigate their way through the bus stop. Which was the scene of some excitement not long ago for these two, and also the scene of a swap. Core Sim Racing getting ahead for 9th place. This is the two that we saw quite aggressively bump drafting earlier, wasn't it? I haven't seen a whole lot of that of late. It did seem like for the first 6 hours everyone was bump drafting everyone around Daytona. Didn't seem to cause too many accidents. Is this bump here? Yeah, just a little bit of a bump on the tri-oval for a little bit. But yeah, it was very much in vogue thing to be doing.
And all it's going to take is one massive incident from this later on in the race, and then nobody will ever do it again. But while we're watching it, at least, it's definitely an exciting tactic. And if I'm the front car, I'm always going to be just slightly nervous when it happens, no matter what. Like, to be fair, I'm an open wheel driver, so I'm not used to it. I'm not one of the NASCAR drivers who can drive around Talladega or Daytona and do that type of thing for 2 hours. But I'm always so nervous about having that bump draft in back.
I don't think I've ever had a higher heart rate than my first ever real world motorsport race, and someone's coming up in the mirror and I'm driving an MX-5 and there's not many other MX-5s in the series, and there's an MX-5 coming up behind me in the mirror and he keeps coming I'm like, he's about to bump me, isn't he? And yeah, that was I was like, just gonna hold the wheel straight, and if I die, it wasn't my fault.
Yeah, it's so unnerving. I've got to say, I really, really don't. I wouldn't do it myself. I'll put it that way. Behind someone else, it's just sitting behind at this kind of distance and lifting off is fine enough for me. But now BS Turner are going to go for the bumping, just as you said. They haven't been doing it for a while, and that was ringing true. They've decided they're listening in and want to prove us wrong, and so they're pushing each other over the tri-oval now. But yeah, it's always dangerous, especially when you get into this. Look how close they are now. You think the margins for error there are so small. If you brake it a tiny bit late, you're literally already on the back of the car in front. So if you're a fraction too late, then you're into the back of the car in front. You've damaged yourself and you've ruined someone else's race. So yeah, it's far too risky in a race like this for me. But these guys obviously know what they're doing, and so they've decided that it's the norm these days.
Well, it's like there's 40-something splits and Ewan O'Leary's not in this one.
Yeah,
but that's also the thing, Ewan, is that the Turner Motorsports car and the second car has always been fairly good so far about letting off the gas early on into turn one. But do you think that they're going to be quite that nice when it comes down to 1 hour, half an hour to go? I think that they're going to start pushing it, and we could see a big incident later on in this race.
Interesting bit of traffic management from Core there as they came through the infield, holding the left-hand side all the way, not going to let any prototypes dive down the inside. It's like, you wait till you get on that banking and the horsepower and straight line speed difference does it for you. So yeah, interesting. They're trying to dictate terms to prototypes. Prototypes are faster, but the GTs are heavier and potentially a bit sturdier. So I do think that Oscar Urena in the Core Sim Racing BMW can be in a position to dictate terms.
And now we've got some P2s, sorry to burst in here, but we had some P2s doing some bump drafting down the straight line, and we actually had two P2s overtake a third P2 using the bump draft. So that tells you how aggressive these drivers are, being even with 11 hours and change still to go in this race.
We saw some onboards earlier on in the broadcast of some of the drivers who were doing the bumping as BS Turner are going to get down the inside and take ninth away from Core. I think that might have been almost a little rehearsed. Core were very loosey-goosey, squirrely off of turn one. Kind of offered that up to BS Turner to lead. I think that might be the quicker way to go about things. At a point I was going to go somewhere. Oh yeah, some of those LMP2 groups starting to close up again. Obsidian Racing and Marla are back together, which is one of the... Well, it ended in a lot of smoke and maybe just a tiny bit of tears last time they were together at the West Horseshoe. And Inertia Val and Satellite Racing still together as well. So do not need to worry about everyone getting too spread out and there being no battles in this one, the way we're going at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the most interesting one is certainly Obsidian versus Marla, since since we had them coming into contact at the West Horseshoe during the last stint. There's going to be some scores to be settled there. I'm not saying they're going to crash into each other again, but they're certainly going to remember that. Racing drivers don't forget, and so we're certainly going to see a bit of that. But just to go back to the bump drafting thing, just a brief moment. I think it just shows that evermore, we talk about it all the time, but evermore 24-hour races really aren't endurance races anymore. They're full-on sprints. You've got to go for it. You've got to be, I don't want to say full-out aggression for 24 hours, but you certainly have to be on top of your game for 24 hours. You can't have a bad stint or two because you'll be miles away. You will be, and so bump drafting is almost necessary. If everybody else is doing it, you've got to as well. And the days are gone, in my opinion, especially with this new LMP2. The days are gone where these Daytona 24 hours are going to be won by 3 laps. Also, like Commander did in 2020, we saw 3 cars on the lead lap, 3 cars within a minute at the end of last year's race. I wouldn't be surprised to see even closer here this year. Those days where big margins between these cars, even at a short circuit like Daytona, are in the past now, and it's fine margins separating these long races.
So GTD update, the Biela Lamborghini that just came out of the pit lane, you saw it in some of the shots there, is for position with 9th and 10th here. So Sven Haase, he's one I rating over 10k, hoping that he could maybe catch and join this slipstream train. I'm not sure a Lamborghini can quite so comfortably bump draft a BMW without lifting up the rear axle. I'm going to be hoping to catch these guys. And at the leader GTD, look at that, the gap now out to 4.6 seconds between RHE and PGZ. It's once the horse is out of the paddock, that's starting to enlarge that gap. Reading from, getting an update in the YouTube chat. And thank you to everyone who watching, trying to stay in touch and feeding us little bits of information and just along for the ride, enjoying the broadcast, that maybe they are going to swap out Pablo Arroyo a little earlier and hope that Gervin Keeney can then bridge that gap to keep the 114 in the battle. Still, this is going to get potentially spicy in LMP2. Obsidian Racing and Marla Racing team, no love lost here, in the words of Andrew Kinsella. Maybe there was a little bit of a red mist from Marla not so long ago.
Yeah, and they're right back together again. I think that was a little bit of pit strategy has brought them back together on this track right now. But Obsidian back in front of the Mala car once again, which was, of course, what led to the little bit of squabbling, a little bit of bargy that we saw earlier. So I'm sure that after that, especially when we have these teams, the teams will be communicating just who's behind them, and so the drivers will know exactly who's around them, and there'll probably be some take a little bit of extra caution around this driver and this team just for the next little while, and there probably will be a little bit less cooperation between these two, at least for the next little while.
And only 10 seconds up the road to 4th place as well, which is the Williams Esports BenQ car. The Marla Racing team machine here, crewed by Williams Esports, so they could do a little bit of a pincer movement here. And I imagine Marla would like to catch their teammates, because slipstreaming off of Obsidian, trying to work together with Obsidian, maybe hasn't worked for them. Their teammates might be the way to go. It's just out of the pit lane, and is that 2 new tyres for the number 15, so they're on their outlap just ahead of this battle. Looking at my timing screen, and a reminder once again, RaceSpotTV/timing. 6th through to 11th in GTD is all battles at the moment. You've got 2 cars for 6th, 2 cars for 8th, 2 cars for 10th. You know, we say 18,000 drivers or something for this year's iRacing Daytona 24. You take that many drivers, you take the creme de la creme into the top split here. The margins are always going to be so fine when you take a huge set of drivers and then narrow it down into a little sliver, a little segment.
Hands down, the most competitive field that we've had in the Daytona 24 on iRacing here. And you can even see it in the misfortune that's befallen Team Redline in this race. In so many years past, small mistakes and small things like that, it'll cost you maybe a lap, and that'll cost you maybe 5 or 6 places. Here it'll cost you 10, maybe even 15 places. So it really shows just how competitive all of these drivers and all these cars are.
I'm with you on that. In past years, if you were 6 hours into the race and you were 2 laps down, you'd think, well, things could happen, you know, and if you take, you know, a couple tenths every lap out of your competitors, if you've got some good strategy to take a couple more tenths out, things get a little testy between Mercedes-AMG Urano and Marla, who dived down the inside of the bus stop in the small picture as Apex Racing Team pit in the big picture. Yeah, you thought, you know, well, 18 hours left in this race, you could get a lap back, you could get 2 laps back. This doesn't seem like a year or a field where getting a lap back is going to happen. Getting a lap back on just pure pace and reliability and consistency and, you know, luck. This does not look like it's going to happen in 2022.
No, it doesn't seem to be that way, really, and it hasn't been for a little while now, really. As I said, especially since this LMP2 has been introduced, the races have been very close. Well, the race last year was very close, and so yeah, it's just continuing.
4 fresh tyres and a fresh driver for the Apex Racing Team 99 as well, by the way, who comes out immediately behind the battle that we already had our eyes on. Michele Constantini taking over Apex 99. He's going to have grip galore, but of course he's going to need to measure that out carefully and control his slip angles. But, well, how quickly is he going to be able to get around this battle for 5th? They will have the blue flags at Marla and Obsidian. Purely advisory, though, just to let them know that the overall leader is there. I reckon for Apex, you wait for the front stretch for this one if you are trying to get past the traffic that they're going to catch up to as well. GTD.
But one thing I do want to draw your attention to here, David, is just in front of this battle with Obsidian and Mala, that's the number 2 car of, the number 18 car of Martin Kroenke. So it's almost to the point now where Michele Constantini is going to be 1 full pit cycle ahead of the cars behind. My timing was mistaken. Never mind. Scratch all of that. Live broadcast. My timing did not update properly. But yeah,
definitely
go ahead.
Interesting what we see on screen here, because Marla bump drafting Obsidian didn't really let Apex close up as much as they would have liked. And then the cars in 5th and 6th, how quickly are they going to catch that currently 2nd place running machine of Martin Kroenke in the VRS Coanda 18? Traffic in the infield is one of the Biela Euronics cars. No trouble for the prototypes. Pure Sims Lamborghini there. This is worth watching, I think, because you've got 5th and 6th battle in prototype sandwiched with currently, as they run 2nd and 3rd, but really net lead battle in front and behind them. It'll get interesting how the drivers behave in the traffic here, how aggressive the different drivers feel they need to be. All the 4 cars, all the 4 teams have got different goals here, and that could lead to some friction.
Yeah, it certainly could with all these cars in kind of different situations, really. But I don't really think that Marla are looking to overtake Obsidian at the moment, which is the kind of relief for everybody. And I don't think, by the looks of things, that they really want to get through on this lap car either. Everybody kind of doesn't quite know what to do, and there's a lap car coming up as well. This is not where you want to be as a GT at all. The Mercedes very much puts itself out of the way of this lot, because there's 4 cars here, 3 of them on 3 different laps. That's the 17 car at the very front of the train, all the way down in, goodness, where are they? Well, I can't find them. They're a long way down. But anyway, and you've got the 99 in there, the net race leader, and you've got these 2 battling cars that are 1 lap down. So yeah, it's all very messy, and I wouldn't want to be part of this at the moment, really.
I love how the headlight flashes. It's a lot like the car horn. How you do it, when you do it, gives a lot of meaning to it, because you can press a car horn to mean hello, you can press a car horn to mean the traffic light's gone green, and you can press a car horn to mean unbroadcastable expletives, and it's all the one button. Same with the headlight flashes there. You saw leader of this pack here flashing their headlights at the GTD, saying there's a lot of prototypes coming here, and you also saw Apex flashing their headlights, and I'm not sure what they meant by that. Was it you 3 up in front of me? What are you doing? Or was it at Obsidian and Marla saying, I need to lap you guys. I'm battling for position with the car that's right in front of you guys, and you guys are a lap down of me. So, it'll be so interesting what happens here. That's your GTD, second place on the right there with PGZ, and they lost the slipstream to the lead by getting a bit of a bad hand dealt to them through the traffic. It maybe happens again as there's 4 prototypes to steam down the inside of them in turn number 1. And these prototypes are close enough to each other that when Coanda go down the inside of a GTD, Obsidian can follow through, Marla can follow through, Apex can follow through. When 4 cars flying in formation like this catch you as a GTD, it's presumably very tough.
Yeah, definitely a tough situation for any GT traffic, because you're not really ever thinking that 4 drivers are coming. It's very difficult to try and find a way to let these 4 prototypes by without actually losing anything. The best place is on the banking, like right here, down into the bus stop. That's probably
on the left there gets that easy treatment as you talk about it.
Yeah, but the other thing that I want to say is imagine being Michele Constantini right here. You just barely get into the car, and then suddenly you're in this battle with 2 cars on it, or 3 other cars, 2 of which are battling for position. 1 car leading the train that's not even battling for that position, but doesn't seem to want to get out of the way. This is probably the worst case scenario for Michele Constantini just getting into the car here.
Ah, there he goes. Oh,
that was a send.
Wow. Very impressive, though. And he might have cleared all 3 here. And he has.
Amazing
wow,
move.
what a move.
What is Coanda going to do here now? Obsidian have decided, we want to follow Apex, not you. If that's what's going on, side by side of the King, tough to do, kicking up a little bit of the grass. Lets you know that Obsidian really want that lap back, and Coanda don't want to give it up. This was one of those zones for Obsidian where they got themselves into a bit of trouble, and Marla got themselves into a bit of trouble trying to do this kind of thing earlier on. Wow. Does that almost deserve a replay of that Apex move?
It was very good. It was very, very good indeed. Obviously, there's a bit of cooperation from all these guys. That wouldn't happen if these 4 were
Leroy Jenkins before he went for it.
He should have done. But yeah, for sure there's some cooperation there with Marla and Obsidian.
Obsidian
then you can see
start bumping Coanda, and Coanda decide, actually, no, I don't want any of that. If that's what you're going to do behind me, you go.
Yeah, I don't think that is the Coanda car, by the way. That is
not. That is Race Clutch, I believe.
Oh,
17. Yeah. So either way, yeah, that car didn't really want any part of it either, as Martin Cronke is in. and Obsidian just getting the slipstream there. But yeah, it was very, very impressive. One thing in GTD, by the way, I will just say, the 114 PGZ Motorsport, they've changed their strategy slightly. They were going to have Pablo Arujo do 6 stints in that car and then Govanchini take over to the end. When he's managed 3, lost the lead, and then he's and now he's out of the car. Govanchini's in, but we've got big news at the front of GTD, because we're hearing RAG might have run out of fuel here. The overall race lead is in GTD.
Very slow on the banking right
going
now.
very slow.
Can they make it back to pit lane is the question. No way.
They're on the apron. That is super slow. The pit entry, I'm pretty sure, is still 300, 400 meters away, but they are doing walking pace. What is the speed for Valentin Mandanach? He is currently 46 kilometers an hour, 44 kilometers an hour, 43 kilometers an hour. He wouldn't get done for speeding in a school zone, the speed he's doing in that Lamborghini right now, and this is costing them bulk time. This is going to cost them 30 seconds, 40 seconds, maybe up to a minute. Come on, hold down the starter button, Valentin. You can do it. You can make it. Avoid the tow hook. He's not going to get to the box at this rate. He's running out of steam.
He's gone.
And he's called for the tow truck. That is mega for RAG Esports. The only time anyone had broken out a lead in GTD and they run out of fuel. Do you think the fact that they were flying solo maybe contributed to that higher fuel consumption and they just didn't calculate for it?
Yeah, but even then, his team, it can't just be on the driver as well. It's we got to say at this level, he's likely got a team working with him, and the team should have been on the radio saying, like, counting him down the laps that he needed, and because he didn't just run out like close to the pits. He ran out well back, probably nearly coming out of the bus stop. So that is a substantial amount of fuel to have missed on that one.
Well, I want to kind of find out were they like really saving fuel for the rest of that lap? You know, did they miss the pit lane? Did they know about it, and were they saving like horrifically throughout the rest of that lap, or was that a pure miscalculation? That will be my question, as they dropped down outside the top 15 by a long way.
If you knew you were going to run out there, you just cut the bus stop. Did they take the bus stop? Either way, I mean, that is a horror situation for RAG. From the race lead, look at that. Currently P15. They lost a lot of time. They lose a little more getting the tow hook attached to bring them to their pit stall. Fuel goes in. Car fires up again. Back out. Currently P9. All right. We'll see exactly how much that may have cost for RAG 88 when the pit cycle comes through. So PGZ did take their stop 2 laps ago. BMW TBS competition probably due a stop at the end of this one. We're going to learn. They were 4 or 5 seconds ahead of PGZ. There goes PGZ.
And that's the other thing that really puzzles me, David, is that for this entire race, RAG and PGZ have been hitting on the same lap time after time after time. And then suddenly PGZ went pitted, and then RAG went 1 lap further, then 2 lap further, then tried to make it almost a 3rd lap further. So that's a long way to try and make it on fuel.
Yeah, I think PGZ might have gone 1 lap early, trying to get Govanchini back in the car, which is what they did at their stop. And I mean, it defies comprehension exactly how you end up so short of fuel. I mean, coughing and spluttering on the pit lane, maybe coughing coming out of oval turn 4, but the car couldn't make it. They were on the apron the whole way through oval 3 and 4. I mean, they're not even, quarter of a lap short. I mean, they're like half a lap short, almost a whole lap short on the fuel there. BMW Team BS competition are in, and it sends Spira SimSport green to the lead. They did cut the bus stop as well. I'm just looking back here. RAG cut the bus stop, and still didn't make it to pit in. That is so short. Like, it defies comprehension. They must have missed pit entry the previous lap.
You'd certainly think so, and I mean, risking it at this stage in the race with one, the risk versus reward here is so. The maths is just not. It just doesn't compute, because why would you push so hard? Why would you risk so much just to go one extra lap on fuel? Okay, it gives you a small strategical advantage, but for the amount of risk that they just went through, and obviously they came out on the wrong side of it, you just wouldn't do that. Risk running out of fuel coming out the bus stop, because as you mentioned, that's a long way. You're over a mile from the pit lane exit or pit lane entry, excuse me. So. You just wouldn't do that. So I totally agree. For me, that is certainly a miscalculation, and somebody's clearly forgotten to tell the driver to come in, and it does happen. You think at this kind of level that it shouldn't happen, but it's 3 a.m. in mainland Europe at the moment, where that team is based, or at least where it's registered, I suppose, and people are getting tired, including those not driving.
Valentin Mandinac, it says, is Team France. And that's CET, that's GMT +1 at the moment.
Yeah.
In winter, yeah, I'm +10.
Yeah. It's always difficult, isn't it? I hate daylight savings. Who knows what time it is anyway?
Andrew, if I've crunched the numbers, and what do we think?
It's about a minute and 40 seconds, David, that RAG lost to PGZ. So that's how far they are behind them now. And
they came out
PGZ
near each other on pit lane because RAG were a whole lap down.
Yeah.
So now you're now net leaders, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's disastrous for RAG. To put it in perspective, RAG had pulled out maybe a 5-second gap on PGZ before that pit stop over the course of 12 hours, and now they're basically a minute and 40 behind that PGZ Motorsports car.
I don't want to be just some memeing trend follower here, but it causes me emotional damage to think about it. They'd run in formation for 12 hours together. RAG break a gap, manage to extend it. They've got their hand on the GTD lead like no one had all race up until that point. And they miss pit lane and run out of fuel and need the tow truck and end up a whole lap down. I mean, it's like no one has had less pressure than RAG was under for the race lead there. And something has just they will be kicking themselves, like, no doubt. There will be a couple choice French words and some sad faces there, I think.
But it's like we discussed right at the top of when we took over. This is the time that mistakes like this creep in, and I think we just saw probably the biggest mistake of RAG esports, at least so. Not just their Daytona 24 hours, but maybe even their season, and it was just a simple miscalculation.
Wow. So back to looking at 5th and 6th in LMP2, the only battle we've currently got wheel to wheel in LMP2. A lot of the other ones playing out sort of at distance through the strategy, at least between leading Apex and Josh Rogers in the number 2 VRS Coanda Simsport. Obsidian Pablo Lazar leading Arthur Lehook in the Marla Racing Team prototypes. And that is Race Clutch in the no livery submitted behind them, number 17. Following in the great tradition of VRS Coanda Simsport number 8, it's actually number 2. Race Clutch number 17 is actually number 15. And that's because 15 was taken by
Williams?
Yeah. I know, sometimes there's a domino effect here.
Yeah.
One team ends up with a number that another team wanted that displaces the second team. BS turnaround in turn number 1, GTD car in the runoff. Take a look back at that one, I'm sure, no doubt. One of the cars that we were watching because they were battling closely with Core recently, if you remember. Yeah, you sometimes get a domino effect. One team steals one car's number, steals the next, steals the next, steals the next. particularly if the number is lower than 30 or 40. Here's the replay. BS Turner, the rear just gives way in towards turn 1. Feeling the pressure from Team Red Line, obviously. Your leaders have to be a little careful. Good stuff to use reverse gear there, actually. Very heads up from BS Turner, being driven by Yaltine at the moment. And they are just getting to the end of their third stint on those tyres, and it just kind of looked like the rears were less than pleased.
Yeah, he kind of half went to rejoin the track in the middle of a big battle there, didn't he? I think and then realised what he was doing and decided that reverse gear was a better idea. And we certainly don't want to see the face of the front of the race changed by something like that. But yeah, just a simple spin really can have pretty disastrous consequences when you rejoin like that. But thankfully, it was all okay in the end, and yeah, they can all continue. But that car at the moment, the BS Turner car, is got the lowest fuel out of pretty much everybody in GT, because we're waiting on a pit stop from them. It really, in the next, if they go 5 laps, 5 more laps, I'd be very, very surprised. It's very much in the next 5 minutes or so that they'll be into the pit lane, and I'm sure we'll see that battle with Course Sim Racing resume soon.
But I gotta say, guys, if you're Michele Costantini, you gotta be thinking, what on earth is going on in this race right now? He comes out, he's in a battle with 3 other cars, sends it down the inside into turn 1. Then a few laps later, a car is nearly rejoining right in front of him. Fortunately, it doesn't, but he's got to have had a minor heart attack there. And then we just saw on screen he's getting bump drafted by the Obsidian car going through the tri-oval. So he's got to be thinking at this point, like, what does it take to just have a little bit of quiet time here, guys?
It's endurance racing. It's multi-class endurance racing. There's never a dull moment around the iRacing Daytona 24. Thanks for joining us in 2022. This event going steady since 2015, and at the start of the broadcast, the very start of the race, we had a sort of honor roll, almost, the winners of the different categories throughout the years, and that's what these drivers are racing for, to try to be etched onto that 2022. Here's the look from Michele Costantini. Whoa. Yeah, that is a hard mouth moment. He comes around turn number 1, can't see the BMW there. Will be aware that there is a slow or stopped car somewhere, but as he comes around the corner, suddenly it's off track, facing towards him and rolling. I think, honestly, that could have been horrible, yeah. And Yaltine did everything right in trying to recover from there and with his rejoin.
Yeah, I'm glad he stopped himself when he did, because that is a blind corner, as you've just seen there, blind corner entirely. Costantini won't have had much of an idea of what's happening, because you're right, well, there is a yellow flag there, and he will be notified of that. You don't quite know where that car is going to be unless you've got a spotter who's very much on the ball and very ahead of the game, which will be very difficult to do, especially at this time of day. So he won't have had much idea what was going on there. It will have been a heart-in-mouth moment. I've lost a little bit of time as well. But what I will say about this train is the fact that Obsidian and Marla are behind the race leader at the moment, and they're kind of drafting off the back of Costantini's pace at the moment, and so it's allowing Obsidian and Marla to catch Williams in their battle for 4th.
You're suggesting that Apex Racing are like a mother duck with all their little ducklings in tow.
That's exactly like it.
Because yeah. I enjoy this battle a lot more now that I've got that mental picture.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, it's a very good analogy, actually, because you can see here, and there's about to be a bit of a bump here.
We get the Newton's Cradle, yes! Marla give the bump to Obsidian Racing. Obsidian Racing take the momentum to give Apex Racing Team, your leaders, a little bit of a bump. That is physics in motion. But if it went wrong, it'd be closer to the domino effect. And Race Clutch are pretty happy to be part of this as well. Almost looking to get involved with Marla there. I see Race Clutch looking around, looking one way, looking the other. Right up behind Marla. There's a GTD car we haven't spoken a whole lot about, and I don't think I've even seen a whole lot of. It's the Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC 75, Marvin's Trail at the moment. we've got so many teams in this top split here with creme de la creme, as they say, of the sim racing world, but with a tie-in with real world motorsports. So you've got the Mercedes AMG Urano cars, you've got the Team BMW cars, you've got Timo Bernhard Sim RC tie-in there. That's only scratching the surface of it. What else have we still got?
We've got the Turner cars, of course, from the real world.
Yes.
Bringing in, yeah, it's fantastic to see the real world teams kind of taking an interest. I know that obviously the pandemic has kind of forced that almost, but it's still great, and we're seeing all kinds of different teams form now. As you mentioned, the BMW Team BS competition, for example, BMW Bank we had earlier on in the race. Unfortunately, they're out now, taking a couple of previous race winners in terms of drivers out of our race for 2022. But we've got teams like from the real world, Mercedes AMG, Team Urano, Mercedes Williams. We've got Team 75 Bernard there, with kind of fused together with the sim racing team in Sim RC. So all kinds of different teams starting to form. And as with regards to what the guys were talking about a little bit earlier on commentary in the second portion of the race, it's becoming harder to start your own team and compete with the very best as it used to be. They used Core Sim Racing and as an example, they were very much at the top of the game, but the team was kind of raided of their drivers by the bigger sides who had big sponsorship, big teams backing them, big drivers in the real world backing them. And it's difficult for those smaller teams now to hold on to their drivers. So I do like seeing the kind of lesser-known teams going toe-to-toe with the very best, as we're seeing in this race at the moment, because it's becoming more of a thing where the top drivers go to the top teams, and it becomes a struggle every year for the smaller teams.
But I do also want to say that it's not just the top split where we have these pro tie-ins. So if you're watching this and you want to get involved in this, but Jimmy, not only is Jimmy racing in fourth split, but he's racing with Romain Grosjean in fourth split. Tony Kanon's in fourth split. So there are drivers from the real world in all sorts of different splits, and you never know what split some of these pro drivers are going to be in.
Last year, in whatever 15th or something split my car was in for the prototypes, we were I can't remember if we got second or third, but we had our wheels absolutely smoked off by former F2 driver whose name escapes me right now. I should have remembered the name before I started this sentence, but yeah, we were down in 14th, 15th split against a French team with ran F2 for 3 or 4 seasons or something.
It'll come to you at a really
the embarrassing
inopportune
thing
moment.
is I'm going to be able to find that result sheet very quickly, because I don't think I've done 10 official races between 12 months ago and now.
Yeah, it's one of those things that will come to you like when you're doing something else and you realise the mistake you made. But no, yeah, it's one of the things that is great about the special event. We were talking about it a bit earlier. I think while the kind of World Championship events and the events where we see the real best against the best kind of things going on, that's all well and good. But for the people at home, while it's impressive to watch those guys go at it at a real pace because they're the best in the world, it's somewhat impersonal because it feels they're so good that it's like I can almost never get there. But here at the Daytona 24 Hours, you can definitely get here. And while it's becoming more difficult year on year to get into the top split and onto our broadcasts here, you can have your own Daytona 24 Hours. And as you mentioned, David, with your team getting second or third, it doesn't matter what split that was in. You still came second or third at a Daytona 24 Hour. And every team, there'll be more than 40 teams in well, I guess 80 if you double it for both classes. There'll be like 80 teams that will be able to say that at the end of this race here tomorrow afternoon.
I give myself too much credit and not enough credit. We finished 6th, but it was 8th split, so...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Floating the results now. Louis Delatraz.
Oh, there we are. Yeah, not bad.
French, so might be.
this battle
Immaterial. It's immaterial, really.
This battle for fourth, by the way, is starting to heat up. Marla Racing Team have just come into the pit lane, so Obsidian and Marla are no longer connected, and the Apex Racing Team has managed to get away from them as well, and indeed pass Williams, I think. But yeah, it's only 2 seconds, so keep an eye on it.
Slight change for that number 10 Marla Racing Team that we were watching amongst this LMP2 drive. It's Kenneth Branson who's going to be driving now. To watch their stablemates, Williams Esports BenQ, and of course your overall leader, Apex Racing Team. Gentlemen, last pit stop for Altus in the GTD field, little on the long side. Do we have any idea why they were a minute 40 stationary? Did they just decide to tick off a little bit of repairs? Was there a problem, like speeding on the pit lane, that would hold them a little extra time?
I don't have anything on that now, but let me go back and look here.
I'm not sure, but what I will say is that pit stop time was quite close to the one of R8G Esports that ran out of fuel, so I wonder, and they came in at almost identical times, so I wonder, in the panic of missing, or in the kind of amazement we were watching the GTD lead change in front of our eyes, did we miss Hours of Daytona doing the same thing? I'm not entirely sure, and I think they might have told us.
It's not their lap time; it's their time in the box that is extended for one of the few running McLarens in this field. Great. This is one of the things as well with going from 3 classes down to 2, is not only does more cars in the 2 divisions mean the racing's more competitive in each division, but it's also freed them up to have more models of car in GTD and balance them pretty well, I think. So we've got the Lamborghinis, BMWs, Porsches, McLarens, etc. And Altus are one of the few McLarens. There's Obsidian pitting. Lazar, I think, has got one more stint at a minimum left in him. He's only done 1 hour 20 in the car at the moment, I think.
I think he got in quite similar time to us, actually. So yeah, he's been in that car most of the time we've been here. I'm expecting him to do the same, but their battle with Marlow, which is going on for a very long time now, is going to continue on the other side of these pit stops, you'd imagine. Or maybe not, because this is quite a short pit stop compared to Marlow.
Yeah, the old fuel only, and yeah, there he is, right, with RSO it is.
I do have the update on
Detective Kinsella has a report.
Altus Esport, there was some damage to the front right corner of that McLaren that was repaired, so it was damage repair for Altus Esports.
Yeah, have to be hurting them pretty significantly if they decided it was worth 30 seconds in the pit lane to fix it, but we are still with a lot of hours left to go in this one, so tidying that all up to hopefully remain competitive to the end. Good strategy, good plan.
Yeah, because if you think about it, it might not be such a good idea in 8 hours' time to repair such small damage for that amount of time, but even if it's costing them 1/10 a lap, or half a tenth a lap, it's worth it at this stage because there's so many to go. There's probably 400 laps on the clock at the moment, so it's worth repairing at this early stage. And if especially if it makes it easier to drive, a little bit less temperamental, definitely worth taking those 30 seconds.
RSO in front of Obsidian here, but not for position. RSO currently running 20th overall, and they go up the banking and let Obsidian right on through. 5th place running Obsidian. So no bump drafting there, very well coordinated. And in the first quarter of the broadcast, we did speak to Manuel Sudau, I think, from RSO 97. We also got the Apex weather report not long ago, and spoke to a couple of those guys from Apex Racing Team across this. I think the door's still open to any drivers in the top split who want to come have a chat with us.
Maybe one thing that Sudal said that was very interesting, I thought, from Team RSO, is the fact that they have a kind of coach to help them mentally going into the car, and doing certain exercises before you get in the car, talking to them afterwards, kind of taking care of them, looking after the drivers and all that kind of thing. And I was just hearing that in the first stint of our broadcast yesterday afternoon, and I was just almost listening in amazement, to be honest, at how far sim racing has come compared to when we first had this Daytona 24 Hours back in 2015. If you think all the way back that far, it's absolutely mind-boggling to think that before you just kind of set out with a group of mates and try and win the race, but now people take it so seriously. There's real-world teams, real-world manufacturers involved. They've got coaches to help them kind of psychologically heading into the car. There's spotters to help them while they're out on the circuit, strategists working behind the scenes. It's a whole
I don't think
team of
anything my
people.
teammates have ever said to me in the middle of an endurance race has helped me psychologically. Like, I don't know about everyone else's team experience, but
I mean, it's how seriously they take it in the top split, though, and a team like Team RSO, have the kind of resources to kind of do that. So I was just listening in amazement, really, at the kind of thing that they were talking about, and how far sim racing has come. Indeed, I know. Obviously, the pandemic has accelerated that slightly, but it's still almost difficult for me to get my head around.
I will say that I have experienced positive coaching during a 24-hour race, and it's mostly, it's okay, your screw up isn't going to affect us too badly. So that is mostly what I've heard so far.
that's yeah. Well, if you take that as positive reinforcement, then it is.
It is not necessarily positive reinforcement, but it is definitely improving my mental state from I just threw away our shot at a win.
So, you got a full BS, you got a half BS, half turner, and you got a Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC here for GTD. You can see, I love some of the camera angles. You're like, oh yeah, black on the left-hand side and blue on the left-hand side. Then you look from the other side and they look the same. I'm enjoying that about the teammates flying in a little bit of formation here. It's their second place car towing around their 10th place car that's in a battle for 11th. So again, interesting inter-team dynamics, inter-lap dynamics, and SimRC are looking down the inside of the bus stop for position, and they are just going to slice their way through. That did look just a touch aggressive, but well timed, and it gets them up into 10th. Now, well, what does the BS car do now that they're towing around their competitors?
Yeah, I think this is definitely an interesting position for that second place car, because obviously they can't be too preoccupied with what's going on behind them, because they're in the better spot in the race compared to his teammate. But at the same time, he's definitely going to do anything he can to help his teammate. But we see the 75 car right around the outside, and then that's going to be it for the battle. The 75 car looks really strong right now.
I think that was BS saying, we don't want you in our sandwich, because the second place car lifted very early, and then the 96 went and bumped SimRC through ahead. And now I think BS have got a plan for formation flying right here, and it didn't involve being bothered by what Marvin Strel and the number 75 were doing. Let's run down both of our classes, how they run at the moment. Give you the full recap of LMP2 and GTD. So in LMP2, again, there's still a little bit of pit stops all through this. It's not a true indication of the strategy adjusted how we think they run, but it's how they are on the board at this moment in time. Apex Racing Team, number 99 in the lead, about 30 seconds clear. VRS Coanda SimSport number 2. That gap's been coming down fractionally from about 32, 33 seconds, but not in leaps and bounds. Still looks good for Apex, ahead of then the VRS Coanda SimSport 18. Williams Esports BenQ, number 15. Obsidian Racing, Marla Racing Team, Inertia Vendaval Sim Racing, Kova, SRC Movano Corsa Rosso, Simming Satellite Racing, Yaz Heat, Pure Sims Esports, T3 Motorsport by Maniti, Race Clutch VRS Coanda SimSport, Drive Dead Racing LMP2, as that's Inertia Val and Apex. Onto the pit lane, yeah it is. I was up to Drive Dead in 16th. In 17th, got Delta Sport, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing 18th, then undercut Team RSO, Wave Italy Racing Team, Energy Sim Sport 77. Those are the cars running in LMP2. Retirements in LMP2 then is Aurus Racing, German Sim Racing by Hetzner, SRC Movano Corsa Viola is our 25 cars in LMP2. Looking at GTD then, that's where we've had all of the excitement I think in the last hour and a half. It was RHG with a little bit of a lead over PGZ, and before that those two flying in formation. Now PGZ leading by 26 seconds from BMW Team BS Competition, then Fira, Viola Racing Team, Team Redline Purple, IRS Infinite Racing Services. RHG Esports down in 7th at the moment, so still inside of the top 10 after losing a lap, running out of fuel. Got Pure Sims Esports in 8th, Core Sim Racing 9th, and Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. We saw them move up into 10th place. There they are on your screen right now, just ahead for position of the BS Turner, split Zebra Turner livery. We've got Logitech G Altus Esports McLaren with some fresh repairs in 12th, Team Redline Blue 13th, Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports 14th, Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports 15th, Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports 16th, so your longest names all there, 14th, 15th, 16th, Team Redline Orange 17th in GTD at the moment, but they've been retired for 4 hours, so it's only a top 16 in GTD running. The retirements then, very sad for the entire nation of Netherlands that the Team 69 has been parked, and we're not going to see Max Verstappen again unless they zombie that car in the final hour back out onto track. Also retired BMW Team Redline Red 71, Team BMW Bank 7, RHG Esports number 8, Apex Racing Team 98, MSI Esports 14, Williams Esports Fanatec 5, Arnage Competition 100, and Was Cookin' Racing Adventures 969. Well, thank you for joining us. Great to have you with us on RaceSpotTV for the iRacing Daytona 24 special event in 2022. David Haynes here with Andrew Kinsella and Ewan O'Leary. Cannot do it without the great cameras, coverage and production of Hugo Lewis, using some of the new Dougie Beard cameras. Thanks to Dougie Beard. Great set of cameras that our producer uses. Yeah, big move from Pure Sims. Yeah, Pure Sims. Trying to get in and amongst this little GTD battle we got going on. They did not want to wait all the way through the bus stop.
No. And this, by the way, most of these cars are actually in a battle for actual track position here. The Team 75 Bernard car has just got through. And the two inseparable BMWs, of course, Sim Racing and BS Turner, are pretty much back together again, separated by the second place car, but not for much longer. There they are, back together once more.
Ooh, so now you've got a Core breaking up the BS sandwich. There's just a tiny bit of a touch there from the Turner BS. Second place, currently leader, diving in the middle here as well. And it's now 2 cars to separate the 89 from the 88, which it seems like they didn't want. So we'll see again how this plays out, especially now it's for position.
Quite a symbolic moment has just happened in the race, by the way, because the Apex Racing team is just coming to the pit lane as we were doing that rundown. Really, we got it in there just in time. They've come out in front of the 18 Commander SimSport car. So while it doesn't mean much in terms of the actual race, it doesn't change anything for the actual teams. It's very symbolic of the fact that Apex Racing team are really going for this. And I was wondering, after a couple of hours, can they keep this up for 24? And with every minute that passes, I start to believe a bit more that they actually can.
That being said, though, Josh Rogers just happened to put in one of his fastest laps of the race, and I believe the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. So they may have gotten in front of one Coanda SimSport car, but the other one certainly is turning up the wick here.
I mean, we mentioned Rogers is able to take a couple tenths of a second out of Constantini on average, and it brought the lead gap down from 32 seconds to 29 seconds or something. That Coanda number 2 is on the pit lane right now, so when they leave pit lane, we'll have, again, a good look at what the gap for the lead is between Apex 99 and VRS Coanda SimSport number 2. Again, some prototypes in the bottom right of your screen there, ducking and diving between our GTD battle. There is Rogers on the lane. He's only been in the car a bit, but based on their tyre strategy, this should be a fuel-only stop for the number 2, so a pretty quick one. Rogers staying in. Yeah, that is the case. And he'll go now. I feel like my time is pretty good on that one. 33 seconds is apparently what it takes to put a full load of fuel into a Dallara P217.
Yeah, and 6 seconds per tyre if they're doing that as well, roughly, from what I've noticed so far. So there we have it. But the gap's under 30 seconds here once more. The pit stops were at almost identical length for the two main teams involved in the race for this lead, the 99 and the number 2. Almost identical pit stop times, but the gap's slowly coming down, I think, for Rogers. I think he's slightly catching Costantini. It's not much at this stage, and they're very much in a big battle, but it's going in the way of Apex Racing Team just for the moment. Coanda, they're not catching too much at the minute. They do have a slight edge, I guess you could say. It's really not much though.
Oh, it's interesting here. You've got the number 18.
Yeah.
Prototype trying to get out from in the middle of the battle between 4th and 5th. Or Obsidian Racing are closing on Williams Esports BenQ at a great speed and roll out of the throttle and get themselves some of them fuel savings. Williams Esports BenQ always diving back down the inside. VRS Coanda as well. 3 prototypes in very tight formation right here. 2 of them battling for position, being the purple machine in the middle of Williams Esports BenQ and Obsidian Racing, who, I guess you call that Obsidian Black. Yes, I guess you have to. So I'll spot through the traffic there as Obsidian have to go around the outside of a Urano Mercedes AMG through the kink. I think going side by side through that part of the track is made easier at the night time here. The slicker the track is, the more the cars have to lift to be able to go safely side by side through there, the more likely it is to end in disaster and frustration as the teams try to not lose speed. Williams trying to keep in the draft of what is currently your second place running prototype.
Might not be able to for much longer, because I don't think it might be in the end of this lap actually. I think it's certainly edging close at this stage, but won't be too much longer. Got to be careful here with the GTs, and it is going to duck down on pit lane right now. Just got to do that in the right way. And Martin Kroenke, 4-time winner of this race in the past, will be diving his way down onto pit lane again.
Yeah, but it's little things like that that really can make the difference over the course of a 24-hour race. Just having that draft and using that draft for that little bit, it just gets you that little bit more and a little bit more. And the good drivers are really good at, while they're making sure that they're hitting their lines, they're maximizing those small opportunities that come up time and time again throughout the course of a 24-hour race. Those are the types of things that, as a driver and the best driver, you're looking for those opportunities to draft from a faster car, to find a way to maximize each decision that you make.
Real Aussie hours in the iRacing Daytona 24 as Dane Warren takes over from Martin Kroenke. The number 18, Josh Rogers, is in the VRS Coanda SimSport number 2. And I'm David Haynes. Sorry, I was just maybe a little too cheesy. Still watching the battle. 4th and 5th. Kamil Grabowski, Pablo Lazar, Williams Esports BenQ versus Obsidian Racing.
I enjoyed it. No, it's certainly not a time that any European should be awake at this stage.
Shane Van Gisbergen's still in the team Red Line Blue, and for the Australian team of Altus Esports in GTD, I don't think they've got any Australian drivers for that lineup. It's Team France driver Raphael Retzag behind the wheel of the 43.
Yeah, one of the few McLarens running well. I feel like the McLaren has not been used very much recently, and it is quite an outdated car in the real world now. But I love seeing it out there. I've got to be honest, it's one of my favourite GT3s. A couple
of the 720S GTD is going to be racing next weekend in the full metal Daytona 24 as well. So interesting to watch. And
you don't often see them in America, do you?
Well, they didn't have much presence in IMSA for quite a few seasons, but lately it's ramped up a little bit. There were a fair chunk for the 2020 Bathurst 12-hour that I attended. iRacing Bathurst 12-hour, and hopefully, fingers crossed, real world Bathurst 12-hour this year.
Bit of a problem with that, though, really, isn't there? There's a bit of a fixture jam up. There's a number of races going on other than the Bathurst 12-hour now. It's been rescheduled for May, but there's a lot of other series going on that weekend. It's a bit of a nightmare for everybody, that one.
We died of heat stroke in 2020. Now I'm going to have to pack all of my hoodies and jumpers and beanies for 2022. It's like 39-40 degrees Celsius for 5 consecutive days. It's camping in the sun, and that's a nice little bump draft there. That's a push and more of a boop, 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 boop. Couple taps, bit of Morse code between Obsidian and Williams.
Every time I see that it just makes me nervous just watching it. I can't imagine what it's like being in that front car and feeling those taps at the back.
It's our feeling, and you hear the engine revs change as well as your speed changes. So, yeah, I mean...
Well, and so many people are on, like, direct drive wheels these days where you feel literally every bump and every bit of feedback through the steering wheel as well. So I can pretty much guarantee you that the driver is feeling it as he's going through. It may not be upsetting your car necessarily, but you feel those multiple taps. And one, like, okay... That's fine, but when you get multiple taps, that's when it's much more likely for a car to get loose. So it makes me nervous. It just does.
Yeah, I don't think the good folk at Dallara designed the front and rear bumpers for that purpose in mind. I think a lot of other considerations go into a LMP2 before. Are these things going to be able to bump draft each other? Probably not advised. In fact, I think do you get black flagged for it in real IMSA competition? I know they had rules about what kind of bump drafting isn't allowed for the global Mazda MX-5 Cup. And the rule is you can do a shot to the bumper, but you can't have sustained bumper to bumper contact as a train, and that's under the IMSA jurisdiction these days. So I wonder, you don't really see anyone do it in the WeatherTech Championship, but I wonder if you would actually potentially get black flagged for it if you tried.
Yeah, I think it's possible. I think one of the NASCAR series bring that rule in as well for the Super Speedway races recently, that you can't. It's the locking onto the bumper, isn't it? Rather than the bumps are fine, but the locking on isn't allowed. I'm not sure which series it's not allowed in, but yeah, I seem to remember that being a thing somewhere. It's a bit of a contentious issue because you're right. It's very helpful, but also there is that risk attached to it, as we've been saying.
I think they tried it for a race, and then they realized that the drivers were just hitting each other too hard now, and it just made everything worse. So I think they quickly abandoned that. But I do remember the rule we're talking about.
Altus Esports, we talked about, they had a slightly longer pit stop, took those repairs, and it appears to have worked for them. They are flying right now. They've caught BS Turner and Core Sim Racing. Last lap for Raphael Retzag, who we right on board with 42.5, compares to a 44.3 44.3 for Core Sim Racing and a 44.3 as well for BS Turner. So a second and a half and almost more faster for this Altus Esports McLaren. They have caught up to and zipped past that shot. Oh,
Look at that fire.
it.
Wow.
Oh, I'm so cozy and comfy right now with that view. They've caught up to and zipped past these guys, and obviously we were looking at BS Turner there. Yaltine knew it, just gave that spot up to Altus Esports, who are more than a second a lap faster right now on first stint of their tyres versus the fourth stint for Turner and Core right now. Careful doing that BMW to McLaren, you'll get your eyebrows singed off.
Yeah. That's
It's so good.
It is. It's absolutely fantastic. It's one of the reasons why the McLaren is my favourite car, or one of my favourite GT3s. The fire that it spits out from the back is fantastic. As the third place, number 9 car gets down the inside of BS Turner, also there. But now the McLaren is very, very fast in a straight line. I seem to remember back when we had the iRacing Endurance Series. It's got to be a few years ago now, isn't it? All the way, all those years ago. It was that car that you'd always have for the first round at Monza. There would be McLarens everywhere at the front of the field. It would be a complete washout, and the BMW Z4s that we had back in the day were terrible at Monza because of their lack of straight line speed. You'd do well. A top 10 was like a victory for anybody running the Z4, and the McLarens were all over the front at Monza, you can imagine that's one of the reasons why it's made a top split race here at Daytona, because, well, it is not as up to date as the BMW M4, which has been in iRacing for a little while now, but it was in iRacing before it was in the real world. The McLaren has been in the real world for a very long time, and so it's a little bit old now, but still dusted off every now and again, and you can be sure that straight line speed advantage is helping them that little bit today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the data for it, and the actual speed traps are very, very much affected by this bump drafting and the slipstream, but highest speed trap speed I've got for the Altus car is 296. The highest speed I can see overall is Team Redline Purple at 301, who must have got a mighty bump draft at the right time for that as well. So
I mean, I could just be wrong.
No, I mean, everything, the whole history of it is, the McLaren's been very strong in a straight line, pulls very well in, 5th and 6th gear and through the lower rev range as well with the turbo V8. So I imagine it's pulling well in a straight line, but as for quite how the gearing is and how that matches up with the power band for peak straight line speed, I'm not so sure on it. McLaren's obviously pulling pretty well in a straight line and entertaining us every time they're off throttle too. Only you and McLaren can prevent forest fires.
Yes. It's really spectacular, isn't it? I remember a discussion back in the day whether it was too much, but it really is like that in real life, that car, or when it was in top level competition anyway.
It really doesn't take that much extra fuel to create quite a flame show. I mean, that's kind of the point. The energy density of race fuel, most fuels, that's not a little bit of it is going to create a big fire.
It should be mandatory, shouldn't it, to have that much? There should be a certain level of fire that you must have at the back of a car like this, because it really is spectacular.
Yeah, you mean like you're suggesting a BOP, a balance of pyrotechnics?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to see that. Yeah.
Second and third, battling each other on the track here in GTD, Team BS competition versus Fire Sinsport Green, and again, you've got to take a look not just at where they are on track, but the state of the strategy play. 121 laps on these tyres so far for Ryan Barneveld in the BMW. 55 laps on the tyres for Mikkel Garde in the Porsche 911 GT3R. That has contributed to Fire catching up. It's going to contribute to the Fire Porsche being able to get past shortly.
Yeah, I definitely think that the Fire Porsche is on the move right now. And of course, they've been on this sort of alternate strategy.
Do you think they got reinvigorated as well by do you think they got reinvigorated as well by what happened to R8G? Suddenly, instead of I think we're battling for third, Fire are like, oh, we've got second. Well, they're about to have second. I think they're ahead on strategy to BS here. The win's still not out of the question for Fire.
Yeah, I'd say that they definitely got reinvigorated by that for sure, but they also probably got reinvigorated just by seeing themselves getting closer and closer to Team BS. Quite often in these types of races, when you have a goal out in front of you that you know you're sort of trending towards, that's really a motivating factor for you, and you start finding even an extra 10th when you see those gaps coming down and down and down. So I definitely think Fire, with this alternate strategy that they're on and being able to sort of close up on the cars that they're battling with, it's definitely something that can propel you forward, basically.
Fire to second place, BMW Team BS Competition to third, and one of the co-anded cars picking up all of the marbles around the outside of turn 1, trying to get around BMW Team BS Competition. That offline is getting filthier and filthier as this race goes on, because of course it's not getting cleaned, and we still have 30 plus cars circulating and 38 cars running out on track and in their marbles on the outside of some of these corners.
I feel
Fire
like
almost looking like through the infield here they've got enough delta to break free.
Yeah, they certainly are breaking free. I seem to remember, by the way, Mikkel Gade started this race in that car, and that's when the Fire car was very, very strong indeed. I'm not saying they haven't been strong in recent hours, but they certainly have fallen back a little bit. I think the fact that he's back in that car is certainly helping them. And yeah, you might well be right. The fact that RHG Esports falling back might well have just given them that little extra bit of motivation. But I certainly think for every team now, the fact that it's PGZ Motorsport leading, they've seen that there is a weakness in that car at the moment. We saw Pablo Arujo, who was able to keep on to the back of RHG, but once he lost the draft there, he couldn't get it back. He wasn't quite as strong as Gavankini in the last stint. So they may be seeing that weakness down at the number 9 and 89, who were very much still in contention for this race. Licking their lips at the opportunity that they still have a shot at winning this race.
Let's having a look at the driver lineup for PGZ there. They're seriously doing this as a two-driver thing, aren't they?
Looks like it.
Could that also be a weakness for them come the final 6 hours of this race here, that it's Gavankini and Pablo Arroyo, and that both of them are going to have to do a lot of hours and stay up all night?
I think it's one of those decisions where it can either work out really well or it's going to go terribly and you make a mistake that you shouldn't have made. So it's one of those things where, like, if you commit to it and you do it and you know you can do it well and it works, great. But you basically know that in these last 5-10 hours, if you make a mistake, especially in a top split that's being broadcast, you know that one of the first questions that's going to happen is, did they make the right call in doing this as a two-person team?
Right, as we're looking at them, talking about them, they go to pit lane. Gavankini only recently installed, so you imagine he's going to stay. That's pretty handy access to their pit garage very early in the pit lane. 125 laps for that set of tyres. I think take them off and make a kid's swing set out of them.
Yeah, there could well be a tyre change. I just want to see if surely he's not going to the end of this race. That would be outrageous.
Well, I don't think he can. I think Pablo has to do a few more laps unless the number comes down a bit more.
Yeah.
Because he has to do a fair share. It's not just like it has to be. I think it's close right now by the looks of it, but it's still Pablo's not quite met his fair share yet.
I can't quite remember what the rules are.
I looked this up earlier before the broadcast. So it's fair share. Every driver has to complete a fair share, which is calculated by the total number of laps the car completed, divided by the number of drivers, divided by 4. So in this example, we'll use some easy numbers. GTD is probably going to do 800-ish laps. So for this car, 2 drivers, divide by 2, you're at 400 laps, split equally. One driver has to do a minimum of 100 laps, and I think Pablo Arroyo has already cleared.
He has
laps.
97 laps right now, and they're projected to need 102 at the current pace to finish it. So he will need, by the looks of it, at least one more stint.
So my numbers weren't actually too far off there, but you are correct that my back of the envelope guesstimation.
Really good for commentators' math. Let's put it that way.
Oh man, it's I can do numbers anytime, except for when my mic button is held open. So yeah, we're gonna need to see a couple more stints for Arroyo. Well, a couple more laps. We'll probably see another triple or quadruple out of him somewhere, at a minimum, between now and the end of the race. But it does, for both of those drivers, present a chink in the armour, potentially, towards the end of this race. I had to look up and down the field, by the way, because I got the feeling there was more 3-driver lineups than in past, when you used to have a lot more 4-driver lineups for these kind of 24-hour races. So, top to bottom, SRC Movano Corsa Rosso, 4 drivers. VRS Co-Branded Sim Sport, 3 drivers. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Prototype, 5 drivers. Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports, 4 drivers. You know what, I realise this list is probably too big and probably too boring, but you've got basically 3 driver lineups for most of the competitive cars. So then the standouts is the 5 driver lineup cars, which is Alpine Styles Geodesic Racing number 3 and Cova 707 prototype, which has a 5 driver lineup. You've got 2 drivers for PGZ Motorsports and a 2 driver lineup for Team Redline Purple. Any other 2 driver lineups here? No, I don't think anyone else is that silly.
Am I seeing Mercedes Urano?
Oh, that's right, yeah, Mercedes-AMG Team Urano 90 and 91. And you know what's happened there? I've only just realised what's happened for Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports, why they've got 2 driver lineups for both of their cars. They announced a 3 driver lineup or a 4 driver lineup for some of those cars, and to make sure that they've passed the cut line for top split, they've cut some of the lower I-rating drivers loose.
Wow.
So they've had to slim down from a 3 or 4 driver lineup to a 2 driver lineup to make sure the average was enough to get them into the top 50 here.
A bit rough on those boys who've been left in there for those 2 driver lineups, for them to have to do a full 24-hour race. But
a bit rough for the guys who are announced as drivers and then get cut from the team.
It's tough for everyone, yeah.
For being 100 I rating short.
It's a very difficult decision to make, that one, and it's obviously something we see behind the scenes. We wouldn't obviously see that in the public eye normally, but yeah, it's a very, very difficult decision for everybody there to have to make, and Urano currently running quite a long way down, unfortunately, so they'll be debating about whether that paid off at all or not, but it has been the winning formula in before, as to what I was getting to.
Maybe they'll be cutting Mercedes loose to make sure they remain competitive next time.
That would be controversial. No, 2 drivers have been the winning formula in the past. Back in 2020, we saw Lars Bak and Martin Christensen win the race in GT3 with just 2 drivers, and indeed in 2016 we saw a GT3 won, well, it was just GT back then, won by just a 2 driver lineup. So it has been done before, and maybe in the future it will be done again. But I think what was interesting to me is the fact that the trend is the prototype races tend to be won more often than not. Out of the 7 times so far, 5 of them have been won by 4 driver lineups, but more often than not in the 2 GT classes it's 3 driver lineups. But I can't think of any rational reason why that would be in my head.
I think it's the tires. Honestly, I do. I think that, especially before when it was the Daytona prototypes, the 4 driver lineup sort of synced up much better with the tire strategies. But now, with the longer stint life of this LMP2, I think that this the 3 driver lineup rather than the 2 or the 4 is the way to go for the most part for a lot of these top teams.
Wasn't there a time with the Daytona prototypes where they were fueling and changing tyres at the same time, and a full service pit stop was still shorter than the driver change time, so that the less you change drivers, the more time it saved you? Is that not the case for 1 or 2 years? Yeah. And so that, of course, has a huge impact on what driver lineup you go for, your driver change strategy, and therefore how many you get. Obsidian are going for pit lane after several laps of bumping Williams Esports BenQ along. I think that flash of the headlights was so long, see you after this pit stop phase, and many different things that a headlight flash can mean. When a Dallara P217 is bumping along another Dallara P217, do you just add the numbers, or do you have to do the brackets multiplication? Like, is it a Dallara PP434, or is it more complicated than that?
I am unwilling to do the math to do anything for more than 2 of those cars in a row. I am not. I am not doing 4 cars in a row. That kind of math.
As soon as you start adding letters to the maths, I'm out. I'm not having it. I can't do it.
Again, can't do numbers while my microphone button's hot. But what would be P squared plus... No. I tried to start and not a chance. Here comes Yazheat from pit lane, number 32. This is one of the cars we must have neglected when we're talking about tie-ins between sim racing and real-world racing. It's not a manufacturer or a team, but it's a whole damn racetrack.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've really embraced the virtual world as well. And Yazheat is one of, I would say, the up-and-coming teams. They've really gotten serious about making a full-fledged academy over there with the Yazheat Academy. And it's, again, it's just one of those things where we see the value of sim racing is increasing exponentially. Just as the technology is getting better and better and more accurate, the real world is really starting to embrace sim racing as a whole, and it's just great to see, I think.
Legendary Esports and R8G Esports 88 together now in GTD. And those tyres now onto the second stint for Retzag. Might be just letting him down a little bit, and we know though how quick this 88 car has been. Probably the form car in GTD of the last couple of hours, except for going too long and running out of fuel that one time. So R8G trying to make good. They haven't given up despite being a lap down. You've got to be 2 laps down to consider giving up in the GTD category, and they're catching 8th place, and I think they can make this move.
I mean, there's 2 reactions, I guess, to a setback like this. You can either kind of slump in your chair and think, what's the point of this anymore? Or you can kind of almost be fired up and really want to get back to the front again. And I think the 88 team have chosen the latter, looking at the way they're on the back of the McLaren at the moment. But you can see the 43 just lifted out of that one going into the bus stop chicane. And RAG Esports are going to be back up into 8th position, and who knows where they're going to end up by the end of this race. They look like they're fired up to make amends for their earlier problems about, what was it, about an hour ago when they ran out of fuel now.
Yeah, about an hour ago, and they're already up 2 positions from where they were before because of that. I believe they came out 9th or 10th, so they made up at least 1, if not 2 positions so far, and it's just one of those cases where, like you say, you got to put your head down, and if I'm a driver there, just like I've been told so many times as a driver myself, it's not over, it's a long race, and there's still just under 10 hours remaining, so anything can happen, and definitely a good finish could still be on the cards for the RAG Esports guys.
It's not over until they set off the infield fireworks. Do we get them with a daytime finish? Nighttime finish at Daytona, you get beautiful fireworks. If we don't get them here at Daytona, we'll just have to wait till Sebring, where I can guarantee some post-race pyrotechnics.
Well,
We've got, of course, Altus Esports providing the in-race pyrotechnics.
Yes, You might not have to wait that long actually for fireworks. I think Daytona 500 might end in the darkness. I'm not entirely sure about when it starts or
race cars don't need headlights because the track is always lit in that class.
Right. Yes. Yeah, indeed.
So it can finish at night. Oh, it is a daytime start.
Okay. Yeah.
The Daytona 500 is daytime, but the July. Do they still do the July race? They might have moved it, but the July race always used to be the one that was the nighttime race.
I'll tell you what I'm looking forward to is the Beef It's What's for Dinner 300 in the Xfinity Series here at Daytona in February.
They do have some good names, don't they?
Yeah, I mean it's now in its third year of being called that. Great. And it's fully punctuated to its beef, full stop, it's what's for dinner, full stop, registered trademark, 300.
Oh, goodness. Oh,
no, RAG around, bit of contact with one of the SRC Movano Corsa cars in turn number 1, both cars around. Bad to worse for RAG, and also some time lost there for what might have been an ambitious prototype. Gonna have to take a second look at that one, of course, but contact and drama in turn number 1.
Could have been a bit too much ambition on the brakes, I guess.
Yeah, you want to talk us through the replay?
Yeah, it looks like the car behind, just trying to follow one of their rivals. It's the Geodesic car, isn't it? The Geodesic LMP2, I think. Or is that the number 1? I can't quite read that number. It is the number 1. But either way, they're trying to follow the LMP2 in front. They don't want to lose the draft of the LMP2 in front. They're trying to follow the GT, the car through the GTs, and it was just too much in the end, a bit of outbraking. And RAG, unfortunately, on the receiving end of that one. But that's not the only drama in GTT going on the last few moments, because the number 9 Fire cars just skipped tyres once again, and they're right on the back of PGZ for the lead.
Yeah. It's closed up. You remember there was a while back when PGZ and RAG were flying in formation and strategy adjusted Fire were maybe about 15 seconds behind them. I think some of that has closed up now that PGZ and RAG are no longer working together like they were successfully for so many hours. Yeah, PGZ are now, I think, under a bit more pressure for that race lead. Now Fire have managed to close up some of that gap. It's fresh tyres on the leading 114 for Govind Keeney. Now just onto their third stint for Mikkel Garda, but we know the slipstream is mega powerful around here. If he can stick with that Lamborghini, that is a huge win for when the pit stop cycle flicks back the other way around for Fire, and they can get some fresher tyres to pump in some lap time. So, well, R8G fade away and Fire come back into the limelight for the race win in GTD.
It's amazing the ebbs and flows that happen over the course of multiple stints in this race, and all the twists and turns that just happen in the most unexpected times. It's really the case where you can't turn away, because the minute you turn away, something changes and an entirely different complexion happens on this race.
Leader from Prototype on the pit lane, Michele Constantini for Apex Racing 99. If this is fuel only, it's going to be 30 seconds. If there's some tyres involved, it'll take a little bit longer. Might well be some tyres involved based on what they've been doing lately, I've noticed. Actually, Apex and some of the Coanda cars gone away from trying to do triple stints, back to doubles for the rear tyres, and then of course double that again for the fronts, we think. Yep. So 2 new rear tyres after just 2 stints for Michele Constantini. Track hasn't heated up, but maybe they're just they're now more focused on the lap speed than trying to manage the fuel, trying to manage the tyres like they were when it initially cooled off and they were racing a little bit more close quarters. When you're racing so close quarters, you start to think, okay, how can I get a strategy advantage here? Whereas now they're a bit further apart. I think they're ramping up the pace.
And I think with Josh Rogers turning up the heat on the Apex team, they had to respond and they had to start pushing the car more, because they already were at a little bit of a strategy disadvantage because they haven't been able to go as long throughout most of the race. So I think they just figured with the most competitive Coanda car turning up the wick, they've got to respond, and they can't afford to let Josh Rogers get that much closer to them.
So while they're not so close on track, we've definitely still got a battle for the win in LMP2 between Apex and Coanda. Coanda with sort of two cars in that fight, and none of them can afford to put a foot wrong. Little errors like spluttering out of fuel or running out of tyres or contact with other cars in class or lap traffic would really be a setback for their hopes at victory and glory. Here's the GTD lead. We've got a bit of bump drafting Porsche to Lamborghini going on. That's what it is to separate your leaders in class. I saw 7 thousandths of a second briefly displayed on the timing screen there. Bit of 007. A wiggle from, I think, PGZ, while they were in real close quarters there with, is that Race Clutch? But the prototype might have been hugging a little close around the outside there. To cause just a tiny bit of contact, tiny problem for that prototype.
Yeah, you've got to remember as a prototype that the GT cars can't hold as tight of a line as you can down at turn number 1. They've not got the downforce to do that, and here is the replay. The LMP2 trying to go around the outside of the 9, and you can just see it there. They can't keep
Actually
on the
against
inside.
Fira, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the Porsche there, not the. Well, it's not much easier to get past the Lamborghini by the looks of things, but they just can't keep them tight of a line as the LMP2s actually can through turn number 1, and sometimes you forget that as a faster car. You can come down a little bit too harshly on those GTs, and a bit of contact was made. Fortunately, everybody got away with it, but the traffic has meant a half-second gap has opened up.
So the Race Clutch 17 having an absolute mire of an infield from turn 1 all the way through, using a chunk of time, not getting cleanly through the traffic like they would have hoped. It's broken up your GTD leaders a little bit. All those cars trying to work their way through got in between PGZ and Fira, but underneath the second it'll probably close up once this glut of prototypes comes past. 38 cars running on track, and it seems like half of them were all in the same couple corners for a moment there. I was watching the coverage of the Dubai 24 Hours the other weekend, and John Heinhoff wheeled out one of his favourites, clumping.
Love a bit of clumping. Bumping discussion in the middle of the night. You can't beat it, can you? But no, it is a real. We joke about it, but it is a real thing that happens, and we'll be seeing it a little bit more later. I feel like it happens a bit less here than other places because of the banking and so on. But it's still a thing, and it's going to become a problem in the infield as we get towards the morning. You get those cars running a little bit further down, that, especially in the LMP2 class, that just want to get to the end, and they don't take as many risks to pass the GTs than you would at the start of the race.
It doesn't even need to be about traffic or draft packs. I mean,
no.
You think about the orbits in the solar system. There are times when, seriously, Earth lines up with Mars, lines up with Saturn or something. On an astronomical scale, it doesn't seem to happen that often, but on the small scale of minute laps, GTDs doing 140s, prototypes doing 130s. The reality is, even if there was no traffic interaction and all the cars could ghost through each other, there would be times in a 24-hour race where they all sort of end up in the same section of track because they're all doing subtly different speeds. You keep that spinning and turning and lapping long enough, eventually they line up. With an infinite number of laps at Daytona, no.
I do see what you mean, but it was a philosophical discussion I wasn't quite expecting. As we're going to see it, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt here. There's a big incident that's happened. The 27 Delta Sport, and that was the number 10 Mala Sport from 6th place, is now sitting on pit lane for the last 5 or so minutes here.
Muller Racing, so Muller Racing Team 10 were running in 5th at that moment. You saw Delta Sport 22nd when we picked up the replay, not necessarily when it happened live, but struggled from turn number 1. They picked up some of the grass there and then sort of spun across into the path and drove both of them into that pit wall. So I'm guessing that is big, potentially terminal damage for both cars. If that's not terminal damage for Delta Sport, I don't know what is. Here's the replay again. Looking from onboard Marlon, and the car in front just has a giant wiggle. No time to react for Kenneth Gulbranson, and that's ouch for both teams involved. No malice, no misjudgments there. Just plain simple, lost the rear for Delta Sport.
And massive front end damage for Mala. So if it's not day done, they've lost at least 4 laps at this point.
Have you guys got a JRT tyre life count? Because mine's saying the tyres were 126 laps old for Delta Sport, which would make them the oldest prototype tyres I've ever damn seen.
Well,
that would make them
only 6 stint.
Yeah. That would be rear tyres twice as old as what anyone else is doing, because everyone else is changing those rears every 3rd stint and changing the fronts every 6th stint. No wonder. There's no traction control that can compensate for that.
Yeah, I agree, but I still think that it's not out of the realms of normality, in my opinion.
I mean, it's
not for front tires, but not for rear tires, sir.
Okay, for rears, yes, I agree.
So, for example, your leaders, the number 99 Apex Racing Team 99. Did I just repeat myself there? Anyway, they're changing rear tires every 48 laps. Every 48 laps, new rear tires. 126 laps old for Delta Sport, if my JRT information is to be believed. And thank you, Joel Guez of Joel Real Timing, your useful timing software that give me pretty good insights into the tyres.
In that case, if it's rear tyres, then that is too far, because the max you'd expect is probably 75 if you're doing
Delta Sport in the YouTube chat tell me my data has picked it up wrong.
Yeah.
And have been triple stinting the rear tyres.
I did wonder, but you kind of don't. I have trouble mistrusting technology because it's smarter than me. But anyway, either way, they were old tyres, whether that data was wrong or not, because everybody's trying to run these tyres out a long time and just losing the rear.
However old they were, you see that replay. There was not a whole lot of traction left in them. Watching on screen right now is R8G Esports up in 8th with a bit of BMW power. Should I do the binomial expansion on what it is when an M4 bump drafts an R8? That's a lot simpler maths than P217s, but no.
Why do I get the feeling that you just want to do math right now?
I don't know. I don't know what on earth has come over me. Never ever in my life have I been so enthused for doing the brackets expansion.
Things you see in the middle of the night on RaceSpotTV.
So yeah, close here in this battle for 8th in GTD, as the battle graphic tells us. Prototype ducking one way, ducking the other, and still being so cautious, coming out of the infield and onto the banking for 18? No, the 18's got a proper livery on. That's the 81 VRS Coanda Simsport, Bobby Zelensky. R8G Esports from Infinite Racing Services from Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports. As we mentioned, one of actually a few teams with a 2-driver lineup. And what are we? A couple races into the new iRacing registration system of you have to nominate all of your drivers before the green flag, and then all of those drivers have to race the fair share for you to not get disqualified. And I think that is affecting how many drivers the teams bring to their lineup.
Yeah, certainly in the GT category as well, because as you mentioned, it's much easier to change the drivers as you need to. See that really close from that P2 in the back, and that camera on board there. I do want to mention though, the Mala Esports racing team car is coming back on track, but they are, I believe, 7 laps down now.
Yeah, Chemical Branson leaving pit lane for Mala Racing Team. You're correct. 7 laps down after 11 minutes of repairs. So it's we'll wait and see, I guess. But I feel like the prototype is pretty damn repairable. I mean, it'll be a brand new front clip, a brand new rear clip. It's just a matter of, is the engine still good? Is the floor good? And did they manage to beat out the side pods? I haven't seen it with my own eyes yet, but Andrew, what do you think? Does it look factory enough?
It does look really good. iRacing, what they sort of moved to in these last few builds with the damage model is that pretty much anything is repairable if you're willing to wait long enough. So
is that PGZ off?
Oh no.
GTD leader off the track at the bus stop there. Have they found the wall? Have they got damage? They're stopping. They're going to take the tow truck. My goodness. Govan Keeney, what has happened? Is it a mistake by himself? Did he get helped by some traffic? This hands the GTD race lead to Fire Sim Sport Green, and they've got 30 seconds in their back pocket now. This is going to be quite a long repair, presumably all by himself. A lot of cars a little sketchy sideways, a lot of first curb, and it's just out of control into the tyres. The fact that he's parked it rather than drive that around to the pit lane, is the front left suspension broke? Is the rear suspension broke?
Rear. I think it's the drive shaft to the right rear is broken on that car, so that's going to be a lengthy repair for Govan Keeney, and I think he's just manually disconnected. I think he's out right now.
Wow, so just announced into the broadcast here, R8G break away into the lead, run out of fuel, have to get on the tow truck. PGZ, car all out of control into the bus stop, find the wall, suspension damage, and they look like they're retiring. My goodness, this is what we said, never give up. Particularly aimed at R8G, for example. You can make up time. Here's the onboard from Govan Keeney on the way in. The rear is already lost.
Yeah.
Before he gets to the first apex of the bus stop. Really loose at the rear end for the Lamborghini Huracan. He gets it out of the barrier, onto the grass. What are we going to see when he gets it back onto the pavement? Is the steering straight? Steering looks a little bit going to the left, but I didn't see a whole lot of damage, but he obviously felt it.
Yeah, I think if it was just a little bit of steering, it would have been like something where he could have repaired it pretty quickly, but I really think that it was that right rear drive shaft. If you only have drive to one of the two tires, you can feel it almost immediately when you get back onto the track, and you just stop like that and pull over. So to me, that really looks like, because he's on the grass right now, or he was on the grass, then he rejoined, and as soon as he rejoined, that tells me it's a drive shaft, and that takes a long time to repair under iRacing's damage model.
There we go. Huge change up in GTD. No punterino, no foul play. Just old tyres, bit of oversteer, and a classic incident at the bus stop. Car getting away from our race leaders. And now you're looking at your new leader, Mikkelgarda, for the number 9 Fire Sim Sport Green. He's getting some slipstream assistance from Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC. Change up for GTD then, isn't it? And suddenly your top 3 is Fira, BMW Team BS Competition, and Bieler Racing Team Euronics 450.
In the last 90 minutes, we've had 2 or 3 different race leaders, with R8G leading with 11 hours to go. Then they ran out of fuel about 5 minutes into that hour. We had PGZ leading for a while, and now they've crashed out of the lead after being under pressure from firers. So yeah, we've now got a new race leader. It seems like that position is cursed, so we'll see if the number 9 can break that curse. But what I will say, and I do hesitate to say this, but I just wonder if the amount of driving that Govankini has been doing is catching up with him, or has caught up with him, because while that car was out of control from a long way out, and it's not an easy thing to do. But it's 4:30 in the morning where he is at the moment, I think, and he's been doing an awful lot of driving in that car. I think it might be 13 hours at this point in the race. We've only had, no, that's too much, isn't it? Maybe 12, 11, 12 hours at this point in the race. That's an awful lot of driving to be doing on just yourself at this point in the race. I just wonder if that's caught up with him really there. And the amount of driving he's had in that car has finally led to a mistake. And we've been sceptical about the longevity of that car all day. It's all well and good being very fast for a few hours, even 12 hours, but can you do it for a whole 24? It's a whole different story with 2 drivers, especially when one of them is doing the very vast majority of the driving.
Yeah, I think you're spot on that, Ewan, and especially with the type of mistake that was made, because really all that happened there is he probably carried maybe 5-10 miles an hour too much speed into that bus stop, and that's all it takes to really rotate the car around. Caught the first rotation, and then it spun him around again, and it's just one of those, you misjudge the braking point by 10 meters, and it's literally a split second of not paying quite enough attention, and so you have to ask and you have to wonder that question of, was it really just because he was just that little bit too tired there?
Yeah, I've got the figures here. Govankini drove 393 laps of this race up until that point. Laps are almost 2 minutes for GTD cars. That is hours and hours and hours. And then you can see in sim it says Govankini, client has manually disconnected. Pablo Arroyo, client has manually disconnected. I think both of them gone straight to bed potentially.
Yes, I think you're right.
Another thing I noticed, though, amongst our GTD field while I was having to poke around at who has done how many laps, your second place in class BMW Team BS competition, Phil Dinez has just gotten into that car for his first laps of the race. So, well past the halfway point, Ryan Barneveld and Reina Talvar, who've done 253 and 224 laps respectively, say, Phil, it's your turn, and he's inherited a car in a very interesting position in that class now.
Yeah, he's entered that car with almost the world at his feet, I suppose, with only 30 seconds up towards the leaders, or the leader, I should say, in the number 9 Porsche. You know, it's a very real possibility that that car can win this race, as there is for multiple now. We were seeing the PGZ and R8G performance cars, motorsport cars, excuse me, going up the road quite substantially from the rest of the field. You know, we have the number 9 sort of there, but now we really have a lot of cars in the conversation for this race win. The gaps are so small. I mean, we're over 14 and a half hours into this race. I'm almost can't believe what I'm seeing. The fact that we were talking about the 2 class thing earlier on, the fact that we've only got 1 GT class here does mean that all the GT talent is kind of funneled into 1 rather than split into 2 with GTE and GT3 as we've had since 2017. We've kind of brought it all together for the first time in 5 years, and it means this feels more than double as close as I've seen in the past few years in the GT categories. It really is astonishing. And while I was saying earlier, I'm not a massive fan of the 2 class thing, I understand that GTE is not really a thing anymore, and I'm kind of in denial about the fact that that class is dying, but you know, it has allowed this kind of situation to arise, and it is truly astonishing, the kind of talent we have in just 1 class and the racing we're having. It really is fantastic.
And I think this lead for GTD is closer than the timing column looks, and how it looks if you head to RaceSpotTV/timing, because Phil Denez on some newer tyres than Fire. Michael Neumeier for Vila Racing Team Euronics really not far behind either there as well. He's about a minute from the lead in class. He's on some pretty good tyres too, so they're going to be probably closing down a little bit of that gap through this stint. And then you recall when Fire take that long stop to put the tyres on, that takes them a little bit longer. They're going to end up right near BMW Team BS competition, like where they were a couple stints ago, when it was only for third, fourth place. Now it's for the lead, potential win and the glory in this 2022 iRacing Daytona 24. Stakes are lifted up a notch for BS and Fire.
Now, we've talked a lot about the top three, but I do want to mention, we talked about the misfortune of Redline right when we got onto the broadcast, but that fourth car for them, that Team Redline Purple number 333, is now sitting fourth in class, and it's pretty close to Biela Racing. Like there is still a definite hope for Team Redline here as this race unfolds.
Potentially, we have just seen anything can happen. And speaking about anything can happen, some people in our YouTube chat were talking about various things. Someone was saying they saw a replay of someone's cat chewed the cable to their brake pedals. Someone's cat chewed a Ethernet cable.
That. Yeah.
Well, just got news from the retired number 69 Team Redline orange car, the Max Verstappen car, that the cause of one of their disconnects wasn't a power outage from their provider. It was a breaker inside the house flipping, a surge protector, what do you call it? Circuit breaker, because the pond filter blew up for Chris Lolham. So a faulty pond filter has caused the retirement for the number 69, basically.
We're talking about the little
You can blame
things
the cat, you can, the dog ate your homework, pedal failure, wheel failure, pond filter failure. Everything is a failure point in sim racing.
But what I want to know is, how is his router or his computer on the same circuit as his pond filter? Where's his sim rig located where those two are on the same circuit?
Well, I don't... Something about lots of extension cords running through the house. If, say you've got a power board plugged into a wall socket, if your router or sim rig or something is plugged into the same wall socket as your pond filter, and the pond filter causes a problem, surely that could flick. I'm just saying, if the pond filter's plugged into a regular power point, not something different like a lighting circuit or something in a house, it's absolutely plausible. I'm not an electrician or a mathematician or a magician.
Trying to be all of those things, though, aren't we? At once. No, it's the little things, as we said earlier on, that makes the difference. And so even something as really silly as that, as trivial as it sounds, you know, it makes a whole lot of difference. And it set the 69 car back, the second hour of the race. It was very, very early on, and they never really were able to recover from that. And so they're retired from this one now, and it's taken two previous winners in Chris Lulham and Johnny Vecchio out of the running for this race.
GTD definitely providing the action of late. Not that we haven't seen some excitement from the LMP2 field, where things still very much hang in the balance for the race win. And we saw some battles, and I think Marla left pit lane, did one lap, and have brought it back in, Andrew. And I saw Kenneth Gulbranson disconnect from the server. So I wonder if they've realised the repairs haven't been good enough or long enough for the number 10. Are we going to see them once more? The Delta Sport, my goodness, what an incident it was for them, cartwheeling through the air, every single body panel ripped off. They're at 30 minutes of repairs almost, so I don't feel like we're going to see them again.
Yeah, I'd say more than likely both of those both of those teams and both those cars are retired from this race, which is a real shame for Mala, because they were doing very, very well throughout much of the first part of this race, and really run a good race. But it's one of those things that just can happen in a 24-hour race. You just have to have some luck to a certain extent to get through these. It takes a lot of skill, but it does take a lot of luck as well, and it was just an unlucky placement for the Mala racing car there.
There's Williams Esports BenQ going around the outside. Of our GTD battle. Things get real sketchy as more prototype cars try to dive through, and that team Red Line Blue is all over the place. Shane Van Gisbergen can do some good drifts and donuts and burnouts, but I'm not sure right now is the right time, as the rear of that car all over the shop. And they might have gotten just a little bit of help by being put offline and distracted and potentially dive bombed by a handful of Dallara P217s. I'm not doing the expansion, only there's 3 of them.
It was very close for everybody there, and I'm glad they all got away with it. But yeah, BS Turner,
you do get that bit of paved runoff, don't you? And they used it to very, very good effect. It's saved them and kept them in the running on that occasion. Yeah,
it was very much needed there, and it was used. I do feel like with Nathan Lewis in the car that BS Turner was falling back a little bit. You saw they were battling with Core Sim Racing and Carl Jansen not so long ago, but they're 10 seconds adrift from those guys now and fallen into the clutches of the troubled 72 car, the Red Line Blue. But obviously they've got some pretty good drivers. Obviously, Shane Van Gisbergen being one of them. Very helpful time for him to be in the car while the Europeans are hopefully getting some sleep. He's up at a reasonable time, is what I'm trying to say, for him, and doing a pretty good job at the moment. But once again, doesn't look too eager to get through. Just wants to push this 96 along.
And I was gonna say that the Team Redline Blue car is definitely still showing some pace. They've really caught up a fair bit over the course of these last few stints, and they've really sort of they may not really have a shot at the lead, but if I'm reading my timing correctly, they definitely still have a shot at a top 5 by the end of this race.
I mean, everyone's trying to run their tyres triple, quadruple stints here in GTD, but I think there are some teams that have some teams are still fuel saving more aggressively than others. And someone was suggesting before they unfortunately crashed out of this race that PGZ Assistance might have been looking at one more pit stop to get home compared to some of the other cars around. And we know the run through pit lane has been made longer here at Daytona, with the pit lane speed limit ending after the hairpin in the exit and not before. It just increases your pit lane transit time a little bit more as well, increases the cost of needing to make an extra pit stop for a splash towards the end of the race. So anything that's within a minute or so, I'm seeing an average pit lane transit time of 30-ish seconds, plus however much time you need for that splash of fuel. I mean, if you're within a minute or so of someone on track right now, you could consider yourself maybe racing them for position by the end very easily.
I think so, yeah. It's there's still we can't forget there's still a long way to go in this race. Over 9 hours, still. What would you say? Just under a Petit Le Mans remaining, which is quite scary to say. But yeah, I mean, there's still a long way to go, and any gaps can change. That's what I was saying about GTD earlier on. Really, this race is still really open because from 3rd place down to 7th at the moment, there's no gap bigger than 10 seconds even between, or maybe a little bit more than that. But it's still very close, and so it's all up for grabs at this stage. You might be thinking a 10th a lap, not that much really, but when you think about how many laps we've still got to go here, it really starts to add up and put into perspective about the gaps. And they seem smaller than they look at this stage in the race. Certainly, as you said, a minute is not really that much.
Flurry of action on the pit lane for LMP2. Obsidian Racing, Pure Sims and RSO all making pit stops. For Obsidian Racing, full service, the works. There's brand new tyres and the new driver into that top 5 fight, potentially even still fighting for a podium, is Ade Koba Lopez for the number 11 Obsidian Racing. For Pure Sims, that looks like fuel only. And RSO, I think, went fuel only as well. So they got new tyres, they got a new driver, Obsidian Racing in their battle, at least for 4th with Williams Esports BenQ, but potentially still for a podium with 9 hours left to go in this one. Potentially even more with 9 hours still to go in this one, you just never know. But they're up there at the pointy end of LMP2. They've got a new driver. Back to the GTD battle then. So those are some of the closest cars on track at the moment. You've got BS Turner, Nathan Lewis in the split livery, right on board with the Giz, the Team Redline Blue.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but wasn't Shane Van Gisbergen one of the very first real-world drivers to actually take part in the Daytona 24 Hours? I feel like the very... might have even been 2016 he might have been driving in this race in a Porsche, I seem to remember. He started the race, well, it wasn't called that back in the day, but he led the race for the first hour and came into the pit lane first. And yeah, I do respect him very much for coming over to the sim racing before it was cool almost. Obviously, full respect to everybody who has come over during the pandemic as well, because everyone's welcome, of course. But yeah, he was here a very long time ago, a scarily long time ago now, actually, thinking that's 6 years ago. Yeah, when we had an all night, the full 24 hours in the darkness here at Daytona back in the day, and yeah, he was right up there towards the start, especially.
Do you know Scott McLaughlin was in the first ever race broadcast by SimSpeed in 2011?
Wow.
I think he won.
I'm not surprised.
He's not actually been on iRacing a whole lot lately, but he was around 2011, 2012. He was all over it. Just like the Giz is all over BS competition here. RHG are up into 6th now after their problem, and they've got IRS, I think, still pushing them. But what we'll do, apparently for the first time in this year's iRacing Daytona 24, is take a RaceSpotTV fan immersion. Couple laps here from the roof camera and on board. Team Redline 72 and Shane Van Gisbergen. David Haynes, Ewan O'Leary and Andrew Kinsella will be back in a minute. Welcome back. We rode on board with Shane Van Gisbergen and Team Redline 72, still following in the slipstream and occasionally the bump draft of BS Turner with hashtag Zebring under their rear wing that we got a good look at. The TV cameras don't normally spot a whole lot of. Wonder if we're going to see a split livery at Sebring again then, if that one's confirmed, like they did in 2021. State of the race though, approaching 9 hours left in the iRacing Daytona 24 for 2022. VRS Coanda leading away from Apex Racing. That'll shuffle back the opposite way shortly with the pit stops. Probably only 1 or 2 more laps left in the stint for Mitchell de Jong driving the number 2. In GTD, it's holding station pretty cleanly. 30 seconds or so between Fire Sim Sport Green to BMW Team BS competition. Number 89 needs to make some good work of those newer tyres they've got on their BMW to try to catch Fire's Porsche. Beautiful wide shots as we're still racing in the dark, but sunrise can't be too far away surely. 4:41 a.m. in session time, 18 in the air. 19 on the track, 18 kilometers an hour, blowing from where though? Blowing from the southeast. It's blustering, it's around a little bit. Got some variable speed and wind direction on circuit. It's David Haynes here with Ewan O'Leary and Andrew Kinsella. Hugo Lewis doing the monster stints in the production truck, bringing you beautiful cameras, replays, graphics, everything, using some of the tools created by our friends at ATVO with the graphics and Dougie Beard with the track cameras. What are we expecting to see then over these remaining 9 hours, solidly past the halfway point into the counting down rather than counting how many hours we are into the race? Ewan, Andrew, any thoughts on what surprises could happen and who might be strong when we get back into the daylight?
I think, first of all, the first thing we've got to say is that in LMP2, the pace is just relentless in this race. You know, we saw it in the daytime. The likes of Mitchell de Jong, you can see Mr. Daytona, we might start calling him, in this car, and everybody around, you know, Coanda and Apex Racing Team, absolutely relentless, both in the daytime and the nighttime. In GTD, I really couldn't tell you what I'm going to expect from the next 9 hours, because I've been quite surprised by the happenings of the last 3 hours, really. 3 different leaders, and 2 of those crashing out or making mistakes to put themselves completely out of contention. And yeah, they're one of them still in the race in the form of RG Sports, of course, but their chances of winning this race are remarkably much smaller than they were earlier. So it's very, very difficult to tell what is going to happen for the rest of this race, especially in GTD. But I absolutely can't wait. Really, I've got to say, this is the most I've enjoyed a sim race for a very long time, and yeah, it's been wonderful so far. I hope it continues.
Yeah, I think the only thing that you can say about GTD is that you have to expect the unexpected for the rest of this race, because not only have we seen the unexpected happen in these last 3 hours, but just how close everyone is on track means that small mistakes mean so much more than in years past. We've already seen that a couple of times with the likes of the R8G running out of fuel and not making it back to the pit lane. Such small errors are going to factor into the outcome of the GTD field. It's going to be an incredible final 9 hours to watch, I think.
GTD field, I remembered what I was going to say before we went to the break. Ewan was talking about there was a Cup division early on in this iRacing Daytona 24 in 2015, 2016-ish. At a time when a different company had exclusive licensing to the Porsche brand, and you know, before iRacing could have Porsche, it was rough times.
I enjoyed that a lot. I've got to say, people at home just falling off their sofas, hopefully laughing, but I think there's going to be a few people with their head in their hands. I
think there's going to be some Europeans and Americans falling off their sofas because they're fallen asleep at the point we are in the night here.
That is the best joke I've heard for a while.
If I've entertained just me and you, then That'll do. That'll
It's
do.
good enough for me, yeah.
SVG heading for the pit
silent.
lane. That's okay. That's okay. You don't have to like it. You just don't be mean to me. So that's a pit stop now for the number 72. Where are they at in their phase of? Well, the phase of SVG's gonna grab lunch probably at 2 p.m. in Queensland. Christopher Dambeats into the car, although SVG could be in New Zealand. I think he's in Australia. Not sure. Dambeats into that 72 then that we've seen is still locked horns against BS competition. This is probably going to be a tyre change here to accompany the driver swap.
Yeah, you'd think so. You don't often send your driver out with old tyres. As Dane Warren comes in, another man from from the other side of the world from me anyway, down in the Australasian region. Yeah, unfortunately that 18 car's just slipping away a little bit, isn't it, from the front two. It's, in my opinion, becoming a little bit more of a two-horse race. The pace is so close between the two and the 99. Constantini and Richard de Jong are just trading lap times at the moment, but the 18 car is a pit stop down on the 99 at this stage, coming a long way down from its teammate as well. You know, I'm not so sure about their chances anymore.
So
It's gonna take a massive effort from the 18 team, no doubt about it. But we've seen more than a minute swap happening from small mistakes already. So I'm definitely not going to rule them out just quite yet with 9 hours left. I think that they still have a shot, but they've definitely, I think, got to find just that little bit extra that the two in front of them have in order to really stay in this fight.
So very consistently, the 99 Apex Racing team leading have been double stinting their rear tyres. What I've just seen is that the 18, with Dane Warren, have been triple stinting the rears for 2 triples, and now they've just gone back to double stinting them. So they were trying to maybe hopefully claw back some time against Apex with the longer tyre runs, and it looks like still potentially some hours away from sunrise and then hours away from the track heating up. They've gone away from triple stinting and back to double stinting the tyres in the 18.
It seems to be the case. I think they took 2 that time, didn't they? So they have got a couple of tyres on board, but yeah, it's 45 seconds or more actually to their teammates at this stage. Over a minute up to the leader with 9 hours to go. So yeah, interesting stuff. Not over, certainly at the front of the field, but yeah, I think it's Apex versus Coanda. Certainly, it's going to be difficult for anybody outside of the top 3 to come out from here, and I think anybody outside the top 2. But yeah, I'm just astonished at the relentless. Maybe I shouldn't be, but I'm just astonished at the relentless pace at the front of the field. It really is amazing.
What then of GTD? Second place car BMW Team BS competition on the pit lane right now. Phil Dinez, I think, has still got quite a few laps left in him. He's only done 31 total in this race. He's just completed his first stint full stop. His 2 teammates doing the bulk of the work in the opening part of the race. Now, Phil gets a turn, and I think all he's going to get in this pit stop is a fuel fill. You've both given me the stunned silence that I deserve. And Fire are about to pit from the lead as well. They're either going to pit the end of this lap or the end of next. What have they been doing? 31 or 32 laps. It was trying to do 32 laps to a tank of fuel that brought R8G into trouble. So I don't know how efficient and how economical they're being in the Fire car. Pretty efficient and pretty economical as they go for 32.
They've tended to be. I mean, at the start of this race, I know it was easier to save fuel back at the daytime stint, but their first stint in this race was 33 laps, then they did another 33 in the second hour, then the third hour they did 34 laps. So yeah, very, very economical car, as it just in general, I think. Both this Fire car and the Porsche, the kind of 2 fused together, and you've got one very fuel-efficient car. But when this pits and maybe even changes tyres, I'm not sure if they're going to do that, but if they do, then BS Competition are going to be right with them.
It's not what you're saying, but I'm choosing to here save the planet, go out and buy a Porsche 911.
I wouldn't attempt to stop you.
Good fuel economy then for the 911 GT3R. The Lamborghinis maybe had to work a little bit harder to achieve theirs. I've been seeing quite a few 32-lap stints out of BMWs, but Phil Denez just did only 31, best I can tell. So I'll get myself in trouble again, but I think this is to be the in-lap for Fire Sim Sport. They've done 95 laps on this set of tyres. This is coming to the end of the third stint for these boots. Are they going to get one more at the hands of Nicky Lauda?
You gotta think that he's gonna come in this lap and change some tires. Like, he probably could go one more stint, but do you really want to risk it at this point in the night, especially when we've seen the leaders? Oh,
I love he's making
going
this
one
look
more
silly.
lap. Wow, that is a surprise.
Well, they've done it before. I've no doubt they can do it again.
Tried to tell my dad to sell his Prius and buy a Porsche. Mum won't let him. Yeah, this is good fuel economy, I think, from Fire. That's going to be one of the things that makes them difficult at the end of this race. Is you're still seeing a lot of GTD cars that, you know, pitted after 55 minutes, 57 minutes into this race that just couldn't make the top of the hour. Well, Fire are looking a lot closer to that. You know, they stop at the end of this lap or the one after, whenever they damn well please, apparently. But they're past the top of the in-race hour now, and if they can just do 59 and a half minute stints from here until the end, they could actually still be one stop less than BMW Team BS Competition. Like, that 89 stopped basically right at the top of the hour. If they can't keep hitting those 1 hour stints, then they're going to be falling short on fuel strategy to Fire here. Fire, I think, are in a good spot with this kind of fuel efficiency and the lead, and seeming to hold on to the tyres pretty well. We'll see what they do with the tyres at the end of this stint, which should be shortly, should be the end of this lap.
Yeah, we said that before.
I'll just keep saying it until it's true. I'll just keep saying it until
There
it's
it
true.
is.
So I'm interested to see what they do for the tyres and what they do for the driver. Fuel economy is looking good. They got the track position. Pretty much the biggest lead anyone's had in GTD all race long.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, the other advantage they have, you know, you said they've ticked over the hour, which is a very good thing, of course, but the other advantage is that with 9 hours to go, this is 3 triple stints, very nicely, 3 triple stints. So that is also going to play into their hands. They did do a quadruple at the start of this race. They went for 4 different stints. I said that earlier on, that it might cost them a bit of time, but their pace has actually brought them back on terms. And I think if those 2 Lamborghinis of RHG and PGZ have actually continued on at the pace that they were going, I think that Fire might have caught them anyway, because they've just been so quick so far this race. But if they change tyres here, I think it sets them up very nicely for 3 triple stints to the end.
Counterpoint, they haven't. So how about 4 and
Or 2
3
fours after
and
this.
2 to get them
Or
to
that.
the end, because the track's going to heat up towards the finish, right? So right now, still a good time for a quadruple stint. Then the track might start to heat up an itty bit for a triple, and then have a double to get to the end. You might be battling drivers, but you'll have fresher tyres later on, deeper in the race, and as the track starts to heat up. That's my thoughts. This is second place. Phil Denez still, and you almost lose sight of the Lamborghini behind the BMW as they push each other along. Where is Pure Sims overall? 10th in class. It's Tyler Havias pushing second place man Phil Denez along. Both of them are... No, not both of them Club New York. Havias is Club New York. Nathan Lewis in the BS Turner split livery car is Club New York. Phil Denez Team California. So he's got lots of good productive hours still left in him before he starts heading to Noddy Land.
Is it 9 hours or something behind UTC? I think it's still, 7 p.m? Very useful for the remainder of the night.
I think they're GMT -8.
Well, still.
I know. I mean, I always know what time it is US Eastern, and then I just kind of work across Central Mountain Pacific.
The Pacific should be 8:10 p.m. right now.
Right in the sweet spot for Phil Dinez then. Of course, Race Spot commentator and producer Arjuna Kankapati is in the same time zone as that, in US Pacific time.
I will say
pond
I'm
filters
in
on the fritz
Canadian
there for
Eastern
Havias.
time.
Is that the same as, is that GMT -5?
Yes.
Okay. I've got a guy on my team from Regina, Saskatchewan, and it always sort of amazes me kind of how far west that is. I think he's the same as US Mountain Time. It's quite far west.
Yeah, the prairie provinces in Canada are
City that rhymes with
way
fun.
worse, or way further west than you think they are.
There's they're kind of, he and his, are they married? Is it his girlfriend? Is it his wife? They've been together a long time. I don't know. They drove from Regina, Saskatchewan to Indianapolis the year that I went, and it was like, oh, all right. I mean, they're Indianapolis is Midwest, and Regina is like not even in like Calgary. So you're like, they can't be that far apart. No, it's like a 15-hour drive. It's like an 18-hour drive. It's ridiculous. They're still so far apart.
And incredibly flat as well. Like that whole drive must have been like almost zero elevation change.
Can I tell you how kind of mind-boggling it is to me to be from the UK and all this talk about time zones, and you're still talking about the same country? I know Canada and USA, you're talking about different ones, but like Australia and USA, it's different time zones and all that. It's mind-boggling.
Australia's not as wide, time zones speaking.
No.
Because we've only got, it's 5 times 1 minute, but outside of
pretty big,
summertime, where, Australian Eastern, Australian, what do they call the time in Adelaide? Probably bedtime, because nothing interesting happens after dark. And Australian Western Standard Time, so only 2 hours delta between Perth on the very west coast and Sydney on the very east coast. But then you've got to factor in another 2 hours to New Zealand. Often for sim racing terms, that matters is something, a time zone that suits the bulk of Australia on the east coast, plus people on the west coast, plus New Zealanders. So there's further in time zone from Auckland to Perth that often need to collaborate than there is between, for example, New York and LA.
I'll tell you what's unnerving at the moment. Unnerving to me is this Pure Sims
Hey, did you know
GT
that you're
car.
closer to Moscow than I am to Bathurst?
Am I?
No, but you're closer to Moscow than I am to Elm Park.
I don't know where that is.
Melbourne.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I didn't hear that quite right. But, yeah, see what I mean? It's just mind-boggling to me as Jay Vigo comes in for Geodesic. No, I was just going to say about that Pure Sim GT, really, while we're interrupting our time zone talk, because it's trailing the second place GTD car in the form of BMW Team BS competition, and blinking in and out just ever so slightly, but also updrafting that 89 on occasion. So I'd be very nervous in that team at the moment, the 89. A blinking car bump drafting me on occasion.
It's not taken long. I've just received an angry message from someone in Adelaide reminding me that it's called Australian Central Standard Time. Cool. I think it's the time zone in Australia that the least number of people live in. I think there's more people in WA than there is South Australia and everything combined. Enough about time zones, chat. Same palette livery between these two. almost kind of look like teammates at a glance, but not for a bit more black and a bit more yellow stripe for Pure Sims. Pure Sims, they've got to be worried about Team 75 Bernhard Sim RC just in the background there, that Porsche potentially catching them. Is that Porsche also hitting some great fuel economy, or is this really a Fire Sim Sport trick?
Not sure, but they're certainly not in the same position that Fire are in terms of being on the hour and possibly being able to make this on 8 more stops.
It does seem like Fire is just making fuel where almost no one else can at this point, doesn't it?
I mean, they're not being bump drafted. We haven't seen them picking up any massive slipstreams or anything. They've just got some magic touch. Nothing wrong with the lap time. Got a 1.3 still, which is right about bang on where it needs to be. That kind of fuel economy, I mean, we could always be forgiven for, you know, averaging laps in the 144s, but not doing that.
Yeah, there really is an art to saving fuel while driving fast, and it's very, very difficult to do, and not many people can do it as well as Fire seems to be doing it. But there are techniques that you have to learn, and the hardest and most impressive thing is you have to nail those techniques lap after lap after lap, and it's a very different type of driving compared to pushing at 10 tenths like we're seeing from the LMP2 race leaders. It's very difficult to hit your apexes lap after lap at the pace that Fire is doing it, and with the consistency that they're doing it.
Keeping the lead gap around about 30 seconds or so in the GTD class. It's around about 30 seconds or so in LMP2. It's kind of phase of the stop cycle. It's amazing. Hours and hours of racing. And for LMP2, that gap has stayed steady the whole time that this group of us have been on the air here. Things have been a little more interesting across the last 3 hours or so in GTD, where we've had several different leaders on board with Marvin's Trail in the Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC. Get an idea of what kind of fuel saving he might be doing. Well, no clutch, and at best, maybe 50 meters of lift into the bus stop. But you get the idea that right now, the goal shouldn't be fuel saving for this car. It should be make up a second and a half, get into the slipstream of Pure Sims, and then maybe think about it.
Well, yeah, you'd think they should be able to manage it as well, because they are on new tyres at the moment, and they gained a couple of attempts on the last lap. We'll see what they gain this time around as they tick over the line again. Oh, pretty much identical actually. If anything, Bernhard lost it half a second there with Marvin's Trail. So yeah, this gap is kind of staying the same, but yeah, just to reference what you were saying about LMP2 really at the front of the field, if anything, Apex just ever so slightly pulling that gap out from half a minute. Even with 6-time winner of this race, Mitchell de Jong at the wheel, Coanda cannot catch the 99 for the moment.
And it does seem like Mitchell doesn't quite have the same pace as we were seeing out of the driver before, Josh Rogers. Rogers definitely seems maybe like 3 to 4 tenths a lap even quicker than Mitchell at this point in the run. So it's very interesting. Maybe just the setup isn't quite to Mitchell's liking, and there's just some characteristics that he's not finding quite as enjoyable. But there is definitely been a noticeable pace gap between Mitchell and Josh so far in this race.
Could also come down to preparation as well. I mean, Josh Rogers, he's been doing maybe the BMW events, but I'm not sure what else is on his palette. Mitchell de Jong, is doing everything all the time between Rallycross and NASCAR Pro Series, maybe it just comes down to who had how many hours to put into really getting in tune with the setup and the tyres and the conditions and the circuit and the alterations to the circuit since last year, including what's a different line through the bus stop with that turtley sausage or sausagey turtle at the third apex that your race leader is about to show us.
I'll be interested to know if anybody knows this on how much it has actually slowed the cars down, or if it has at all, to be honest, through there. I feel like it has limited off tracks through that third part at least. People still do run out wide through the fourth part, of course, but I'll be interested to know if it's slowing down the pace at all, because it does seem to be a faster race this year, but I would maybe put that down to the fact that we've got more prototypes this year and less GT cars overall, because we had 2 classes of GTs last year, and we've only got 1 this time, and it's leading at the moment. I think we're going to go 3 laps quicker than we did last year.
Yeah, I do think that it is having a little bit of an effect for sure, Ewan. I think the effect is probably more noticeable in top split than it would be in sort of a lower split where maybe they aren't cutting it as fine as they would in this top split. But I do think, at least for what we're watching, there is probably a little bit of an effect, as it sounds like we just had something happen with Obsidian Racing.
No, just a bit of YouTube chat, which I keep my eye on, and great to have people all around the world engaging. Great to have people all around the world driving in the iRacing Daytona 24 this year. We've talked quite a bit about those time zones and all the different places around the world that people are logged in and racing. But Pablo Lazar was driving in the Obsidian number 11 until Ade Coba Lopez took over about 30-40 minutes ago. He just writes, "I'm dead, please finish this." So I'd have to look up how many laps he did, but I think he's another one of those Europeans who's been awake till 4 or 5 a.m. has now handed it over to someone hopefully a little fresher to close this one out.
Yeah, I was going to say, no prizes for guessing where he's going or has gone after that message, because I believe, that being a Spanish team, that he will be in Spain, and it's 5:22 in the morning down there at the moment. So you can forgive him for wanting to get a bit of sleep at this stage, and you can hope Lopez has been at least for an hour or 2 before getting in the car here, or indeed he's taken on the right fluids or substances, so that he can stay awake that little bit longer.
168 laps in the car is the total across this race that Pablo Lazar has done. Not the most in the Obsidian vehicle. Pedro Sanchez Alberts did 215. Now Ade Coba Lopez is up to 119. They're a 4-driver lineup in that machine. They also had Fernando Ancholi Busquets. So 4-driver lineup for Obsidian, and their drivers are still feeling the effects of the race and the fatigue.
Lazar says he's on after Lopez, so he can't go to bed yet by the look of it. I don't know. It's trying to read YouTube chats live on air. It's not. I don't know. It's difficult, but no, it's difficult for everybody at this stage, really, especially if you're in Europe, being awake at this time. But you would kind of get to that point where we're seeing people coming fresh from a bit of sleep, so it's hard to know.
I arrived at this commentary stint from a bit of sleep, but I don't know how fresh I was feeling.
Exactly.
Watching the race leader led more laps than anyone, I think, today in the 99 Apex Racing team. Kelly Constantini's been in for a bit. We are suspecting they might be 3 or 4 laps away from a driver change here.
This definitely seems like the opportune time to get Michele out of the car and get a fresh driver in. But really, Michele has been doing sort of the yeoman's work for the Apex Racing team up at the front. Right when we came on air, he had a number of adventures, but as the stint has sort of worn on, he was really settled in here, and it was really fun, especially in that middle stint, watching him go toe-to-toe with Josh, and now going toe-to-toe lap for lap with with Mitchell, and they've really been matching pace so well throughout this middle stint. And that's really what you need to do as the leader, is just manage that gap, not take too many risks, but at the same time make sure that you're not giving the cars behind you hope to get back into the race. And Michele's done a really good job of that, I think.
Came at a good time, didn't it? I mean, Josh Rogers was starting to really look threatening, and then it's been solid stints so far for Michele Constantini to steady that ship and not give Coanda the chance to just chip away lap after lap after lap and start to exert that pressure, because when you're at 10 hours left to go in the race, a 30-second lead is not much at all if the car behind is just taking 2/10, 3/10 on average out of you every lap. It'll start to evaporate, and you'll be looking at how much is left in the clock thinking, a bit of uh-oh through the traffic here as well. Change the lane between SimRC and the leader. Doesn't end up in too much drama. It does mean, as we were talking about, no fuel saving for Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC when we rode on board with them a couple laps ago. So they were really head down, full beans, trying to catch 116. Now that they're here, close to Pure Sims and in that draft, just 2.5 tenths back, maybe they can think about the fuel saving now if they're not thinking about the pass. Absolutely, it was the right time a couple laps ago to try to close down this gap.
Yeah, they've done it slowly over the last few laps in that number 75 Porsche, and now the battle is finally on. But it's that age-old question here at Daytona: are they just going to push that Lamborghini on physically, or are they going to go for the overtake at this stage? It doesn't look like they're really close enough to go for it, even if they want to, but a late charge in the slipstream and a late braking down the inside should be enough. Down the inside and into 8th place for that Porsche.
Well, there you go. 75, not waiting at all.
Nope.
Up into 8th place they go. Worry a little bit about the traffic there. Of course, the sensible thing to do there is to just try to take a late apex and open the power down well off the exit. Which, of course, something that the rear engine Porsche is typically strong at is the rear end grip with the weight there. The GT3 model here sometimes struggles with the front tyres going away and becoming a little pushy. Opposite problem is what we sometimes see for the BMW M4 rear tyre wear is of gravest concern. Maybe they didn't need to stay behind Pure Sims because now they've got BS competition slipstream.
I was just about to say, David, that now that, I think that was a really smart move because of being aware of who else is around you on track. When you have the second place car right in front of you, you know that if you can get in their draft, you will be probably stronger than the car you're fighting with's draft. So this will be a really good move because he can use that 89 BS competition car to really start to stretch that gap and still save fuel at the same time.
It's interesting to see what they choose to do, but it's no longer for position like it was with Pure Sims. The car they're up against is second overall. Very tight down the inside. Not in the driver's blind spot, but in ours for a brief moment there. That's Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing.
Yeah, so, talking of LMP2s, I just want to say the leader is going to come in a moment. I know you mentioned it a couple of moments ago, David, but yeah, Williams Esports in at the moment, Apex Racing Team about to be, and I'm pretty sure that the driver change is going to happen. We've seen Michele Constantini in that car for quite a while now. He's trying to, by the way, this is a stat that kind of surprised me a little bit. He's trying to become the first Italian to win this race overall as a driver. We've seen an Italian winning in GT3 3 years ago, but only once. Italy not particularly successful. So trying to become the first overall driver to win at Daytona in the 24 hours. Is Constantini, but he's going to be getting out at the end of this lap or the next.
Is it funny that I know off the top of my head exactly who that Italian was that won in 2019?
Well, I mean,
Mamma Mia himself, Simone Maria Marcheno.
I had it in front of me, so I can't. I'm cheating a bit, but here he is, Costantini.
Yeah, absolutely. What if Hugo's got a camera for this one? We'll have a looky as the driver change takes place. Costantini out, and correctly predicted. Peter Berryman in. There he is. Nice orange accents on the boots. He's ready. That looks like a pit lane speed limiter in. Oh, what a camera angle. Production value from Apex Racing Team. Get right in on the boots if you're listening, Dane Baird. We want to see the pedals. He's waiting for the fuel right now, and then the car will go up on the jacks, and he'll be waiting on the tires as well. Nah, maybe Dane's not listening to us. You know what? It's a good idea. Have you noticed? I've been seeing this. A few of the drivers on pit exit in LMP2 here releasing the pit lane speed limiter after the hairpin in the exit, controlling the speed manually right up until the cones. So here goes Peter Berryman back into the race. No external indications about when the lane speed limiter is engaged. You need to know from the onboards. But out there, disengage it and then wait a bit to open up the throttle.
There's Coanda. And how hard are they going to fight this with the 8.5 hours to go? I know there's a pit stop between them, but they could really do their teammates a favour here by holding back Berryman when he should be at his fastest. So let's wait and see how this one plays out.
He could be Dane, Checo Perez, Warren, if he wanted to play a little bit of the team game.
Let's hope it doesn't get quite as blatant as Sergio Perez did.
To be honest with you, I see nothing unsporting about it. This is for position here. It was for position on track in that other example. We're about to see Berryman rolls out of the throttle real easy, still just trying to feel his way back into the car.
I think what Perez did in the real world, like, it wouldn't have been unsporting if he hadn't done it to the degree he did it. I think the degree to which he did what he did mattered.
It's a big debate, isn't it? And I know there's a lot of discussion about it. I mean, personally, it wasn't anything that I don't. It certainly wasn't. It was certainly within the rules, in my opinion. But whether it was admirable or not is another discussion.
Yeah. Well, I will definitely agree with you there. Like it was definitely well within the rules, but like just from a competitive sporting standpoint, I think that like he could have done it less blatantly and gotten a similar result. Let me put it that way.
Tell us your thoughts. Let us on a postcard. Send them in the YouTube chat. Tweet them at RaceSpot. It's 2022 and we're still having the same discussion.
It's not going to die down, though, is it?
Do I got to bring out my Michael Massey accent again?
Well, I was going to say, to be fair to Sergio, in the end it made no difference because Michael Massey decided the F1 championship.
It did because it kept Verstappen close enough that all of the occasions Mercedes were thinking about putting new tyres on Lewis for the full safety car and the virtual safety car. Because of that time, Lewis was still just a little too close to Max for Mercedes to feel comfortable doing it. So I think the net result is it did have an effect on how the race played out and what strategy Mercedes went for, which would have affected what tyres Lewis was on for the final lap, regardless of what Italian-Australian Michael Massey decided on. getting another look at Peter Berryman. Are we going to get the angle I requested? I know Dane Vaird's listening. Maybe he's too afraid to get the camera right in there and distract Peter Berryman at a very, very critical juncture, just trying to wait out the fuel tank and sort of medieval siege out VRS Commander SimSport 18. There's only a couple more laps before Dane Warren's going to pit. There's only a negative 5 seconds before Richard Leong's going to pit. He's on pit lane right now from the lead, so this will become first and second, and pretty shortly lead again. Peter Berryman.
I will say, if there are team orders going on at Kalanda, it certainly doesn't show on the time screen because Kalanda, Apex, and both Kalanda drivers before Mitchell went into the pits were basically running identical lap times, so it doesn't look like there's any sort of shenaniganry that we were talking about there going on track here tonight.
Whoa.
Yeah, quick lane change as Yaz Heat and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, I think that's who it is, get out of the way of what becomes our lead battle in the prototype class. And as I say, Peter Berryman can afford to wait this one out because there's probably just 2 laps left of fuel. The number 18 in front of him. Everyone appears to be doing 24-lap stints now from the LMP2 class. It's been a while since anyone has done 25. Looks like Yaz Heat have been doing it. They're 10th in that class. Everyone ahead of them. I see a lot of sign.
Yeah, I think when the top 3 are pressing as hard as they are right now, and I just don't think that there's any choice but the 3 of them need to respond to each other if they're going to stay in the race. So I just don't think that any of them have a choice but to press on as hard as they can at this point.
Yeah, I agree. Too hard to save the amount of fuel for 25 laps under these conditions. In the daytime it was okay, and to be fair, in the early part of the race these 2 teams were running in tandem, and so they were kind of helping each other save the fuel in a way. But that's really not happening anymore, and it probably won't until the end of this race. Really, I think it'll be 24s to the end, despite the daytime. A little bit later on, despite the sunlight, maybe making it a little bit easier to save the fuel because the pace will come down. But I don't think we're going to see 25 laps again.
Personal best lap of the race for Dane Warren just then, 1 minute 31.926. This is the prime time for lap speed for these prototype cars. He's right at the end of his first stint on the tyres, so newish tyres, and the car is super light because the tank is almost empty. This will be his in lap right now. That's the magic laps, right at the end of your first stint. Tyres are still good, car very light, and he's now one of just a select handful of drivers to have broken into the 131s. Depending on how you measure it, I think that puts an equal best lap between the number 18 and the number 99. I see 131.926 as a best lap of the race for the cars in first and second. Bit of GT traffic suddenly splitting between them. Flashy headlights. Peter Berryman says, I'm down the inside of the second place GTD runner.
Actually, the best lap of the race is from your 4th place team, a 131.764 from Williams Esports there.
Yeah, so the select group of cars that have broken into the 131 is just your top 5 runners as Dane Warren does peel in. Maybe I didn't say it clearly enough. I was trying to suggest that the 131.9 is the fastest lap of the race overall, but just the best of those 2 cars. But yeah, a good measurement of what's possible for the LMP2s right now.
It's amazing to watch these drivers push as hard as they are, and to do it lap after lap after lap. It really is a testament to just how skilled these drivers are, that they can consistently hit all of these lap times with no mistakes. It's a treat to watch.
Here is the number 18. I was about to say was Dane Warren, but of course it's still Dane Warren. He only just got a new set of tyres at the end of last stint. Gets only fuel in this one. It is 70 litres for the fuel cell in these things, right? I always get confused between this and the IndyCar because both of them got the same steering wheel.
The IndyCar is 70, I believe.
IndyCar 70, and so these are one of them 70, one of them 75, and I always forget these.
I would have put it roughly in that ballpark as well, but I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly.
I can tell you the IndyCar is 18.5 gallons because for some reason they
Dallara love a bit of metric. So again, all of these Dallara cars are a round number of litres for the fuel capacity, even in IndyCar. In fact, what was I listening to? It was the Nashville course, I think. They played some team radio, and the driver said a number for the fuel consumption. They were trying to hit a particular target, so the driver said, I've got this, and it was like 2.2 or something, and the team came back, we need 2.1, and that can only have been litres per lap as a unit of measure going back and forth between the driver and the team in real IndyCar.
Yeah, it wasn't gallons a lap, was it? That's quite a lot.
Whatever the number was, I'm pulling it out. Whatever the number was, it made no sense at all for gallons, for MPG or gallons per lap. It only could have made sense as litres per lap.
By the way, got a bit of a battle going on for fourth at the minute. I know this one going on for eighth in GTD. We're trying to keep an eye on the leaders in LMP2, but I'll just check Hours of Esports, who won 2 categories in 2019, the only team to manage that. Fourth place at the minute. They've climbed up the order again after falling back early on in this race. Qualified well, fell back, and now they rise into the 4 again. Although they might be pushed back by the guys who ran out of fuel a few hours ago.
Yeah, Romain Grosjean is defeated, but so is this R8G Esports number 88 coming back, and so is Altus Esports coming back from the flames with the flames. Oh, it's such a good view. Can't we just leave this camera in the bottom corner for the remaining 8 and something hours? And I feel like they've updated those flames as well with some of the updated particle effects with regards to the tyres that gets thrown off the cars, the smoke that's in the air, and those flames. They're juicier and more succulent than I remember them. If those are even adjectives one can use to describe combustion.
I totally think they are.
Come on, Florian Riediger, get closer. And on the upshift too, just a little taste of what's to come.
I like how they're not quite synchronized.
Yes. Wonder how long this 88 is going to stick around behind the McLaren here, because it does look quicker. It's very close coming out the bus stop chicane, and you can see already they're catching through 3 and 4, oval 3 and 4. So are they going to give the push to the Hours of Esports car or not? Looks like they are going to bump down the straight. And to be fair to them, they're not too far away from a pit stop here. I think this is the 28th lap. Their stint of 29th. Anyway, we're into the late 20s at this point, so it's going to be pit lane shortly for these 2 cars.
And these two teams are really sort of on a rise, and they've been going through the field sort of in tandem here. I think it was probably ever since the stop where RAG went a little bit long, they sort of caught up to the back end of Altus Esports, and then they've sort of pushed each other through the field ever since. So it's definitely, I think, a little bit of cooperation from these 2 teams at this point.
Fuel only 2 laps apart for these cars. Tyres 1 stint apart. So where they are in the race, not entirely dissimilar, that they could keep working together and probably be pretty close after the next round of pit stops as well. I imagine both of them are going fuel only.
I've just looked at the car that's in front of these two here, the number 9.
Although saying that, Altus did only triple stint the tyres last time around, so they might do the same.
Yes.
Same again.
They have been since the start, actually. But yeah, just look, the number 9 Fire SimSport green car just up in front, and we calculated that RHG lost, what was it, 1 minute 40 from the lead of this race when they ran out of fuel not so long ago. Now they're what maybe less than 1:45 behind the lead. You know, they will be right up there within 5 seconds of the leader for the overall race lead in GTD. Completely heartbreaking for them to run out of fuel.
But it does show that both of these cars do have the pace, so if something does happen in the next 8 and a little bit hours to that Fire SimSport car, these are two cars that you definitely have to keep an eye on for the rest of this race.
Never rule anyone out. I mean, don't rule either of these cars out for a podium here.
Absolutely.
Trying to get some lap back to your leader, who I imagine is still doing that patented Micklegarda fuel save here, and is on the 4th stint of his tyres. So in combination of all of those, not a massive surprise that Altus and RHG have been able to catch up through this phase and through this stint.
I wonder if they're going to try and overtake the leader here.
I think they would, and I think if you're Micklegarda, you're probably quite happy to let him have it. Bit of 3 wide as a prototype shoots down the inside, and then Altus are going to get ahead of Fira. RHG still behind, but then you've got another huge straight banking flat out section of running down towards turn 1 where RHG could get around. More traffic, more prototypes going to the high side.
How big a psychological thing do you think that is for Altus Esport and RHG if they do manage to get around Fire? How big of a psychological impact do you think that has for these two teams to be back on the same lap as the leader now?
Big.
Yeah, I would agree.
They'll be getting shown blue flags right now for being 1.5 seconds up the road from their class leader. They get a little further up the road and it's no more GTD blue flags. And this is the end of the stint for Fira, so they're about to take a long full service pit stop. These guys will remain on the lead lap after this next cycle of pit stops too. They can keep lapping faster than Fira. They'll go from being a minute 40 behind their class leader to being a minute 35, minute 30 behind their class leader, and it's great that they got this kind of pace that they've been able to keep up. I worry Altus are going to have one more stop to get to the end than Fire though, and might still end up off the lead lap. Same for RHG, they're heading for a pit stop sort of 15 minutes before the top of the hour, whereas we know Fire are probably aiming for hitting that top of the hour consistently. So, 7 more pit stops for Fire, 8 more for Altus and RHG?
Yeah, I agree. I haven't seen them hitting the hour consistently yet, as we see.
They're obviously trying though.
Yeah,
aren't
yeah.
they? If they're giving up a bit of lap pace and so aggressively saving to try to go 2 laps longer than some other Porsche teams are doing, it's a very, very intentional decision that they wouldn't do if they didn't think they could do it.
Yeah, I agree. They've done 24 laps complete on this stint now. I think we calculated they need to do 33, isn't it? They need to do 33, or have been at least at the moment. So
Red Zag's staying in, so that might indicate that this is going to be a 4th stint on the tyres, or it might not. We're going to see shortly when the fueling's done in about 5 seconds' time. There's no driver change going on, so I think you're going to see this car pull away when the... No!
He's in for a long day.
He's got a lot of overnight shift then.
Yes. doing the full graveyard shift here for 43.
Stocking the shelves.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's definitely one of those things where some people can handle doing many shifts in a row, and some people just can't do it. And it's really up to individual. I'm not going to say talent, because it's not a talent. It's either you can or you can't, and there's almost no way to really push yourself beyond what you can do, except if you're basically in an emergency situation. But if you know that you can do it, it is a good psychological advantage to have, and a good tactical advantage to have a driver that can go many stints in a row, to have that overnight sort of anchor for your team.
Especially with the reduced number of drivers that we're seeing in a lot of these lineups, for the reason we've mentioned. You've got to keep your average I rating in your car way up, and that's seeing for some of the teams potentially, you know, what could be a fourth or fifth driver who could come in and, you know, do some of the overnight stuff in the uncomfortable hours and, you know, be close enough to on pace. Got to drop that driver out of your lineup to make sure you make the big show, which is clearly the intention of everyone who's made the big show. There's 40 something splits for this time zone, this time slot, so it's not enough to be the top 10%. The teams that are aiming for this split, and again, this is our talking point. Every split valid and competitive and challenging, but we're watching the top split. These teams have tried to make the top split, so that's their focus.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, that's the beauty of a 24-hour race, is every split is competitive for the drivers involved in that split. It just so happens that this split in particular, we've seen some of the hardest racing I've ever recalled seeing in a 24-hour race, with the level of these drivers, especially at the front of the LMP2 race, but really also the GT race as well, with just how close even the top 10 are still in GTD.
RIG in also. If they go anywhere near to the 43, but
Drive change?
possible.
I think it's Julian Cernan was not in the car and he's getting into R8G now.
Yep.
Interesting.
At least the second time he's been in that car.
Yeah, probably going with a driver chain, a tyre change. So that's only 2 or 3 stints on them tyres for R8G, but they're hoping that Julian... Nope.
Oh, wow.
It's one of those rare times that it happens. It's a driver change without a tyre change for R8G.
Always very tricky as a driver.
Stop here for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. The Colonel, Graham Sanders, getting in and leaving pit lane. But here's R8G out of the pit lane. What are they going to be relative to those that they were racing? They've got a whole bunch of prototype traffic that Julian Cernan's got to be quite concerned about immediately.
Yeah, there's still, 20 of them? 20 prototypes? Yeah, there are 20 prototypes to be negotiating, or for them to negotiate you, I suppose. So yes, plenty of them. 35 cars still running out of the 50 that started this race. 15 retirements. I have to say, the vast majority in GT. Only got 15 GTs remaining, 5 more in the prototypes. So a big 10 of the GTD cars out of this race already. As Jonas Vollmeyer, a man who's won this race on a couple of occasions as well in GTs, trying to do it again for Team Redline.
Yeah, there he goes. They fueled up that BMW. There he goes. Now, is he using the pit lane speed limiter?
Yeah, you mentioned this earlier, but I don't see the benefit to it really. I guess very small benefit, surely.
Yeah, you can get just slightly closer to the limit without using the limiter. There is a little bit of a built-in tolerance with the iRacing limiter, so it's a very big risk, I will say, for a very small reward, but sometimes when you're pitting as many times as you have to pit in a 24-hour race, those small amounts can matter, but again, to me, it's a big risk.
Small amounts of time gained in places can make big dividends, though. I mean, you think about, you leave the pit lane and whether you do or don't catch the draft of the car that you were racing before the pit stops might only be, you know, a tenth, 2/10 through that pit lane, but whether you catch that flight or not can have a huge result at the end of your race. So I guess that's one of the reasons, particularly early in the race, they'd be looking to do it, and then once you practice it, I guess they're confident with doing it all race.
Because after all, the pit speed here is 55 miles an hour, which is very slow compared to what they're doing down the front stretch here, going into turn 1. So when you think about it, going like 55 for as long as this pit road is, if you can go just that little bit closer to 56, it can gain you several tenths of a second over the length of a pit lane.
And it's an even longer pit lane than it used to be, with how much longer they go until the end of that limited zone. You see, he was also using second gear through the lane and then downshifted into first to accelerate out. All that little fuel saving from the minute it leaves the garage or the pit stall. They're thinking about it.
And second gear will be easier for them to control the speed because it doesn't have that immediate power band that the first gear will have. So it takes very fine control over the throttle to keep it right at that limit that they're looking at to try to gain the advantage. So that second gear just helps that. And then when they shift down to first, it's because they want that torque coming out of the corner of the pit road.
Let's go now to someone involved with our race leader, bringing in Dane Baird, who's at the Apex Racing Team Centre and has been giving us some of the cameras, particularly as Peter Berryman got in the car. Dane, are you awake?
Just about, I think. It has been a long 23 hours that I've been awake now. We decided that Mark and I, Mark was doing the strategy for the 2 Apex Racing Academy cars. They didn't make the top split. They made second split, but both of them unfortunately had incidents in the first few hours of the race, so they are no longer taking part. But the two of us were going to go up. We live fairly near to each other, so because of that, we had to get up incredibly early this morning to make the trip to the centre in time for the race start so we could get everything set up beforehand. So I've been up for 23 hours. Do I regret that? No, it's been amazing. I've loved every second of it. The centre is really coming along nicely, and it's amazing to see what the team have done with this place. It's super cool. You've seen a couple of hours ago when we were doing some stuff with Kevin with the weather forecasting and some of the interviews as well with our drivers. It's a really cool place that the team has managed to come up with here, so pretty happy with how things have turned out. Well, it seems to have done pretty well for the team too, because they're doing not too badly in the LMP2.
I liked the weather report, by the way. I think some improvements could be made. I'd be inclined to we've got a high pressure zone coming in here as we lap the traffic. A low pressure over here while we're solo lapping.
Yeah, we decided that there were a couple of tweets made by the Trading Paints account actually on Twitter regarding a little splash of rain at 2 a.m. potentially, which was what Kevin was referring to in his thing. So if anyone didn't understand that, that was what we were referencing. Just seeing the rain passing by was just the perfect opportunity to throw that in there. The reason we actually did the weather forecast thing was because for both Peter and Kevin's interviews that we had before then, had loads of comments from people in random Discord servers, in YouTube live chats, all sorts of places, where people were saying the drivers look like weathermen. So we thought, why not just turn Kevin to a weatherman? And so we did.
Brilliant. Talk us through some of the strategy that we're seeing at LMP2 here, because last year's iRacing Daytona 24 top split, it's like it was kind of won on tyre conservation and fuel conservation, and that seems to have kind of gone out the window between yourselves at Apex Racing Team and the two Coanda cars vying for the podium and the win.
Yeah, so I'm not obviously going to reveal too much about our strategy, but we have brought a bit of a different strategy than what Coanda brought last year and did so well with. And yeah, the strategy is to look to be somewhat different from what we've been seeing so far, but obviously not going to try and give too much of that away. We've obviously got Pete in the car now, and he's absolutely flying. He was in the first stint he was doing, and putting it back in the car now, and he's straight back on it again. So yeah, really happy with how the team's been doing with the strategy. We've got George and Mark, who have been working since 11 o'clock yesterday morning, I guess now, trying to work on the strategy for the race, and then working on the strategy and updating throughout the race, figuring out how things have been going. And they've been doing a fantastic job. Mark's just gone to sleep only just now, and George is staying up with me, so we're going to be having an all-nighter here, putting an all-nighter, taking us all the way to the finish. So it should be an interesting race, I will say that. The strategy is looking quite interesting. There's some things that maybe might not be so obvious, but it's looking like it should be an interesting finish to the race. We're fairly confident with where we are, but we obviously are up against Coanda, so we always have to be cautious.
You guys got a coffee machine?
We have a kettle. And
does it work?
it does. George has been making great use of that. So yeah, he's been downing the coffee to try and keep himself up. He's actually done a pretty good job. It doesn't look like he's too close to passing out yet, but yeah, it's a tough one. But when the racing is so intense, it's difficult to go to sleep. So I don't quite know how everybody else has managed to do it. But yeah, George and I busy watching the race and the on-track action. Just there is no chance that we're going to sleep at this point. It's just not going to happen.
One thing we've, I think, figured out from Team Redline is if you do get a coffee machine, make sure it's on a different circuit to the sim rigs and routers.
Yep. That's something that we have noted in the design of our center. I think is a very key thing, is that nothing can trip up the most crucial part of the sim racing center, which is of course the coffee machine. Nothing can stop that. If the coffee machine breaks, then you're done for. Then there's no more staying up, and if you can't stay up, you can't race, obviously. If your strategist falls asleep because there's no coffee, well then your strategy's gone out the window and you're going to lose the race. So the coffee machine is obviously the most important part. Unfortunately, we don't have one yet, I don't think, although I don't drink coffee, so I don't really know too much. But I do know we have a kettle that works, and that seems to have served George just about well enough.
That's good. I'm glad you've put all that thought into it, and it's potentially reaping rewards. Only a third of the race to go, only, a very, very short amount of 8 hours. What's going to be what's a relief right now, and what's giving you nerves? What's the sources of pain and pleasure at this point of the race?
Pain is that we are leading the race, but there's still so much time and so much opportunity for stuff to go wrong. We've already had our fair share of instances. I didn't break that camera. That camera's been tripping itself up a couple of times. I think the battery might be running low on it or something like that. I did have to run and go and fix it before Pete got in the car so that it was working, but yeah, it seems it's just dropped now. But yeah, big thing is that the race is still very much underway. There is still a lot of time left to go, so we cannot be too confident in where we are. Despite having a fairly good on-track position, can't really complain too much about it. It really does take its toll. 16 hours in, it feels like the race should be over by now with the stress of everything that's been going on, but yeah, no, it is very difficult to still have 8 hours left on the clock. Biggest pleasure is that Pete's in the car. He's been so solid. Really can't doubt him. He's just going to put in the laps that we need from him. And yeah, that's really inspires confidence, despite us having to be cautious because we are still up against Coanda. So, like I said before, you have to be cautious against them.
You think you guys are going to pick up a second wind when the sun rises outside and on the track?
Outside, 100%, because it's just George and I, and of course Pete up at the moment in the center. Everybody else has gone to bed, so when the sun rises and everybody else wakes up and gets back in the center, the spirits will definitely rise. I think that is going to be a huge boost. But yeah, inside the sim, I don't think it makes too much of a difference, to be honest. In terms of the drivers driving in the sim, obviously it makes a little bit of a difference with braking markers and stuff, but overall I don't think it makes a huge amount of difference, at least not for George and I stuck in the center not driving. But yeah, maybe for the drivers they feel differently, but for George and I, just outside is going to make a huge difference when everybody else wakes up and brings a bit of atmosphere back.
Well, I won't say too much more, but thank you for providing some cameras, having a chat with us, and maybe we'll get a close-up pedal cam at some point.
I can't make too many promises about the pedal cam. The cameras are fairly stuck in their position, but I'll see what I can do. But yeah, thanks a lot for having a chat with me, and hopefully we'll speak again fairly soon. 8 hours after the race, I think we can get a couple more chats with the drivers in at some point.
Okie dokie. Catch you around. That was Dane Baird from Apex Racing Team. Another look at the track conditions here, by the way. It's still in the middle of the night. It's still in the night, very, very dark in the sky. 18 degrees Celsius in the air. 19 on the track. 10 kilometers an hour, blustering about a little bit. Still coming roughly from the south-southeast. 53% humidity. That's very low for Florida, I believe. And 5:52 a.m. How far away can that sunrise really be, guys?
I think it's just over an hour away at this stage. I think at this time of year, well, I calculate it based on today, which is not quite correct, is it? Because we're running this race in sim as if it's on the weekend it is in real life, which is next weekend, of course. So maybe it will be slightly earlier than what I predicted. But today, apparently, in Florida, the sun is going to rise at just past 7 a.m., which is obviously a long time away in real life, but we're accelerated a bit forward, if you see what I mean. So I think we've got just over an hour of darkness to go, but we're going to start to see that beautiful sunrise shortly. While we're having that interview, by the way, the GTD leader came in, and it didn't get anywhere near as comfortable it wasn't anywhere near as comfortable on the hour. It was less than an hour's stint there from Fira, despite their fuel saving, and it's still costing them time as well. So very much hanging in the balance in GTD and also in LMP2, as we've just been talking about, because the team we've just been talking to have just come in the pits.
And with the winds coming from the southeast, I think you'd want to be landing on runway 16 at Daytona Beach Airport, DAB. Is this a fifth stint on the tyres for Fira?
Wow, that'd be impressive if so.
Yeah, that sounds like they're going really far on these tires. So, I mean, that could be a valid part of the strategy if they're going, like, if they're being so easy on the throttle that they're just saving the tires as well. That is an advantage to having that fuel saving. You really do go easy on the equipment. So if they can do 5 stints on a tire, that's a big advantage time-wise when it comes to pitting. But they do seem to be losing a fair bit of time on the track right now. So it'll be interesting to see how that all shakes out as the race sort of comes towards its conclusion here in the next few hours.
I mean, you remember on the fourth stint of these tyres, it was pretty clear that R8G and Altus Esports had significantly more pace to pretty easily unlap themselves. It's only going to continue presumably through this stint. But what really matters is their speed in comparison to the number 89 in second place. There's still 25 seconds there. That is slowly getting eaten away at.
Yeah, it is trending to get closer between those two teams, and considering what I saw earlier on in this race, I'm a bit surprised by that, because I thought the number 9, especially with Mick O'Gade in the car, was going to pull away at this stage in the race, but that really hasn't happened. And BS Competition is showing that they're up for a fight, which is fantastic to see.
Fight is what we are going to have. Pace looks like for Dealer in third, and also this battle here, Pure Sims, Team 75, 8th and 9th. 75 got around Pure Sims pretty quick, smart last stint, find themselves back behind again. So what will we see? Take 2. Although 16 hours into the race is probably like take 10, take 15 between these two teams.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say they really have been battling throughout this entire race, and it's one of those things where, on the one hand, you become familiar with the other team and the other car and sort of where the cars are strong and weak, but at the same time, after a certain bit, you're like, I'd kind of like to start racing with some other people here and find somewhere else on the track to be, but at the same time, you can't really do anything about it. So it sort of becomes, depending on the personality of the driver in the cockpit, it can be either frustrating or relaxing to have the same battle going on for so long.
Pure Sims, what we have, it's important to me, but I really think we should start racing other people.
They might well decide. They might well decide to just bump that Lamborghini, to be honest, because it's only just under 4 seconds up to 7, so it wouldn't be the worst idea.
Now, Altus are on their first stint with some new tyres there. Rafael Eretzag surprised me by staying in the car and taking tyres at a time that I thought maybe he was either going to do another stint on the same tyres or they were going to chuck someone new in. So I wonder if it would be tough at this point for these two cars to try to catch him.
Basically ensured that he would stay in that car for another nearly 3 hours at what was, about 5:30 a.m. where he was at the time. So he put himself in for a long day. But the leaders are, well, I say leaders overall, but the number 2 inherited the lead briefly. They're into the pit lane on schedule once more.
Something wrong. We're back. Yep, number 2 on the pit lane, and then expect number 18 a little bit later. But Peter Berryman goes back through into the lead of the race. Last barely ahead of number 18. Last time around through these pit stops, they were the other way around, and Apex Racing had to wait for the 18 to pit to go back through into the lead. So I think at the moment it looks like, as we keep going through pit stop phase, Apex are making a bit of ground on the co-anders.
It really does seem to go back and forth a little bit, I think. Apex is definitely making up time on the number 18 car just a little bit, but at the same time they seem to be losing ever so slightly to the number 2. So like it really is a case of like small differences in lap time, small differences in how they catch lapped cars and GT cars is really going to make a difference here, because these 3 cars are so evenly matched right now.
Do you feel like quite a lot of this is going to come down to the pace once the track heats up again? And that's just going to be the final 2-3 hours that really decide all these little battles that have just hung in the balance and been so knife edge all through the night?
Yeah, I definitely think that having the track be the same for so long has really given us sort of an expectation of pace. But as you say, as the track heats up, that pace is going to change, and different setups are going to do different things. So I do think it'll come down to, as we transition back into daytime, there's going to be a major shift that's going to happen here, and it'll be interesting to see who exactly is going to be the faster car, because we have seen Apex has been strong throughout the race, and maybe even a little bit stronger in the daytime. So definitely going to be interesting.
Stint lengths on your timing column on the left of screen. As a reminder, lots of information available at RaceSpotTV/time. It's even pinned at the top of the YouTube chat on RaceSpotTV. So you can see the best lap times, last lap times, positions of everyone in this top split of the iRacing Daytona 24. G3 Motorsport by Maniti and Yaz Heat, 10th and 11th. 2 teams are not afraid to take advantage of iRacing spec nap paints.
Some pretty big news for Maniti in the last couple of days as well. I think that literally on Thursday, wasn't it, when they announced that they were coming together with T3 Motorsport. They're in the pit lane as we're looking at them now, but yeah. Thankfully for us, they're not going with a completely new design for us to learn after their merger. They've decided to stay with the Maniti one, which I'm quite a fan of. It's quite a nice livery, and yeah, big day for them. First race in their new kind of setup, and yeah, just pulling into the pit lane at the moment.
I have heard 5 different pronunciations for Maniti.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Wow. How is there any other way to say it? I hope I'm not wrong.
No, you're good. I think. I think there's good old manatee. It was like, no, they're not named after the aquatic mammal. There's Manti, which is a totally different company that are more specialised in portions, but people see an M and an A and an N and a T and decide that it should be the same as the Germans. Sims, Team 75 Bernhard by Sim RC, still united for the moment.
The 18 car, by the way, was down pit lane this last time by, and we have another pro driver in there with Lauren Heinrich getting behind the wheel now.
Another former winner of this race, no less, in GT, I'll add, but still a former winner.
Sorry,
go ahead.
Saying that, yep, number 18, the new driver in the form of Lauren Heinrich. For what I would consider the regular livery VRS Coanda Simsport versus the number 2 that's kind of the camo livery Coanda Simsport. Everyone always sees some of these like Red Bull camo testing liveries and and others, and they say, oh, why don't they race with that livery? It looks so good. I think they'd race with it once and people would fall out of love with it.
Can't beat the classic Commander livery, really, can you? It's such an iconic livery in endurance racing and iRacing overall that almost any change to it would be criminal, to be honest. It's
gotten a lot more orange to the white and purple over the years, and I blame Max Verstappen. Just too much Dutch influence on sim racing lately.
Could start an argument there, as we have a big clumping of LMP3s. Excuse me, LMP2s.
I'd like LMP3s on iRacing, I'm not going to lie. I think you get this interesting division between iRacing and real-world professional motorsports, where what lots of people watch on television or streams isn't necessarily what lots of people drive on iRacing. Like, LMP3 does not pull huge viewership numbers. Its headlight flash is central in the battle for 11th in LMP2. No one is like, oh yeah, LMP3 is my favourite form of racing to watch. But if we had one on iRacing, and you got a lot of very equally matched drivers, it'd be some very enjoyable racing.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but while at the same time I do feel like those most popular forms of motorsport, like GT3 has been for the last approaching on 10 years really, as that does pull in the view at the drivers as well. But no, an addition of LMP3 would be nice. I think there's other prototypes coming out in the next year or two though that might be higher up on their priority list. I don't know what they've got lined up.
Anyone else feel like they've been catfished by that Peugeot 9X8? Like, I saw a side-by-side of the show car that they rolled out versus the one that they're testing. And, like, the show car is 100% just a concept car styling exercise. The proportions in every single place are totally different between the car that they're actually going to race and the one that they initially rolled out to the press. I mean, hey, a race car's got to be a race car, and it's like, we got to change a little bit of the proportions of the nose and this tail section, and that's all to make it a good competitive race car. Then yeah, by all means, go ahead, make the best Peugeot race car you can make. But yeah, there was clearly the marketing department and the engineering department were on different tracks at the start of that program.
I can imagine as well, getting them to agree is very difficult as well, because as you say, at the end of the day, the performance is the number one priority for the team at the end of the day. But of course, they don't want to send out an ugly car by any stretch of the imagination either. So trying to get that balance right is very difficult and so on. But yeah, you can imagine there's going to be a few changes, but and so on. But yeah, I mean, very exciting in the prototype world at the moment. There's a lot of things being rolled out, being tested and so on, and hopefully being raced at the start of next year.
I'm in the habit of pronouncing LMDH as Lumda for no good reason other than it entertains me and me alone. But yeah, I'm hoping we get one of them soonish. And they are, I guess now, it's 2022 now, they are soonish to be rolled out and tested and seeing them on the tracks of the world in not too long. So that is, yeah, a refreshing new injection of manufacturer involvement in top-level prototype racing, of which the Daytona 24 is one of the pinnacles of that.
Exactly, yeah. I was just about to mention the convergence, I think, is the most important thing. It's because everyone was very excited about the new hypercar regulations that started off last year with the new manufacturers. It's been all right, but the LMDH where Daytona and Le Mans, you can win both of those races with the same car. I think that's very important, and it's very important for sports car racing as a whole to have that kind of similarity between the IMSA series and the WEC as well.
I think if I'm Porsche testing my LMDH and Peugeot testing my LMDH, I push all of the marketing material and the PR hype and everything out now as early as I can, because the minute Ferrari reveal one teaser image of their LMH, of their hypercar, no one else is going to be able to get a single line of press coverage. It's going to be Ferrari.
Big story,
Is this
though.
Ferrari's year?
Yeah. It's a big story, though. It is, because they've not been in sports car racing in this kind of way for a long time. In prototype racing, I can't remember how many years it's been, but it's been a while. So I can't say I'm surprised, but you are right. It is going to take the vast majority of the media coverage.
An Audi LMDH, as many of them as there's going to be, and factory supported racing several continents, hopefully. That Ferrari LMDH, even if it's not instantly competitive, is just going to be such a lightning rod of attention in the global motorsport world, and people who maybe consider themselves F1 fans but not motorsport fans as much, or only casually follow a little bit of motorsports, and it's like, oh, there's a Ferrari. It's going to be against what everything else is measured in those classes.
Lots to look forward to. I'm very excited. I've got to be honest. I'm very excited. So yeah, we'll look forward to that. But yeah, I mean, we're seeing changes in IMSA all the time. That's why we haven't got any GTLM cars here, in case you're wondering at home, because it's not a category or GTE cars, as we often refer to them as, because they're not in IMSA competition anymore. It's just the LMP2s and the GTs out here today, and there's only 15 GTs remaining. Indeed, there's been high attrition in that class, and it is increasing the pace at the front of the race, I do believe.
Yeah, but it's been amazing to see just how much parity there's been, especially in the GT field. Even with all of the attrition that you've mentioned, the racing has been so tight for so long. Yes, Fire has sort of got a little bit of a gap right now, but the 89 and the 450, they're slowly lap by lap closing in on Fire, and it is definitely nowhere near a settled race at this point in either of the categories.
We've seen time and time again, anything can happen, and nothing can be taken for granted until you cross that checkered flag. And you kind of sense that in the voice from Dane Baird from Apex Racing Team when he spoke with us. He was a bit nervous, and he's got many, many more hours still to be a little bit nervous. Yeah, I mean, Lamborghinis were leading for a long time in GTD here. BMWs were right up there from Redline. BMW's still up there in second. Fire in their Porsche could bring something, and if not for some, I guess, unfortunate problems for Altus, their McLaren's been, dare I say it, on fire. They've got some good lap times, even if maybe it's just not holding onto the tyres as well as some of the other marks. That's be a problem for the McLaren. Get a little loosey-goosey, tail happy wearing out those rear tyres. But it's been a quick car. They're 7th now, and maybe still hunting down a top 5.
Yeah, there's no doubt about its pace. I've been very impressed with it. Even though it's, as I said, a slightly outdated car now, it's still very quick and used occasionally. I'm glad to see it here at Daytona, using obviously the high banks to its advantage. But yeah, as you mentioned, I seem to remember that being a problem in the past as well. The inability to double stint tyres and so on did prevent it from winning championships in the past. Although it might have done one year, the McLaren, I can't quite remember. It was a few years ago now. But yeah, they did struggle on the old tyres. I think that's why they fell back really during the daytime, because that's when the tyre stress is at its maximum during this race anyway, and it's kind of risen up through the night. You know, it's almost without us noticing. It's battling right up there with the likes of R8G for a top 5 about an hour ago, wasn't it? So, yeah, certainly in the running here.
Of course, RAG is another team that was farther up the field at one point in this race than they are right now, with that pit stop misadventure, we'll call it, that happened, what is that, almost 4 hours ago now. Yeah, it's really put them behind the 8 ball, but I've been watching their time for the last few laps, and that number 88 R8G esports car, it's been flying. They've been even flirting with 142s at certain points. So yeah, there's still so much to play for in this GT class. It's been really fascinating to watch the timing, the ATVO timing here, and just try and keep track of all the different storylines, because there's so much going on and there's so much still to play for here.
When R8G ran out of fuel, came a Lamborghini Huracan.
Not you two.
I enjoyed that.
This is exactly what I need. Is I got my like shoulder angel and shoulder devil, and Ewan is like, oh, that's so cheesy, and Andrew is like, I'm gonna invent a time machine just to like stop your parents ever making you exist.
See in the YouTube chat there, by the way, Bo Albert reporting that RC Sports have got that little bit of damage on the two sides of their cars where these cars are most weak. You could say, if you hit them front in or rear in straight, then you can get away with some quite hefty whacks, but the sides do take a beating on occasion, and RC Sports apparently have indeed received a bit of a beating, and it might be slowing them down a little bit in this race.
Clutch in so early from Marvin's trail here. He lets it LMP2 down the inside. We rode on board with them earlier, and there was very little hint of fuel saving. Now it's absolutely the focus. 275 Bernhard by SimRC. So that was, as we kind of posited, you know, burn lots and lots of fuel, catch fewer sieves, get in the slipstream, and then save fuel.
Yeah, and I do think that with fuel saving, especially in these GT cars, when you're at a point where it's really not to your advantage to try and make a move, it's really, really smart to try and clutch off as soon as you can and use the draft as much as you can. So it definitely is probably between the GT cars and the LMP2 cars, it's definitely easier to fuel save, I would say, in the GT cars.
See, 5-6 car lengths back off the Lamborghini, maybe coming onto the banking, closing up, not going to get quite so close towards the bus stop, and you see the lights go off on the dash. Clutch is in all the way. That is mega saving attempts. It was pretty significant a lap ago coming in towards turn 1, so maybe we will see it again. Tight camera, both tight to the right. One star Geodesic Racing go by on the high line. Let's look at this again. It was clutch in before the start finish line here, and yeah, wow. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's so long, but you see, he doesn't really lose very much because he has that much momentum over the car in front of him coming across the finish line, and you can get onto the brakes so late with that, because not only do you have that the ability to roll a car, but the weight is shifted a little bit towards the front already compared to if you're getting right onto the brakes. So it's fascinating to watch just how much you can fuel save and how far you can coast but still maintain that gap. It's really takes a lot of skill to do what Marvin's doing right now. do have this next round of pit stops has started just for our leaders in GTD right now. The Biela racing team has dropped down to 6th place because they just came in maybe even a little bit early in that Lamborghini Huracan, so they're not making the fuel numbers of some of these other drivers as well. So we've seen the saga of the 88 car getting back in towards the lead lap of the race. They are now, at least for now, running in 4th position on track.
Yeah, they're running well, and the 450 in that Lamborghini really has been struggling a little bit with the fuel. They've been pitting quite early, early-ish we'll say, but pit with 7.5 hours to go. They're trying to do this on 8 more stints. These guys aren't really making an hour, but they need to at least do 55 minutes or a little bit more in these stints, so that they can make it on 8 more stints, including the one they've just started now. If they can do that, I think they really are in the conversation for a podium along with Team Redline Purple. But the 450, if indeed they can manage that, will be having one of the longest final pit stops of anyone. As calculated right now, it looks like it anyway. They're going to have one of the longest final pit stops of anyone. Is that going to cost them too much and cost them so much that they lose out on a podium? It could well do, but we've obviously got to wait about 7 hours to find out.
Obsidian Racing 11 just made their pit stop, and our buddy Pablo Lazar is back in. So self-reported rumours of his death were greatly exaggerated.
I'm sure that he won't be feeling any worse for the wear after this next stint, though, because I suspect it'll be at least another triple for Pablo here.
Yeah, he's got to do at least 4 stints, doesn't he? Maybe 6. Depends what they're doing, really, with regards to tyres.
Yeah, anything less than about 2 hours 40 doesn't really line up with what everyone's doing with regards to the front tyres and when they actually make full 4 tyre stops in these LMP2s. So yeah, he's probably got a bit of work. I'm sure he's sitting comfortably.
We're not... Oh, let me have a look here. We're approaching 6:30 in the morning in sim time. We're expecting twilight and the first glimpses of light at 11 minutes to 7. So we're about half an hour away from seeing our first, or 45 minutes away, let's say, from seeing our first glimpses of light just before official sunrise.
And that really is a key time for many of these drivers, because you've been so used to seeing the same thing in the same lighting for so long as you drive through the night that you can start to lose track of your braking points, because if you're picking out this shadow or this thing on the track as your braking point, having to change that as the light starts to rapidly change, that can throw off the drivers and throw off your rhythm. So we're really starting to get, as we go towards those sort of twinkling morning hours, it's going to be a very interesting time, and it'll be interesting to see who adapts the best to the changing conditions.
It's going to be very, very orange around sunrise as well.
Yes. Always love to see that.
I wonder if we get another shot of Peter Berryman, if he's going to look a little more tanned.
Pretty sure he's from the UK, so I'd imagine that's almost impossible. But
Well, I was going to say he didn't look especially tanned in the first place.
no.
Maybe he missed the one day that the sun came out in 2021. I don't know, I've never been to the UK.
You should.
Why?
It's just better. No, I don't think that seriously. By the way, for anybody who's thinking I'm a kind of, I don't know. We're not really, but it's a nice place.
Speaking of Peter Berryman, though, it's been fascinating to watch on the ATVO timing. Peter and Mitchell have been trading lap after lap, one will be 2/10 quicker here, another will be 2/10 quicker there, and this gap between Apex and VRS Coanda, the number 2 car, has been so steady for the last, I would say, probably hour and a half or so at this point. It's amazing that we have 2 cars this closely matched this late in the race.
It is astonishing.
Hangs in the balance, and all Apex Racing team have in their favor. It's about 25 seconds. Almost all else being equal after more than 16 hours of racing.
It's really hanging. It's really astonishing. It really is to see these 2 teams just absolutely, and it's not like they're both rundling around, you know, absolutely on it all of the time from both of these. And you know, we've got World Championship drivers out there as well, just absolutely throwing punches at each other, metaphorically, of course. But you know, it's something we've not really seen very often at the Daytona 24 Hours at all. I just want to throw this little stat out there, by the way. In 2018, the only year where Coanda didn't win, because they didn't have a car in the overall LMP2 class, or DP class as it was, 7.9 seconds was the winning margin, and that's the closest we've ever seen. Are we possibly? Am I getting ahead of myself, or are we possibly going to see something similar in 7 hours and 22 minutes time?
All I know is that if we don't, we have a commentator to blame now.
Thanks.
And remember to get in touch with us using #BlameEwan.
No, don't do that. No.
Have your chances of a race win been injured by a commentator? You deserve compensation.
That could take off, that. So
I have a feeling that becoming a commentator just got much more expensive.
yeah.
Our trained lawyers at David Haynes Law guarantee no winning.
No, I do seriously think, though, going back to that battle you were mentioning there at the top of LMP2, that this is, I can't remember a year where Coanda were more challenged by this so deep into the race. You know, we're nearly 17 hours in here. And obviously we know in 2018 they didn't win, but they weren't even entered that year. So not in top split anyway, in the top class. Now, it was 50 seconds in 2021. I think that's the closest they've ever come to losing this race. Where in the years that they've won it, you know, I can't recall last year them being in this kind of situation with just over 7 hours to go. Normally, by this point, they are out front. At least to my memory.
And so often the battle between the people at the top is Coanda versus Coanda. It's even more rare to see another team really enter in and really take it to Coanda like Apex has today. And Peter, we talked about how like blow for blow, Peter has been on it these last few laps, and he has eked out another 2 seconds on that number 2 car in second position. So the bar just keeps getting raised here.
No doubt, looking at 11th and 12th at the minute. Christopher Dambeats is driving Team Redline Blue. And behind IRS, Infinite Racing Services number 6, which is Toby Soriano. And a huge rush of GTD cars on a pit lane as well. Esports, Team 75, Bernhard and Core all stopping on the same lap. Right now, Team Redline are looking for a move, potentially up high on IRS, and I don't think there was much fight in that one.
No, not really. And just a driver change as well in the Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC, and that Sim RC part is quite important in the driver change, because Jürgen Frank is getting into that car as Sim RC regular. I'm pretty sure he's been in that team. I know he's been in that team for a very long time, and I'm kind of sceptical he'd ever leave. Actually, he's very loyal to that team, and drives them in endurance racing. Has done for a very long time. I seem to remember all the way back in the Neo Endurance days, back in the GT1 Aston Martin days, and all of that, the fantastic glory days of GT1. In the Neo Endurance series, he was there for Sim RC.
GT2s as well.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of them.
Sim RC were quite good at that back in the day as well. So, Jürgen Frank is a seasoned competitor in iRacing, and he's here once more, still at the top of his game. If we talk about these guys, driving. We see these drivers at the front for a year or two. We see them have strong years or whatever, but these are the kind of guys like Jürgen Frank. We see Mitchell de Jong, who's currently in second in this race, who do it year after year after year. They keep on doing it.
It's always fascinating to see the veteran top split drivers and how they react to some of the new drivers that come in as well. Obviously, in many cases, some of those new drivers come in onto the top teams, but especially when we see teams that sort of rise up the ranks, and it's always interesting to watch them start racing new drivers and seeing how that really sort of upsets the balance at the top of the field.
Number 99 pitting from the overall lead of the race. Same lap. Williams Esports BenQ are going to pit from 4th in that category on the same lap. Race Clutch 15, which is actually number 17, are going to pit. So, handful of prototypes on the lane at the moment. Someone's getting a good driver swap back there. It's Race Clutch. Peter Zuber's taken over. I think Atse Kalpinen might have been a fresh install for the Williams Esports BenQ, which is actually number 15. And Peter Berryman's got quite a bit more work to do, the race leading 99. He's going to get some tyres. Is he going to get 2 tyres? Or is it time for 4?
I believe this one's two tires, yeah.
2 stints on those rears and then get them off and do another 2, and then change all 4, you'd imagine.
Been doing consistently for many hours now.
I want to see though what the number 2 does here, because are they 2 stints deep onto a new set of tyres? I think de Jong might be here. Correct me if I'm wrong, David. You're more across this than me. But I just wonder if they've kind of matched their tyre strategies up now, or whether they are still a little bit here and there. I know the 18 is a little bit all over the place, but they did so from the very start of this race, because after 25 laps they changed 2 tyres, which was a bit of a surprise to me. But the number 2, I'm not sure if they're going to match up with Apex Racing Team now or not.
I can't remember how recently Mitchell de Jong got in the car, which would kind of let me know if the last stop was 2 tyres or 4 tyres.
Feels like a long time, but then again, it often does.
Time plays, funny tricks on you.
It does.
Like,
especially at 6 a.m.
Yep. Yeah, I was I'm thinking about previous races, and the last 24 months has gone by in 12 months and the other way around too.
Yeah, exactly that.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that it was the 18 car that took 4 last time, and the 2 car took... I don't know that it took any last...
No, it didn't take any this time, but so I'm expecting it to take some tyres, but I just want to know if it's going to be 2 or 4. We don't have long to find out, really, because they pit 2 laps after the 99, so yeah, I'll hold my horses and just and watch in a couple of moments, but yeah, we'll see if they match up here or not.
So probably not this lap, probably the next that we see the number 2 to pit. Someone helpfully told us that it is 75 litres for the prototypes, therefore 70 for the Dallara IndyCar.
Yep, so definitely 70 for the IndyCar.
IR18, as it's called.
Yeah, and technically the DW12 had the same
Yes.
fuel tank as well.
Mitchell de Jong on his last lap of this stint here. Man who's won this race 6 times, as I'm sure you know.
And what must be going through Mitchell's head at this point, because it seems like he's been throwing everything he can to try and reel in that 99 car, and it just hasn't been working for him so far. So, like, if you're Mitchell de Jong, how do you not get a little bit disheartened having driven so hard for so long and really made up no time on your biggest competitor and probably your biggest threat in this race that you've had in a very long time?
It's like you're swimming in the ocean and you can see land on the horizon and you're swimming towards it and it just doesn't seem to be getting any closer. There's still just this like 25, 30 seconds, almost unbreachable barrier between Apex Racing and Mitchell de Jong as he comes to pit lane at the minute. It's like he's locked up the rears a little bit on his way. Yeah, maximising the time on the pit entry. Not going to say he's not doing that. They're just trying to just chip away at that lead gap, and it just seems to not go anywhere. To the pit stall he goes. We're going to get a driver change.
Yeah. So this is 4 tyres here.
Yep, so it's going to be de Jong out and Josh Rogers back in. Joshua K. Rogers. His quote on the Coanda website. They got the list of drivers, and underneath all their drivers is a quote from those different drivers. Josh Rogers' quote is, "Wait, so where exactly is Mid-Ohio located?"
Wow.
Mid-Ohio is near Lexington, Ohio.
It's kind of in the middle of Ohio.
Yeah. That's the name suggests, yeah.
So he's in.
Not his proudest moment.
And there is the tyres going on there as well. So it's going to be his job next to try to chip away at the leading 9.
And we did see in his last stint that Josh did have just a little bit more pace than Mitchell did. So this could be a good thing for the Coanda team to just maybe turn the tables on the Apex team just a little bit, get that little bit closer.
Yeah, let's see if they can. I mean, they've just swapped out a 6-time winner of this race with the winner of the last 3 editions, so it's not like they're putting in anybody, a poor driver by any stretch of the imagination. You know, Rogers is going to do a job here, and you can imagine he's got a bit of sleep as well. We're getting towards kind of normal morning time at 7 a.m. now in Europe, where he's located, where all the Coanda drivers are located, or some of them are anyway. So yeah, it's becoming more a reasonable time. Hopefully he's nice and rested up and should be able to put on a bit of a pace over the next however long he's going to be in that car.
Work to do, given last stop for Apex was 2 tyres and it's taken 4 here on the number 2 car, so that's extended the gap between themselves and Apex out to 39 seconds at the moment. Got to check in then in the next 5 laps, 10 laps, if that 39 seconds has decreased any at all.
That being said,
people love this again.
Yeah, this battle just will not stop. But I do want to say that this is a really good opportunity for Josh Rogers with the 4 tires versus 2. If at any point he can start to switch the narrative a little bit, this is a good place for him to start having that tire sort of advantage for the next little while. If he can start to demoralize Apex and cut into the gap now, it could be very important as the tire stints sort of roll around and sync up again.
Yeah, exactly. If at this point he's not taking a little bit of time out of Apex, then boy, they've got some troubles. As the number 18 pits, and therefore you'll see the true comparison between Apex and Commander number 2 on the timing column on the left. You can always look at RaceSpotTV/timing. See any gaps or last lap times or any such. Or to confirm exactly how many laps down that's the stack.
A lot is going to be the answer.
Unfortunately so. Myself, as much as everyone, would have loved to have seen him still racing and still up near the pointy end of GTD and giving us a great battle and a great fight, because it's good for him, it's good for his team. Yeah, I think it's good for sim racing and our broadcast and everyone. It brings that kind of attention, and those people who might be in sim racing can be rewarded with some quality and close racing. That's what we still have, but unfortunately, not with that driver, not with that team, not with that car, and we've lost. Is it a surprising number of people? It's 35 of 50 starters still running at this moment. I mean, Nürburgring, for example, notorious for the number of retirements because it's so easy to make a mistake, and every mistake is so punished. That track in the northwest of France, and here, I think the mistakes are slightly less punishing and the traffic is a little bit easier, so you expect less retirements, but we've already got 15 of them, so I don't know. How do you feel on that?
I think the amount of retirements within the first, let's say, what lap are we on now? 634 laps complete at the moment. In the first 120 laps of the race, we only had 41 remaining. We had 9 retirements in the first, 3-4 hours of the race. That is, to me, was a surprise. I was surprised to see so many. But after that, the rate after that has been okay. And I think normal, but the fact that we had such a messy start, it didn't feel that messy as I was watching it, but clearly there were a lot of people retiring from the race early on in this race. That means that the overall number is a little bit more than you'd expect, but I think it's mainly down to those first few moments, really, rather than an overall thing throughout the race. It's to my kind of just watching it, it seems a pretty clean race in my opinion.
Yeah, but don't you also think, Ewan, that I think a little bit at least has to do with just how competitive the field has been this year and how close everyone has been, because in many of the previous iterations of this race, you see the cars sort of stop battling each other quite as much, and they spread out far more than we've seen in this race. I mean, we're watching a battle on screen now that has literally been going on for, I think, at least 8 hours at this point. And so when you're racing that close, especially in the GT field, incidents will happen just inevitably.
Right.
So
the bump drafting hasn't really been the cause of any of the retirements. We haven't actually seen a dodgy bump yet that I'm aware of.
Well, I've seen one person go wide, but that's as far as it's gone. So yeah, you're right. There's not been anything dodgy in that respect really going on. I think what really illustrates your point, though, Andrew, is the fact that in GTD the top 14 cars are all within 2 laps of each other. There's not cars that have crashed out or had many problems throughout the night, and so they're running many laps down. We've got one car like that, the Mercedes Team Urano 91 car, that is running 7 laps adrift from the next car in front of it, but the 14th place car is like 3 minutes from the lead, and that is outrageously close. We have never seen that before.
And that's even with the leader is the last remaining car yet to pit. So when the leader pits and gets on the same cycle as everyone else, that'll get like a minute closer as well.
Just see a tinge of orange around the circuit at the moment, David. It's very long sunrises in this part of the world because it's so flat everywhere. There's a lot of time for. It's not like Dubai in the Middle East where the curtains are quite drawn, literally. But it's quite a long sunrise, and I can see a nice bit of orange around the circuit. Everyone's starting to feel a bit more positive about themselves, and we get to watch a nice sunrise over the next half an hour or so. Look at that.
Ooh. The air temperature's actually dropped. 6:45 a.m. Just a hint of light in the sky. Beautiful reflections off Lake Lloyd. Reflection of the Ferris wheel isn't quite right, but beggars can't be choosers. If there was a Ferris wheel to be correctly reflected in that position, it'd be a good-looking reflection. Pan over towards the bus stop. There we go. Oh,
there it is.
wow.
People having a good time.
Will Vincent said he'd like a go on the Chairplanes, and me too. That's one of my favourites.
Looks a bit scary for me.
That's one of those ones where you're like, yeah, this thing gets packed up onto a truck every 2 weeks, and the dude who reassembles it on site's making minimum wage. Strap me in.
Yeah. I never thought of it like that before, and I was scared before. So thanks for that. But I think we're about to see, by the way, because there's a driver change going on at the front of GTD. Lasse Bach is getting into the car. That there's going to be a lead change once again for the 4th time since we've been here. Fira Sim Sport Green, about to lose the lead to BMW Team BS competition, but Lasse
Mega
Bach getting
for Mikkel Garde, by the way.
absolutely.
I think he's just wrapped up 5 hours behind the wheel.
On the same set of tyres.
Yeah, on the same set of tyres. Just underneath 5 hours for him. So yeah, well and truly time for guess who's back again. Lasse's back in the car, and a fresh set of tyres for Fira. And in that time for Mikkel Garde, what a change of fortunes for Fira as well. Into the leading class, and with some margin as well. I mean, he didn't make up all the time to PGZ or R8G, but he stayed close enough to those two that when they had their own respective self-inflicted issues, boom, Fira goes from, I think we're contending from the podium, to 7 hours to keep their hands on the trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of BMW Team BS competition, they're rivals for this one, who've really put themselves into contention over the last few hours. Lasse Bach getting into the car for Fira. It's not like they're being chased down by a small driver by any stretch of the imagination, because Bach won this race in GT3 in 2020, so he's got experience of being in these kind of positions before.
One thing I do want to mention with Fira, we've been tracking if they've been able to make the hour, and they were just a minute and a half shy there, so that's almost a lap shy of making that hour.
Yeah, good observation.
It's been going that way as well, so definitely 8 more stints from here, including this one, I should add.
Which the 89 car is now in the lead of the race, so if they can't cut out the pit stop, should Fira now maybe be looking at abandoning the fuel save, or are they going to try and dig down deep and try and get that minute and a half back into their corner?
So, how long 33 laps in time for these guys
I would say I'd a wild guess without any numbers, just by watching. I'd say 57 minutes in the roughly, very roughly.
Yeah, I think at this point you commit to the 8 stints.
Yes.
Try to take a leaf out of the Apex Racing book
Push a
where
bit harder,
you just go so fast that they can't keep up. And I think in the tyres too, right, is if they then go what's kind of really 3.5. No, okay. If they run 4 stints from now, then it puts them to a place at the end of the race where they put on a new set of tyres and then only have to ask 3.5 stints out of them with just a little splash and dash at the end or something like that. So I think you're almost dictating that strategy on what tyres you're going to have when. That might have been the penultimate tyre change for them just then, which is crazy to think about with 7 hours left to go in the race, but that might have been the penultimate tyre change for Firer, and they'll try to go 4-ish hours now, put themselves, well, more realistically go 3 hours 45 minutes, and then see themselves with 3 hours 10 to go for their last tyre change.
I totally agree on your pace comment there, because saving the fuel at this stage, going that 33 laps, is it necessary? Could you push a little bit harder and go 32 instead? I think that would be more worthwhile. And with the tyres, I agree as well, really. I mean, it's going to be a bit more difficult to do those quadruples now that the temperatures are going to rise again because the sun's coming up, but they're still getting the benefit from... they've still got to rise, so you're going to get that little bit of nighttime benefit even now that you can see what's around you a little bit more. I think, to be honest, that to my calculations, very rough calculations, there's only going to be 25 minutes remaining when they have to make their final splash. So it's not even going to be 3.5 stints on tyres towards the end. It is going to be even less than that and even more of a push than what you were saying there. I agree. I think they're still, well, they're not on the they're not hitting the hours they were earlier, but they're still in a strong place, in my opinion.
And I'm thinking you run long right now to let yourself not need to quadruple stint the tyres in the midday in the afternoon.
Exactly.
Leader, pump drafting 7th place and not trying to overtake them is not something you see very often in many other forms of motorsport. But that's the reality for BMW Team BS competition at the moment. Obviously pretty happy with the pace that Altus have got to ride along with them, at least for the moment.
Let's not forget that this BMW M4 won its debut iRacing Daytona 24 Hours 1 year ago in the hands of Team BMW Bank, ahead of a Lamborghini. And Porsche, of course, behind. We're kind of highlighting these two. Obviously, a lot of the GTDs can still win from here. It's very close, but Porsche have never won this race before, so all history making in the offing for them.
And then check in again that gap between 99 and number 2. We said that this is a point with the 4 fresh tyres. The VRS Coanda Sim Sport have got to be able to claw a little bit of time out of Apex Racing Team. It's gone from 38 seconds to 36 and a half-ish. So they're doing it, but again, it's a little seesaw, goes back and forth. Coanda just can't make significant and lasting gains into the lead that Apex have got at the moment. I still feel like a lot could change across both categories once the track starts heating up, which is still 2, 3, 4 hours away. But that's the final sting in the tail here at Daytona is, okay, what about when the track that's been at 19 degrees Celsius for the last 12 hours starts to get just a little bit of temperature back into it?
Yeah, exactly. We've already seen it going the other way, but what's going to happen as it heats up? Yeah, just under 7 hours to go, and yeah, I'm struggling to peel myself away from this race. It's totally fascinating in both classes. You know, I said before, but the race has never been so up for grabs at this stage in the race. I mean, you could argue 2018, obviously it was very close, just 8 seconds on the line, but yeah, I mean, I'm fully invested in this race, and I hope people at home are as well. It's really great. I'm absolutely loving it. I can't lie.
And I've just gone and had another look at the results sheet from my 8th split Daytona last year, where in GTD, 1st and 10th were separated by 15 laps. Right now, we've got 1st and 10th in GTD separated by 1 lap, and even then, Course Sim Racing are
15 seconds?
Not that far from being on the lead lap.
Yeah.
So,
who needs safety cars?
what was I? Split 8 of 47 potentially. So, like, above average, I suppose. And still, that was the kind of differences we were looking at over 24 hours of fatigue and incidents and etc. etc. This is something else in the competitiveness stakes, even more so than we were already used to in past years in the top split of iRacing Daytona 24.
The fascinating part here is not just what's going on track now and with these battles, but all the implications that must be going on in the teams and the drivers and the strategists' head. Because all of these small decisions that we're talking about and that these teams are actually making right now, they're going to have a huge impact, not right now, but 6 hours from now when we're going into that last hour. That's when it's really going to pay off, and we're going to see who chose correctly now. And it's just so fascinating to see what these teams are choosing to do right now.
Yeah, looking right now at the car leading GTD, if only for, well, let's say if only for a little bit. I think they're relatively squarely in the lead until whenever they come up to the next tyre change, and Fyra will probably cycle back into the lead. But what I notice is that they haven't super easily been able to keep pace with Altus. Raffaele Retzag, good speed in that McLaren, despite the damage that they are allegedly carrying. There's 20 teams that could have won in GTD. Really, like, it's crazy.
And I'll say, with the 89 car, what they've been doing better than anyone in GTD is they've been consistent lap after lap. They haven't necessarily been the fastest car, but they've been able to just keep the pace lap after lap, and that's really what their strength has been doing here.
Another great shot of car zipping through the bus stop as light gets into the sky. We've got blue skies, beautiful orange at the horizon, lights still on all the way around, and still very clear where the headlights on the cars are pointing, and no direct sunlight onto the circuit just yet. And even then, it'll take the sun to get a little bit higher up the horizon before the track really starts to absorb any of that heat to meaningfully affect tyre performance all around. But beautiful morning, beautiful sunrise to bring us towards the closing segment of this race. It'll look so good. Guys, favourite breakfast foods?
Oh. I'm quite boring at breakfast, really. I'm not the best person to ask. But if I had to choose, I'd probably... Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't really bother.
just not bother at all?
No, sometimes, no.
Like, what about the Finnish breakfast of just a coffee and a cigarette?
I don't really like either of those things.
That's fair. I'll take that.
I'm going with pancakes, bacon with maple syrup.
I was about to, before you said, I was going to ask, oh, what are you going to put on them pancakes? But yeah, you beat me to the very low-hanging fruit.
We have the best breakfast topping in the world, and it is Canadian maple syrup.
I I don't know how. I didn't quite realise that was a Canadian thing, but I do enjoy a bit of
The
pancake
leaf
and
is
bacon.
literally on their flag, bro.
Yeah, I'm not the smartest though.
Yeah, to be fair, you've got to be the only country with a strategic reserve of your favourite breakfast condiment. I mean,
That is absolutely correct. We actually had to use some of it during COVID. It was of national concern.
No, I might be tempted to join Andrew, to be honest.
sounds good, sounds good. I am desperately looking forward to getting back to the Bathurst 12 hour because I still think the best breakfast I've ever had was the most recent running, and we took the barbecue, set it up beside the track with a view of the cutting and towards Reed and Sulman Park. Set the barbecue up in the darkness, and then about 20-30 minutes into the race as the sun will start rising, turn it on, got hash browns, sausages, eggs, toast, barbecue sauce, and GT3 cars whizzing by in the sunrise at Bathurst.
I don't think I can do barbecue sauce that early in the morning.
Not a super sweet one, not a sticky one. Maybe a bit more tomato, onion kind of flavors.
See, I would almost say that a sweet barbecue sauce would have been better for breakfast at that stage.
Okay.
I want to ask though, David, about the rescheduled one. Just quickly, I know we're in a whole different race at the moment, but we've got a bit of time. I want to ask about the rescheduling to what I think it's in May, isn't it? The Bathurst 12 hour this year. How it's going to affect the race, especially with regards to the amount of darkness that there's going to be in that race. Is it going to get dark for the end as well?
I think it's going to all depend on the TV schedule, because they've had the final 2-3 hours on big Channel 7 in the past, which is like the Daytona 24 schedule gets moved around a little bit to make sure they can have the finish on big NBC that, you know, is the biggest channel they can. So whether it finishes in the day or in the dark is probably going to depend all on what's TV prime time and where they can fit it. But it's either got to start very in the dark and run a lot in the dark to finish in the daylight, or I think they're going to want to avoid the double dip daylight with some at the start and some at the finish. But I don't know. That is going to be a little bit of a
Contentious
headache. Yeah.
It always starts at 5:45 and ends at 5:45, doesn't it? But you'd imagine the sunset is going to be before 5:45 at that time of year, in the southern hemisphere, of course. But we'll see. Plus, the iRacing one's only a few weeks away, isn't it?
Yeah, as Will Vincent said numerously in the opening segment of this broadcast, and he will be returning for the closing segment in not too long. This is just sort of the opening of the iRacing special events calendar for the year. There is a lot of really good stuff still to come, including the iRacing Bathurst 12 hour, including 24 hours of the Nürburgring, including a Petit Le Mans. There'll be a Watkins Glen 6 hour and a Sebring in there to complete your sort of IMSA endurance calendar, if that's what tickles your fancy, for all the people who want to follow that sort of North American Endurance Cup and compete on iRacing. And those will also be very, very competitive and very well attended as well. What's the figure? Was it approaching 15,000 drivers for this year's Daytona 24? I might not hit quite those same heights for 6 hours of Watkins Glen or Petit Le Mans, but it'll still be close.
Yeah, it's so nice to have basically the full endurance calendar at least the biggest part of the endurance calendar in iRacing, and there's so many great events, so many great drivers participating in the events. Just it's almost impossible to pick one to look forward to.
Blimp is back. Look at that. iRacing blimp up in the sky, watching over Daytona carefully. Hugo, can you zoom in on the blimp? I was looking at Wikipedia articles of different models of airships lately, so I reckon I could tell you if that's a Zeppelin Luftschiff Bau, whatever their most recent one is called, or the older spec of that tyre manufacturer one. Well, maybe not. Maybe the cars are more interesting, and that's fair. Still 36 seconds bouncing back and forth between Apex Racing Team leading LMP2 and VRS Commander SimSport in second place in that class. A lot of intrigue and interest to play out in GTD because BMW Team BS competition currently being scored in the lead there are 109 laps on their tyres. Lasse back, fresh, recently installed in the Fire SimSport number 9 Porsche. He's got fresh tyres too, and he's been chomping away at that lead in GTD there as well.
He has, and the gap's down to 6 seconds, but you'd expect that because he changed tyres on the last pit stop there. You'd imagine he's got 8 stints, including this one, to go, and so he just have to be careful on his tyres. Doesn't want to completely ruin them, but yeah, Phil Dennis is in a similar situation. We'll see if he changes tyres at the end of this stint or not, but those pit stops are still a little bit away, still a good half an hour away for this car, so we'll wait and see then. But after initially losing a second or two very quickly, this 89 car has held a nice lead, just 5.5 seconds.
Fire are on their new tyres right now, when I think almost everyone else in GTD is at least on the second stint of theirs. So the way they've done their fuel saving and their tyre stints with that quintuple stint that they've just come off of a different position, and there's the cut from first to second. And if they're reading the numbers how we're reading the numbers, I think fuel saving is out the window at Fire. I'd be interested to get a little more insight on that one. What you think Lasse back is doing, is if he's still trying to play this strategically, or really firing it. No, didn't even mean to try to make a pun there. Really firing on all cylinders, really giving it as close to 100% as you reasonably can to close that gap up underneath 5 seconds, get it to 4, 3, 2, and 1. And when he gets it to that 1 second, he'll be in the slipstream. It'll be like magnets when they reach that point that they just together, and then we'll have a stew going, have a race on for GTD.
Yeah, I definitely think that the Fire car is, as you say, they've thrown out the fuel saving, and they're really just looking to try and bridge that gap as quickly as they can. I've been looking at the lap times, and they've been just turning in lap after lap around that 43.2, 43.3 mark, or 43.2, 43.3, and it's really
that lap.
What was that?
Almost a whole second out of 89 that lap.
Oh yeah, that was, yeah, it was a really good lap. 43.14 versus a 44.07 for our leader. I think the leader just got a little bit crossed up in traffic there. So a full second out from that last lap, and Fire is on the march right now. So I think they're definitely fuel saving out the window, full send right now.
Fellas, it's been a good time, and I'll be honest with you. I reckon you and O'Leary, when this is done, will be maybe heading for bed. Don't know what Andrew Kinsella will be doing, but I am actually really happy to have done these 6 hours, so I can grab something to eat, sit down in front of my television, and watch how this remaining 6 hours plays out with Connery Maddock, Lewis McGlade, and Will Vincent on the call. They'll be taking over shortly, in 15 minutes or so, and I am not going to be disappointed to stand aside and watch this one to the end. This is going to be I feel like it is setting up in both classes to be a bit of an iRacing Daytona 24 for the ages, especially down to just a 4-second gap here in GTD. I think when they cross the line, we're going to see Fira have taken another second this lap.
As the leader comes in. But yeah, I mean, as I say, it's 6:30 in the morning now here in the UK, which is a bit early. But no, to be honest, I do actually want to see how the rest of this race pans out. I'm going to struggle to pull myself away from it. It's been absolutely fascinating, and I'm really glad I've done this stint as well, to be honest, because it's been truly fascinating, and I've been really enjoying it. And I hope that, as you say, it's going to be a Daytona 24 for the ages by the looks of things. By the way it's going at the moment, it's absolutely fantastic. We got another new race leader, of course, the number 2 car. Which of these two teams is going to come out on top? It really is a coin toss at this stage.
Yeah, 1:30 in the morning for me, and I gotta say, there's no way that I can make it through 6 hours without sleep. So unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to see most of the stint, but it really saddens me because this has been a fascinating race.
So LMP2 pit stops o'clock again. Apex Racing are first to pit, and it's fuel only to keep Peter Berryman going. This is key laps right here for Josh Rogers, because this is the point where the car is absolutely at its fast. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, hasn't he? Yes, he has. This is absolutely the point where you've got great visibility. Sun's about to breach the horizon, but it hasn't hit the track yet. The track is still cold. He's got a new set of tyres on, and the least weight of fuel possible as he gets towards the end of the tank. This lap, the one after, the one he's just completed, are the golden laps of the race. Golden laps in the stint, and he's done a 1:31.494, which was not only the fastest lap of the race, I think it broke the margin by 4 or 5 tenths there. Did you know what the previous fastest lap of the race was, Andrew?
It was a 1:31.764 from Williams Esports, so that's 3 tenths clear for Josh Rogers in one lap. That is insane pace from Josh Rogers right now.
Might do it again here. He's going very quickly.
This is the overcut phase right now, when Apex are starting to get onto those older tyres, full of fuel. Rogers is right in his prime here to throw it around and try to have a bit of an overcut on the fuel weight and on the strategy. And by the time that they cycle through the pit stop into the next phase of this race, he'll be hoping that gap is closer to 35, 34 seconds, maybe even less than that, than the 38 it was when he left pit lane last.
Yeah, absolutely. Because let's not forget that on not this pit stop coming up for Rogers, but the one afterwards, he's going to be gaining a good 10 seconds on that Apex Racing Team car, because they'll be taking 2 tyres, whereas the Apex Racing Team will be taking 4, or at least I believe, unless Josh Rogers wants to do 3 stints on these 2 rear tyres and then change them. But we'll wait and see on that one. I believe he'll be doing it after 2 stints, so that's when he'll be gaining his 10 seconds. And
watch him send it through the bus stop. Like, this is going to be the sendiest bus stop send of the whole race. It's so silky smooth, changes the direction, the apex speed all the way through.
Yeah, just on the limit.
I don't think he's got much traffic either. This will probably be a pretty damn good one as well. This will be the last flying lap, and after this will be the in lap, unless he's really burned a lot of fuel. Nope, he's going to hit 24. What's the lap time this time for Josh Rogers as he gets to the line? Is it going to be back in the 131s? It is. It's a 131.967. Not smashing any more records again, but still, I mean, there's only 5 cars that have been into the 131s anyway.
Yeah, it's really, really astonishing, the pace at the front of the field. 6.5 hours to go. We're nearly 18 hours into this race, and we're still seeing this kind of thing going on. For sure, the lack of traffic from the GTs is helping. There's only 15 of them out there, say only 15. Still to be negotiated, of course, but it is helping the faster pace at the front of the race at the moment. But can't take anything away from Rogers. He is doing wonderful lap times, and Peter Berryman's not doing badly either. He's in the mid-32s at the moment. His first lap out the pits was 32.7, we'll call it.
Unfortunately, that means that's 6 tenths slower than Josh Rogers on a single lap alone, so it's definitely a respectable pace, but at the same time, how much more can we expect from Peter Berryman at this stage, but you almost need to have some type of response to Josh Rogers' pace right now.
That's been apex for the last 5 or 6 hours, hasn't it? Is just respond to the Coanda pace enough that they can't chip away at your little lead. And right on cue after 24 laps, Josh Rogers is in, and it'll be fuel only for him here if they stay on schedule. He'll stay in, tyres will stay on, quick stop, and then when he gets up to speed, kind of want to measure what that gap has done, because there was a 4-5 lap window there. 3-4 lap window between the Apex Racing team in lap and now, where I really feel like that overcut, that low fuel, and those mega laps just then, those push laps right at the end, have given Coanda a hope to chip away at that lead and get back into this race.
Got to make sure he doesn't overdo it, though. He's got to make sure these tyres last the entirety of what he's going to do here. 4 stints for the fronts and 2 for the rears. You just need to make sure that that they make that as he leaves the pit lane now. It was a 35-ish, 37-ish second gap before. The gap now is only just over 30 by the looks of it.
Wait for him to get up to racing speed after the horseshoe here to properly measure it. I'm seeing 32.4, which is still meaning he took out 3 or 4 seconds out of Apex across those laps.
Yeah, when the margin's this small, those 3 or 4 seconds, that's just mega over those few laps that he had that advantage. So really great performance there from Josh Rogers.
I mean, Peter Berryman has only done a mid-33 on the last lap, which I know there's high fuel load and that, but you know, it's not quite where he needs to be in this.
You got to remember
stage.
though, they're at alternate poles of their tyre strategy. For Peter Berryman, he's got 2 stint-old rear tyres and 4 stint-old front tyres. For Josh Rogers, he's got 2 stint-old tyres all round.
Yes.
All round here.
That is true.
And it means at the end of this stint for Apex and Coanda number 2, Rogers is going to be heading for a 2-tyre stop. Berryman's going to be heading for a 4-tyre stop. And we're going to see them even closer with that 12 or so second difference to the pit stop time, maybe even a tiny bit less. But that number that we were measuring at 30 seconds not long ago might be closer to 20. Either way, good signs across this last hour or so for Coanda.
Yeah, certainly.
Go ahead.
Ooh, what about that GTD gap? Well, I've been focusing so intensely on LMP2. Firer doing the work almost within that second of BMW Team BS competition. That is first and second in GTD in the same shot.
Absolutely incredible driving from the Firer team here. And I think it's exactly what you said. When they came out of the pit stops, they knew that they just had to put their head down and go for it here. And they are just so close to that draft range that at this point, they can just taste that draft. So it's really, when you see yourself lap after lap going that much closer each lap, it just drives you on. So Firer will have a fire in their belly right now to bridge the rest of this gap and really take it to this BMW team that's been leading for the last little bit.
Can we get an official RaceSpot monitor sponsor? Because I think I need a new one. All my orange pixels just got burnt out. We had that sort of light start to come into the sky. Now we got the sun daring to peak the horizon all around the sky, and on the horizon, oh so orange around Daytona. Very shortly, we'll be switching across onto part 4 of this coverage to bring you home and take you to the checkered flag. Right on time, iRacing and Daytona are bringing the sunrise and the light And it'll be an exciting conclusion to this race, no doubt. Underneath a second now in the battle for first in GTD. There's a not insignificant tyre strategy difference here, but not a whole lot in the fuel game. So it's on between BS and Fira here for the win. Fira have the newer tyres on right now to their advantage, but they can't let BMW Team BS competition into this fight.
Yeah, they certainly can't. I mean, unlike what we see in LMP2, where the strategies are very much set in stone, there's not a lot the two teams can actually do from this point other than just drive faster, which is obviously a bit difficult. But here in GT, the decisions that are going to be made over the next 2 to 4 hours, I would say, are going to make or break the race, and we're not going to know that until 6.5 hours' time. So there's some very important decisions coming up for both of these teams now, not only on the track. Obviously they've got to drive as quickly as possible for as long as possible, and they will do that, but the decisions made on the pit wall are going to decide the race in GTD, certainly, and we're not going to know the results and the consequences of their actions really for the next 6.5 hours. We're really going to be in the dark, ironically, with that for the remainder of this race.
So less than a car length between BMW Team BS competition. Phil Dinez leading the way in GTD to Lassie back for Fira SimSport in their Porsche 911 GT3R for the race lead for Daytona Glory. It is on the banking and it's all on the line. What's the approach? What's the attitude from these drivers from these two different camps in two different situations on their tyre strategy? It almost looks a little defensive from BS, and almost looks like Fira know what's up with the tyres, with the fuel, with all of that. They're just content to ride with them for the moment. Are we going to see an attack? Are we going to see a defense? Are we going to see this tandem drafting and bump drafting again? Are we going to see one let the other go?
I think there's really a number of ways that Fira can play this, and I'm not really sure which one is going to be the best way, but it looks like they're certainly willing to take a risk and maybe go for it and just go for the all-out speed, because they're making a move right now around the outside.
Yeah, they went up high, looked for the move. BS have given them nothing, so it's a battle for the lead here. BS, much older tyres, trying to hold the inside at turn 1, have done it, but you are not going to scare Lassie back out of this. He gets the inside for the horseshoe. He's going to get better traction, and he's through into the lead, and you know what? He had to fight for it too. A little bit of traffic is going to force him offline through the kink if he's not careful. Phil Dinez will know that his tyres are 100 laps older than Lassie back, but he won't give up on this one, and he's going to do everything he can to keep that BMW Team BS competition car in the fight for the win here.
Yeah, draft range, just keep it in draft range at this stage for the BMW, because as you mentioned, he hasn't got the tyres to fight this really. He's just got to make sure he is in that range, and so that's what he's really going to do here. But yeah, Fira SimSport Green into the lead with the number 9 Porsche, trying to get that manufacturer its first iRacing Daytona 24 win.
So the battles are on, the strategy is on, and the stage is being set for the final 6 hours, 25 minutes of the iRacing Daytona 24 special event in 2022. We're about to hand over into part 4 coverage with Connery Maddock, Lewis McLeod, and Will Vincent in LMP2. Who can take the crown and the glory in the first special event of the year? The biggest ever iRacing special event. Can it be Apex Racing Team? Can it be Coanda in the prototypes? Can it be BMW Team BS competition in GTD against Fira in their Porsche? All to be decided as we come to a thrilling conclusion of the iRacing Daytona 24. I've been David Haynes, Ewan O'Leary, Andrew Kinsella alongside me for this segment of the coverage. We thank you so much for joining us. Please click across to part 4 on RaceSpotTV as we crown a champion and race to the checkered flag at Daytona.